ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 my friend. Of things we know, Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
Find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right.
To get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, Regularities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me, we're invincible. Don't you see, we're invincible. We're invincible.
They have the hero Vandal here. Oh, okay. Oh my God.
Okay.
Turn away, children. They feel the disturbance in the force. That's a good jump right there. Forsaken, quick to respond, and even quicker to find a third. Pina catches headshots too, and the spike actually ends up on the high ground. That's going to be an ace from Forsaken. You thought that you had a chance? Forsaken's here to tell you no. Where Pina excels. And now BAAM have a numbers advantage. Jing. They've turned it around. There's no longer going to be a post-plant pit. They've got to win on the gunfights, and Dorf's trying to make that a reality. Jing, can you do it by yourself? Apparently, that might be the case. The showstopper comes out. This could be what ends our show, and you better believe that it is. A blast back out, a bazooka in, and goodbye to BAAM. That's a win for Paper X.
Jing's having some fun with that. You could... Let's go for very fast controlling down.
Derek cares little for your timing. All he cares for is who places themselves in their line of fire. They walk out of their own cyber cage and take down Seven King ahead of the curve. A false positive. That's going to be 4 for Derek, and it's multi-kill after multi-kill for every member. Utility here, down comes the Cosmic Divide. An attempt to stop it will come through from Jarpix. They've been doing so well thus far, but First Love is the one who takes matters into their own hands here. Come forth onto B, I dare you, enter my territory. 3 kills already, and they can still look for more. Swapping over to the Spectre. Sure, it is a bit of a weaker weapon, but First Love's got the aim of a god on them at the moment. Movement's going to be forced. First Love keeps it going. Let's go. The ace from Bleed will take us to overtime. Caught out by themselves. Papachula needs to go absolutely huge. They found themselves a safe little cubby behind this. That's beautiful. That's brutal. That's nasty. Come into my world. Sure, the Viper's Pit may be up on A, but you guys have got a vortex to deal with, and you created. That's enough right there, lads. I've had my fill. Out goes Arrow that does plenty of damage, even more potentially. They've laid Flippy so low, and as you come in, who's got the elevation? I've got the high ground. It's over, Anakin. You never stood a chance for a Jedi Master, and you're but a knight. How can you be on the council but not be a master of the sheriff, just like Jar is before First Love puts him down again? Now getting over this wall is going to be an excavation affair, as the old mole men are going to burrow on through with the sheriff self by nothing, and First Love finds a dirty ace.
It's dirty, isn't it? But nonetheless, it's still an ace. A wonderful little round from him.
They have the hero Vandal here. Oh,
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Turn away, children. Feel the disturbance in the force. That's a good jump right there. Forsaken, quick to respond, and even quicker to find a third. Pena catches headshots too, and the spike actually ends up on the high ground. That's going to be an ace from Forsaken. You thought that you had a chance? Forsaken's here to tell you no. Where Pena excels, and now BAAM have a numbers advantage. Jing, they've turned it around. There's no longer going to be a post-plant pit. They've got to win on the gunfights, and Dorf's trying to make that a reality. Jing, can you do it by yourself? Apparently, that might be the case. The showstopper comes out. This could be what ends our show, and you better believe that it is. A blast back out, a bazooka in, and goodbye to BAAM. That's a win for Paper X.
Jing's having some fun with that. You could... Let's go for very fast controlling down.
Derek cares little for your timing. All he cares for is who places themselves in their line of fire. They walk out of their own cyber cage and take down Seven King ahead of the curve. A false positive. That's going to be 4 for Derek, and it's multi-kill after multi-kill for every member. Utility here, down comes the Cosmic Divide. An attempt to stop it will come through from Jarpix. They've been doing so well thus far, but First Love is the one who takes matters into their own hands here. Come forth onto B, I dare you, enter my territory. 3 kills already, and they can still look for more. Swapping over to the Spectre. Sure, it is a bit of a weaker weapon, but First Love's got the aim of a god on them at the moment. Movement's going to be forced. First Love keeps it going. Let's go. The ace from Bleed will take us to overtime. Caught out by themselves. Papachula needs to go absolutely huge. They found themselves a safe little cubby behind this. That's beautiful. That's brutal. That's nasty. Come into my world. Sure, the Viper's Pit may be up on A, but you guys have got a vortex to deal with, and you created. That's enough right there, lads. I've had my fill. Out goes arrow that does plenty of damage, even more potentially. They've laid Flippy so low, and as you come in, who's got the elevation? I've got the high ground. It's over, Anakin. You never stood a chance for a Jedi Master, and you're but a knight. How can you be on the council but not be a master of the sheriff, just like Jar is before First Love puts him down again? Now getting over this wall is going to be an excavation affair as the old mole men are going to burrow on through. With the sheriff, they'll find nothing, and First Love finds a dirty ace.
It's dirty, isn't it? But nonetheless, it's still an ace. A wonderful little round from him.
They have the hero Vandal here. Oh,
Okay.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Turn away, children. Feel the disturbance in the force. That's a good jump right there. Forsaken, quick to respond, and even quicker to find a third. Pena catches headshots too, and the spike actually ends up on the high ground. That's going to be an ace from Forsaken. You thought that you had a chance? Forsaken's here to tell you no. Where Pena excels. And now BAAM have a numbers advantage. Jing. They've turned it around. There's no longer going to be a post-plant pit. They've got to win on the gunfights, and Dorf's trying to make that a reality. Jing, can you do it by yourself? Apparently, that might be the case. The showstopper comes out. This could be what ends our show, and you better believe that it is. A blast back out, a bazooka in, and goodbye to BAAM. That's a win for Paper X.
Jing's having some fun with that. You could... They go for very fast controlling camera.
Derek cares little for your timing. All he cares for is who places themselves in their line of fire. They walk out of their own cyber cage and take down Seven King ahead of the curve. A false positive. That's going to be 4 for Derek, and it's multi-kill after multi-kill for every member. Utility here, down comes the Cosmic Divide. An attempt to stop it will come through from Jarpix. They've been doing so well thus far, but First Love is the one who takes matters into their own hands here. Come forth onto B, I dare you, enter my territory. 3 kills already, and they can still look for more. Swapping over to the Spectre. Sure, it is a bit of a weaker weapon, but First Love's got the aim of a god on them at the moment. Movement's going to be forced. First Love keeps it going. Let's go. The ace from Bleed will take us to overtime. Caught out by themselves. Papachula needs to go absolutely huge. They found themselves a safe little cubby behind this. That's beautiful. That's brutal. That's nasty. Come into my world. Sure, the Viper's Pit may be up on A, but you guys have got a vortex.
Oh, Harry, here we go again. It's day 9, I believe, and we have got one of our best games to start. We've got rank 3 in the group Bleed versus rank 2 in Paper Rex. This is going to be a really good match, and this will really dictate seedings, this game here. I personally can't wait to get started. Of course, I can't talk you through it alone. I'm Castle Kramer 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Leg Day. Harry, how do you feel about this one?
I'm feeling pretty up to it. You know, Kramer, Bleeds, when we got to Bannon, they were like, no. Take our box off the table, baby. We ain't dealing with that today. And so, we have ended up on split, a pick of Paper Rex here, and Devi is going to be moving over on to the Viper. But we're also going to see that classic Paper Rex double duelist. And interestingly, it's going to be 3 duelists in one match, but only one is over on the side of Bleed, and that's going to be Yodi Rays.
Something I quite like, actually, and this is a cool stat that Bleed actually gave us before we went into this matchup, and we asked them, can you give us a cool fact? And that was, unfortunately, it wasn't for split, it was a bind, and that fact was Bleed, they had a 100% win rate on bind until they played against Paper Rex. Right, so it looks like Paper Rex, they seem to have got Bleed pretty well figured out. And for Bleed, if you want to try and make a real kind of inroad to your group, if you really want to get that kind of top 1, top 2 position, and if you want to get to the stage where you do combat Bren for that rank 1 spot, you've got to come off the back of a win here.
So what you're telling me is that Bleed are no longer going to go to bind against Paper Rex. Both of these teams have had a little bit of trouble, admittedly, with Bren. Well, Paper Rex, we don't know about that yet. That's coming tomorrow. It's going to be mad good. Look at this. Rush towards A happening already. Who's going to lead the way? I'm particularly looking at Jin here. These Rainers are very difficult to deal with in pistol rounds if they can get a kill. Start getting that overheal. Become a little bit more bruisey to deal with. But for the moment, it's an exodus from Paper Rex as they leave A behind. I don't need you anymore, A. I've got sewers.
Oh, no. As this rotation, unfortunately, they have figured it out. They're still hovering over on A. It's like they want to rotate, but there's a piece of their mind that's going, just don't do it. Don't do it. Just wait. Which means Frosty's, unfortunately, is going to be very alone in mid now when he has to go and combat 4 players slowly encroaching onto his position, led by Devi.
All right, Noisemade's here. What can Forsaken do on the entry? They're instantly going to be catching bullets, but Jing has got this ball rolling, baby. 50 extra HP. Good burst fire off the back of a frenzy. Allows him to take down Lexi. Oh, that rhymes. And now it's going to be the plant coming down from Benkai. Ah, sometimes things are more amusing than I really think they are, Kremer. Mind Freak. Ah, we know that Mind Freak frags out on the Astra. No surprises here in round number 1. Paper Rex take away the pistol.
Harry, you're a poet and you didn't even know it. What a
True.
What a way to start our series. What a way to start our cast. You're giving us a bit of you're going to turn to philosophy now. That's what your first go, isn't it? So we got Bleed once again. Of course, I mean, lost a Mr. Round down to a bit of an eco. Over on Paper Rex, it's all bonus from here. Mind Freak holding onto that Ghost, Forsaken holding onto that Frenzy. A bit of a greedy bonus, only going in with 3 SMGs, but nonetheless, you are against Classics and Classics alone. Fortunately, Classics, well, they may be a free gun, they still pack a hell of a punch.
Look at Benkai. They've already made their way up here towards heaven, and they're going to be able to win that one. Will Jarpix expect so many people to be playing in mid now? Frosty certainly didn't. They've been overwhelmed shortly. Jarpix now trying to catch people as they move in. 1 clip of the frenzy is good for 2 frags on the duelists. Jarpix, once again, is going to be the hero that Bleed call upon to try and make this work. A turn away from Varone Flash, but you've got to worry about Mind Freak from the site. Still, the Spike stays alive in mid. And Devi has got themselves yet another. First Love is isolated, but First Love gets something nice done with the Classic. And it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Maybe the greed of that bonus coming back to bite them, Kremer.
Oh, Harry.
Spike's in sight for Benkai. First Love here is going to be looking for a right click. But Benkai. Oh, they put out the turret. Excellent management. And while the damage was close to being fatal, close is not good enough. And Paper Rex are going to convert on their buy.
That wasn't much of a conversion, was it? To lose 4 players
That's
against
true. The
complete
anti-eco fell apart, but it was cheaper.
Yeah, that wasn't more a conversion. More they've sort of hit their head against the wall hard enough and they've just gone through it.
If I've got less than 3 concussions and the wall cracks, I'm winning.
Yeah, exactly. Also, to highlight, this is the first stream we're doing with co-streamers, I believe. I think Flaring's covering this as well. So if you do like this, let us know. Because I'm the one who controls whether or not it happens. So, tell me. Okay.
I'm your god now.
First Love. We've seen how important this position by Ropes, especially in mid in general, can be on this map. So, holding with the Phantom, he's got a very important role here to try and hold. He is supported by Jarpix on that Sky, so the Flash definitely will keep him back. But for the most part, it's going to be very slow control.
This is basically a full buy on both sides, with the exception of Spectre on Benkai, the only survivor of the previous anti-eco. Means that whoever wins this is going to have to try and maintain some rifles. In fact, the more lives that survive this, the better. A turn away from there. Look at that. Forsaken did get fully blinded, but Jing had all of their faculties and used them to dispatch a First Love with extreme prejudice. Now what can be done by Frosties here? They send the Boombot down, and that is going to confirm some presence in the ropes. We've seen pairs of Jets and Rainers in Group A actually take control of ropes quite easily, and it's often a split that everyone else would move over towards A main, and that seems to be what's going to be mirrored here by Paper Rex.
With only 30 seconds, Frosty, you see him dumping his utility there, all to buy time. Now Paper Rex, they go for an attack, only 20 seconds left. They're going to be in a lot of trouble here, and they're seen as they push as well.
All right. time, not on the side of Paper X. Only 16 seconds remain, and 4 of those need to be used to plant. They're going to have to go straight through the tripwire here. Frosties has dealt with one, but Devi's going to be there for a refrag. What can Lexi do on point? If they can stop the plant, it would be absolutely huge. Through the glass for one, through the screen for another. Benkai has managed to get themselves a plant here. Can they do it all alone with the SMG again? Surely not, and Jarpix is not going to be here for that nonsense. Sit down, son. You look silly.
What a round from Jarpix there to go for that flash as well, and to have the confidence to do it on such a tight angle. If the Killjoy swipes, he's dead. Like, there's no two ways about it. But the flash lands, completely destroys Benkai with it, and it's an easy 1v1 for him. Really strong stuff from Bleed there. Perfect utilization of their utility. Now we look over to Paper Rex. The sort of gaze sets on them. They bring out Sheriffs. We've seen how effective they can be with Sheriffs, so this could very well be a mimic of our second round. But for the most part, it's going to be just bonus rifles out from Bleed, bar the single Phantom, the single Vandal that are there to just bolster the ranks.
Good omens here for Bleed. Being able to win out in that first rifle versus rifle almost. That's 1 person confirmed there. 1 in a turret. Maybe a little bit confusing to me, but not to a pro like Lexi. In fact, it's been an interesting rotation. Lexi playing on A. 2 rounds in a row now. They started off playing on B, but now they've rotated the Astra over there on the defense.
Oh, thanks.
Forsaken. Oh, they've seen the rifle barrel. Does First Love want to try and swing off this? Here comes the bird. The turn away is good. The headshot is better. Mind Freak's there with the covering fire. Oh, that's disgusting, Kremer. I need someone to wash out my mouth. And look at where Mind Freak is now. The Seeker will reveal them, so they're forced to just dash away as quickly as possible, avoiding the bird as well. They hear Jarpix drop, so they know exactly where to aim. And they're able to finish off the kill as well. Nice and tidy. Wrap it up in a bow. And are they going to flawless an eco here? Could it be a looting round? Lexi's all alone. They need to do some damage here. Oh, my goodness. That's a looted rifle here. For the side of Jing. And Forsaken's coming up behind. It should be an easy shot to the back of the head. But Lexi's already taken out the first. And here comes the looting. Like a ruined battlefield in Flanders.
Yeah, I mean, Flanders fields do cry, but in this case, I mean...
Flanders fields poo gold, Kremer.
Yeah, as mentioned, they do. Paper X, what an upgrade. They don't have to buy anything going into this round. Jing's going to be more than happy with that, get the Empress off the back of it. That opening from Forsaken was frankly disgusting. For Bleed, they're now going to be sent into a bit of an eco. A few pistols come out here or there. They're 1 away from that ult on First Love, so that Viper Spit may definitely help them here. Unfortunately, they still need to either get this ult orb or kill in order to achieve it.
All right. 2-man skirmish in mid right now from Jing and Forsaken. They'll leave in Sushi. Hello, hello, hello. The speed on Devi here. I didn't expect going to be the one taking first contact, but it's spooked Jarpix a little bit. And now, without those smokes and without the without the gravity wells the Astra provides, things have got more difficult. All right, Lexi, your turn with the frenzy. Never mind. Frosty's up next. Roll up, roll up, roll up. Get your death right here. Get your deaths right here. Jing's going to be the first one to step on up into the territory. But you know what? There's no need for risks right now. Oh, however, risks are taken. Frosty's catches out an unaware Devi, but now they're going to be noted. Jing's going to want to take this fight, and that they will. Elsewhere, First Love has fallen. And I don't think Mind Freak's got time for an upgrade here, so they will continue with that Heirloom Spectre.
Just what they need, and for Paper X, starting to put a bit of space between them and Bleed here. Even though they're on the attack, this is still, I want to say, ever so slightly defenders-oriented map, purely because of how important it is to get a... You can't go to a site directly. Like, for instance, you can't run through A main. You can't run through B main. If you go to B, you need mid control for Heaven. You go into A, you need Heaven control on A. Like, there is no two ways about it. And so, because it has such a kind of heavy bearment on tactical plays, means that for Paper Rex, their aim has to be perfect. In this case, they seem to have proven it. Certainly is.
Alright, I've had enough of Forsaken and Jing in my damn mid. First Love has taken this to themselves. The goo is down, the potion shop is set up. And look at Lexi's position here. Well, we do have a camera out, so we will be able to pre-spot across. There's no smoke that's set up currently from their Astra that would allow them to escape this area easily.
Oh, look at that kill.
Nice fake here. All right, Lexi. Are they going to spot the cross? Seems like they hold their nerve for now. The trigger discipline is good. There's the wire. Everyone else is coming on in, so Lexi decides not to reveal themselves. Will they be able to grab Mind Freak? If they can, it would be absolutely huge. And it's easy. Easy for Lexi. A god of patience. Devi puts down their own pit here. He's not going to cover the spike. In comes the Showstopper. And down goes the Showstopper. Frosties, unfortunately, there entered the wrong area. But Devi falling down evens up this Jinx. Pops the Empress around the back. They want to try and siege through heaven. Can they win the first fight? You bet that they can. They get the recon onto Jarpix. And while it's a messy spray, it works out in the end. They see Chrysania now. And Chrysania has found themselves a 1 versus 1 up against Benkai. Are the Nano Swarms here to deal with? It doesn't matter, because while you're running, Benkai swings in execution style, one to the back of the head. And Bleed are down 1-5 now.
Really, really strong round from Paper Rex there. With the ability to, most importantly there, to trade is perfect. I actually really like their approach to that after plant, which is a lot of teams, they end up trapped on the site and they just get swarmed in the retake. In that case, realizing they have to push, they use the Reyna. They allow Jing to just push into this screens, go for some control, try and flank Heaven. He does just that, 2 kills, sets up the Killjoy for the clutch in the 1v1. Wonderful round of a Bleed. It's down to Sheriffs.
We've seen what Sheriffs can do in the hands of Paper Rex. Can Bleed mimic that? These two meeting so often. An exchange of Southeast Asian talents. It won't be Jarpix who gets it done, unfortunately. And now Chrysania is sitting a little bit isolated on the point. But they will just fade away from being grabbed themselves a frag on their other Astra. Do they know that Benkai's close? They seem to think so. That's a great bit of distraction there from Jing. The second you turn around, Benkai gets one to the back of the head again. And there's a nice juggle of the rifle to make sure it isn't easily recoverable for anyone who flanks. Forsaken is doing the Lord's work, repopulating heaven. But Lexi says, no, I shall not go. I want a return flight. And return flight I shall find. Both of the duelists have fallen. Lexi's going to get an upgrade. A 1 versus 2 is very doable. And Lexi, they have been so consistent for Bleed, it feels like. In clutch scenarios, they hold their nerve well. Oh, the alarm bot. The jig is up. They know where Lexi is, and if they rotate around the other way, they're going to have to deal with the turret. Divide takes a cursory peek, and that's all that's needed to deliver a headshot on the slow walker.
For Lexi, they do a bit of damage there. Being able to get 2 kills with that Sheriff before they're taken down means that Paper Rex have to face a reinvestment. Sure, having won the last 4 in a row, most of which have been accompanied by spike plants, that means that, for the most part, their money's going to be grand regardless of the outcome. But for Paper Rex, being able to hold on to these ults, most importantly, it gives them that extra padding alongside this full buy. Bleeds, they do still have the divide on Chrysania, and they are just about to get their ping up again on Lexi. See if it's enough, though, as the Jet looks to go very aggressive. Forsaken, what can he do there?
Forsaken seems unperturbed by the danger. They've already avoided the paint shells and the boombot as well. And now it's down to trying to take out Chrysania on this site. They bring out their rifle, thinking it's going to be a touch better, and then they might have given that a better chance. Going to be traded out by Chrysania here. And Lexi endeavors to penetrate through this barrier. It feels like everyone on Paper Rex is just falling on site here. Chrysania got so much done at the back, but unfortunately, Paper Rex just had too many grand angles to work with. They'll get themselves a bonus plant for the ult point, and of course the extra credits in the back pocket. Every little helps, Grammar.
Ooh, Harry, it's starting to look, dare I say it, ever so slightly one-sided. If we see Paper Rex, if they can find a way to, make this I want to say 8 rounds, probably the max they can get when the game still is winnable for Bleed. Anything more than 8-4, maybe 9-3 is game over in the first half. For Bleed, it may end up just being a matter of focusing for our second map and sort of slacking themselves up rather than trying to clutch onto something that's too far gone.
Hello, there's a foray down mid. The First Lovers found their first man. Can there be anything more than this, Grammar? Zealous guarding of the rifles right now. They don't want those to fall into the hands of these mid skirmishers. However, how long can they stay in sushi for? Chrysania's found Forsaken as well. They're so good with the Sheriff. Chrysania's been doing excellent work, even when they've been booted off for Viper, that made them so distinctive in the early rounds of Route B.
The Sheriffs have actually made Paper Rex sweat quite a bit, haven't they? For Benkai, That lockdown's going to be expended just to try and get within spitting distance of the site.
Check out Lexi's camera here.
Oh, that's so good.
Lexi's going to see everything. All they need to do is move out of the AoE of this. However, they've been unnerved. They see one person enter, they'll back out of the lockdown, and now they're ready for a retake. Seems like heaven. Oh, that's yet another ping. Lovely stuff from Lexi. Excellent work on the camera. We need to wait for this poison orb to drop, though.
30 seconds left.
We're going to wait for the plant as well. Clearing all of these angles meticulously. You still have to worry about Devi. In goes Frosties. So quick on the draw. What an entry for Frosties. It doesn't matter. They only had a sheriff. But Benkai carves through everybody from backside. Line up. Everyone gets a headshot.
Oh my god, Harry Benkai is good. A round that finally looked like it was going to go in the way of Bleed has just been snatched from them. Paper X running them amok right now. And for me, Lexi had an incredible round there to get 2 pings on the info gather. More importantly, to be able to suss out if it's going to be a fake or not. And then capitalize on that to go into an advantageous 4-on-2 is just what you need if you're Bleed. Unfortunately, even then, they didn't anticipate Benkai to tear through them.
Benkai, back on their same lurk again. Jing, unperturbed here. However, they are going to be sucked into so much of this utility. The gravity well, the paint shells, the poison orb, all. And now they're going to be forced out of this corner. They were afflicted with the vulnerable. A single shot would have done it. They're going to be pinged here by the neural theft, but was, of course, gained by Lexi venturing out and killing the lurker. What advantage that they've garnered now. They believe that it is going to be a B here at this moment. And they'd be right in such. How does Forsaken win the 1 versus 2? That's mad.
He is crazy good.
That's Radiant number 1 right there. No other explanation for it. Tristani is all by themselves at the back of sight. Is there anything they can achieve here? That'll be 1. No 2, unfortunately. The refrag's good from Devi. Another pinch needs to happen. Except the pinch can't exist. First Lover's already fallen, and Flex is good, but I don't know if they're 1v3 good against Devi, Jing, and Forsaken.
Devi just inviting Lexi to take this peek. Yes, what a little clean up. What was that round by Forsaken? That was incredible.
Forsaken's bottom fragging right now and still takes for 1v2 and wins it.
He's bottom fragging and kills, certainly not an aim, because what on earth was that? This is, bear in mind, earlier he had that kill with the sheriff as well in mid, where he just ruined someone.
It feels like Forsaken might not be putting up the numbers of frags, but every single one of them is incredibly high impact, like opening up an eco. There's a Bucky coming out on Cressania here. It's ramshackle bias because we're towards the end of a half.
And they've committed to that Bucky as well. That's tough. It's with a very heavy commitment in mid as well. They hear the judge, and now that they're playing the range game, they're looking to get Teeter over to B here, with Forsaken starting a bit of a fake.
Yeah, with Forsaken over here hearing the judge, all they want to do is hold back and deliver presence. They trust in the rest of their team to be able to crack open B, especially against an eco. Jing's taking their peaks right now, trying to avoid these stars. Oh my, what was that? What was that, Frosties? You disgust me. But I love it so. And do you make a grab for the Vandal? Do you make the crossing? The boom bot, it confirms Benkai's presence. Now I'm going to force you to leave, and that's cover there to allow for your Sky to move on forward. Now Jarpik's got a Vandal in hand, and the Seekers have come out as well. All of them are heading over towards B. Yet another lockdown coming through here from Benkai. And Frosties has to make a decision. Do I try? Yes, I do. I may lose my gun, but I will gain myself a frag. And they get out of the lockdown as well. Decisions well made, but maybe going through the smoke was not quite as smart. Caught out by Devi easily here, playing in the corner, but Jarpix with a hero rifle. They were the one. They were the chosen one, Anakin. You were supposed to bring balance to the scoreboard, and it may well be the case that you've done so. 2 versus 1 here. Benkai has proven themselves in these multiple times, but this crossfire, it's brutal. That's 1, and that's for Judge.
Who'd have thought it takes judges and sheriffs to beat Paper X? Not full buys, not ultimate commitments. It just takes a few boomsticks in this case as Bleed. They finally make it 2, and 9-3, sure, it's kind of cursed, but Paper Rex, they've got a history of not being able to close out games that look well and truly won. Forsaken, they're probably thankful he's died, because now he can finally bring out that ARP. In terms of ult management, you have the Divide over on Crysania, over on Jing, Empress, the Viper's Pit ready as well, and a Combatant Viper's Pit ready on First Love.
Alright, Forsaken op. First time of the game. Coming out late here. They haven't been conditioned to expect this, Grammar. So will that affect the positioning at all of Bleed? Look at this. The Benkai lurk in the pit. They know that if they can open this up, everything changes. The entire dynamic of the map could be taken away if First Love falls. Seems like the first operator shot is going to be a miss here from Forsaken. Does Jarpix want to re-peek into this? Surely not. Instead, out goes Bruce. They don't know if Forsaken's still on the angle. Great movement there from Jing to take him out early. First Love isn't spotted as they try and take their path through the pit. But Jing has so much to deal with. They need to take the contact with Frosties, who decides not to leave the smoke for safety. And a defensive Cosmic Divide here is going to give plenty of room for Lexi to work with. The Viper's Pit complicates matters. Lexi pokes out of the wall. And what can Lexi do? On this site, everyone else is up in heaven. They are the one who needs to be noted. They are the one who needs to be found. Forsaken heads on up with the shorty. The jumping aerial shorty. The Paper X Air Force goes big today. And Lexi here manages to score a headshot. Operator on the ground. Shorty no longer anything to do. Mind Freak in a 1 versus 1. Surely Lexi can make it work. And you bet that they can. They never knew that they were on the site until they'd already gained themselves a frag. And Bleed. They are going to claim 9-3, which is not ideal, but better than 10-2.
I can't help but think that the pit from Divider kind of works against most of Paper Rex. Of course, their strength comes in their ability to be able to just pick off players constantly, because all of them have godlike aim. In putting the pit down, you then have to really expose yourself if you want to even consider fighting one of the attackers as they prepare to approach your site. And it's the same problem, the one we highlighted just a few rounds earlier. When you plant on A, you are in a great deal of risk of just being trapped and not being able to push to the other, just either screens to heaven to A main. It means that your attackers could all just stack up and wrap around you as they go for the full hit. In this case, it worked significantly against Paper Rex, but now Bleed are on the attack. It's their turn to worry about circumstances like that, so they stack up outside B and prepare to try and make it full.
Exactly right, Kramer. If you don't control heaven, easy access to A main and screens mean you're surrounded on all sides. A little bit of damage taken. An exchange of fire between the Vipers, I do believe. Look at Crysania here. Joined by First Love. That's for Spike stacked up. They've taken down Jing. That's great from Jarpix. I'm going to follow along with Frosties now. See what they can do in trying to open up heaven. Avoids the gravity well. And it's fast movement, but it's into 2. They will be noted here by the turret. Dare the defenders burst themselves out. It's not the ideal movement from Frosty. And Paper Rex, they win both of those pistol battles in heaven. And now that's been reclaimed space. Frosty just can't get anything done with the classic. The right click isn't behaving. You're going on the naughty step, mate. And while the spike is still in hand here for Crysania, the surround is beginning to come on through. That's an easy pickup for Forsaken. And in the 1 versus 2 here, what can Benkai and Mind Freak make work? Mind Freak's got a beautiful angle. It's easy as anything. Paper Rex take the pistol.
Wonderful round from Paper Rex there, and really strong aim jewels be taken from Benkai in particular over in heaven to get that 2k. It just delivers for them. They get to have the comforts of a bonus round here, and they're doing so with Spectres on everyone bar Forsaken, who brings up that Vandal. Considering how close their last anti-eco was, I quite like the fact that they've gone for more of a serious one here. Last time they went for 2 pistols, it was a bit of a ego buy, if anything. In this case, having the Vandal, a little bit more serious, trying to at least be a bit more assertive with your anti-eco. For Bleed, something to note as well, they didn't get the spike plant there. That was cancelled by Forsaken, and then they couldn't get it in the 1 versus 2. So that's going to be another pain that will be felt into their economy for what could be the rest of this game.
The aftershocks could be felt for millennia. A butterfly effect, Kremer. Nothing to sniff at. And
I love me some butterflies, Harry.
Of course you do, Kremer.
Let's not share that with you. I like butterflies, man.
You're like Lenny from Of Mice and Men. I like the Hello, yo, look at Jing here. This is so close. They catch Frosty's and want him a hand the pin pulled already. And that makes it easy for Jing to grab too. Already the Santiago's getting a little bit weird. And Divide just pumps themselves into mid. They pass through their own wall. They give over a Spectre in the process. However, Jing, they're keen to get themselves 4. They know Crasania is here. There have been reports. There's been intelligence, mate. You nicked.
Quickly speak to command. Yep. Yeah, we know they're a mid, and from there, they let out all units within their capacity, and just like that, it's a quick clean up. Some would say overkill, some would say, yeah, well, it's 11-3, I don't care. So we see for Bleed, this will be a full rifle investment, trying to beat the anti-eco Paper Rex. I like how Devi has moved to the Judge, purely because it has that sort of stopping power at very close range, which a Spectre, sure it has, but a Judge does it a little bit better. So nice pick up there, nice weapon choice, but unfortunately the second they have to rotate, the second they have to go to a retake, using a Judge is going to be pointless.
Jing's on his same bent again. Oh, that's a great crossfire right there. Forsaken is going to be able to grab 2, and that's 3 rifles down already, Crema. Oh, so they're strong. Totally unrecoverable, not that it matters that much. This is already bleeds. Oh, they're just hemorrhaging. Sanguine fluids. It's red all over my screen. But not in the kill feed on the correct place, unfortunately, to extend this map. Match point seems almost assured here for Paper Rex, unless Bleed. Look at the fact Lexi and Jarpix can make something happen.
Oh, that wall is so smart. That wall is so smart to be risen by the Viper. Because now, Forsaken, he was covered to go for this full push. He's got a perfect flank now. That is so smart.
Oh, they saw the AoE of the Sky. They know that they're in sushi. Devi stands ready with the Judge. Forsaken rolling in behind. Benkai falls down. If they get too excited, they will be punished here. And your excitement needs to be curbed. Contain your enthusiasm, sir. Devi is going to escort you out of the building if you don't calm down.
Picture the scene. You're Forsaken. Alright? That'd be a pretty good game so far. Just hit a 2k, wonderful little crossfire with your Reina. And on a side note, the aggression from the 2 duelists of Paper Rex have been incredible throughout this tournament. I love how they're consistently moving. It's essentially like a hit squad to get a man advantage. But anyway, you're Forsaken. You've got 2k. You think, damn, I can get 2 more. You go on a flank. You commit a whole 30 seconds to your flank. You finally get there. You're about to strike. And oh, Devi's got on both. That's a bit of a disappointment, if anything. Nonetheless, though, he'll be able to have his chance of redemption now in mid.
No lurks on A this time. They've had enough of that. However, Devi caught out for their aggression here. Benkai's forced to seed away heaven. Look at that Judge just ringing out from Frosties, but a pinch is good. And now Benkai and Jing are going to be in trouble. What can Lexi achieve here? Both of these cyber cages have already been used, and now there's 3 people that need to be dealt with by Benkai. Full blind is given over, and while the spray is at least well placed, now Jing has to go big, and it may well be the case that they have. They've already got themselves 2. Crasania comes up next. Hey! Just going to catch that, are you? It ends up in a 1 versus 1. And First Love knows that they can't risk losing this. They have to bring up the pit. They hear Forsaken come on in. They're going to look for the feats because they heard these updrafts. Looking upwards all the time. They're going to poke out on this, and Forsaken is standing sentinel over the top. The auto turret locks on. And First Love and Bleeds both fall.
What was that movement from Forsaken there?
The helicopter jet, man. The helicopter jet.
The helicopter approach. I saw that on Battlefield earlier. What was that? he gets the high ground and he completely baits First Love out of the pits.
Out of the plant as well.
Yeah, 13-3. My God, that's a way to start your game and your series. I mean, split 13-3. When you go to a quick little break, when we return, Bleed, they've got a lot to come back from.
Smile, now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are.
I said earlier, Harry, about how we have the fun game of see how well I've cut the transition. My next fun game is say something really inappropriate before I unmute us and see if I can catch your reaction.
I think you got me laughing.
It's part of our own opening.
I mean, I didn't think you would posit a question of legality and copyright to me just before unmuting me, to be honest.
Yeah, I actually... Does anyone know what happens to copyrighted music?
I believe copyright expires 50 years after a creator's death, unless it's owned by a corporation, in which case it could be indefinite.
After the death of the creator, or after it was created?
The death of a creator, I believe. I think a creator can hold for their lifetime in perpetuity the license to their creations, but I'm not a copyright lawyer, Kremer. What I am is a Valorant caster.
Well, I mean, even that we do kind of badly, but oh, well,
even that's under question occasionally.
We struggle quite a bit.
I'm not qualified for either, but here we go anyway.
What I have noticed, though, on the topic of struggling, is that Bleed, they had a very, very shaky performance over on Splits. They were 13-3'd. For now, we're going to have to see what Paper Rex can do as they move on to Haven. I believe this is Bleed's map pick, so for Bleed, this is their chance to maybe recover. And honestly, taking a draw with Paper Rex, there's nothing, there's nothing but wrong with that. That's a really, really strong start. If they can equalise, I think on a draw, if I quickly check my bracket, Maths, I think Paper Rex still end up on top by round difference anyway. But it would mean that for Big BAAM, who are the team below Bleed, what's interesting about this group is that Bren, Paper Rex, and Bleed, head and shoulders gonna qualify. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they don't. And then the bottom
It would take a miracle.
Yeah, and then the bottom three of BAAM, Southfield, and Beast are really close. They're actually exactly tied on 1 draw, 2 losses each. But it's the round difference that separate them from that 4th place qualification. I've never thought we'd see such a split group, which is very different to how we saw Group A, where it was just Louvre and then everyone else.
Every single map counts, Kremer, as does every single shot of your Benkai right now. That's forced out a Viper Wall here, but all it's going to do is just separate out the attack, partition it from Bleed as they want to head over towards B, potentially. plant will come through. Divide going to pop out of this smoke. They might catch... Oh, Frosty's quick on that. Lovely stuff. But they aren't going to be able to avoid the bird. So Divide takes them on down when they are blinded. The post-plant utility has begun to stack on up. But he didn't really have the money to make it work. The post-plant utility barrage is meant for rounds when you have a little bit more money, Kremer. Here comes the first shock dart. Benkai's going to try and find Jarpix as they duck on out. And they will. Forsaken in the meantime did fall to that shock dart. It's F in the chat right there. But Paper Rex managed to kill the pistol.
Yeah, really strong stuff. But in this case, we're going to have to see what happens for Paper Rex when they move into their anti-eco. And I want to see them invest a bit more than this, Harry. I'm glad the judge comes out, but last time we saw them on their kind of opening anti-eco, they went very, very cocky with only 3 SMGs, 2 pistols. They were punished pretty hard by Bleed for doing that. This case,
they only got 1 SMG out.
Exactly. They're sort of at a bit of a hybrid position now where, yeah, they're going to be a bit cocky with 3 SMGs. But they do have the judge on Forsaken as it's more of a extra level of security.
Oh my goodness. 1 less SMG. Goodbye to Mind Freak. Catches a shot over there. Frosties. I mean, Frosties had a good game yesterday, I think it's fair to say. Yep. I think they had a good day. Frosties definitely coming to the forefront of our mind when it comes to duelists, and it's a good time to start asserting yourself. We're in the latter stages of our groups now. Group B only has 2 days left. Every single map, every single frag, every single round will count, because those round counts, those might be determining what seed occurs in the end. Krasani has made their way now up onto the point. The wall is going to fall rather soon, as the site is going to be given on over. Bleed is starting to get the frags here. Krasani, what can they achieve with this? With the Sheriff, they can achieve plenty. The shots are crispy, baby. The Sheriff's ready to lay down the law.
That's exactly why you can't go too ballsy with your second round investment. I mean, for Frosty, what on earth was that opening? Mind Freak. All they did was shoulder peek, and Frosty decided, yeah, it's too much. Plucks him from the round.
You've crossed the line, good sir. You've crossed the line.
Yeah, and in this case, no second chances, no take backs. It is just a man down. Paper Rex investing with sheriffs, marshals, looking to do to Bleed what was just done onto them. Mind Freak looking to have another crack at this duel.
Oh, Mind Freak is not having the best time with that duel. Even with the barrage of fire, we got the old the old 1670 musket firing line from Forsaken and Mind Freak, and ooh, yep, it's looking pretty empirical here. Another headshot is caught. Damn, Frosty's just works magic with the Marshal. The rest of their team is just laying back for now, seeing what Frosty's can achieve, seeing if they could bait in anything more. Forsaken's going to take the bait, and Frosty's is going to stand and deliver, baby. Seaside is now in danger. And so Devi might have to be the one to move over here. Oh, they'll hear this approach. And of course, the Celestial Barrage will give away plenty. Oh, that's a lovely shot to the back of the head, though. What can Devi do now? Out comes the flash. And a second one as well. They rotate on the same angle, but First Love is watching it. Jarpix finds the next, and now Jing has a shorty. And a dream. You know what, Kremer? Usually I like to inform you of some heroic story, but I don't think I have one for this. I think I've seen this before. Oh, they've grabbed the Sheriff, but they're slowed on down. Maybe a wallbang here. No. Are you feeling it, Jing? Are you feeling lucky, punk?
I don't think he's feeling very lucky either. I know you mentioned how that was a Great British firing line. With those, I guess, redcoats with that,
yes, those marshals. For marshals.
I decided to do a brief moment of research. The closest that I can find in terms of real-world usage of what I guess the marshal is, I would assume
like a hunting rifle, right?
I assume
like
it's
a
either
varmint rifle.
Hunting rifle or a very early bolt action. It's so it could be a nose and it could be a Lee Enfield. I think it's too stubby to be a Mauser. It could be a Japanese Arisaka. In fact, it probably is a Japanese Arisaka. Those are very cool rifles.
Kremer, the cultural hegemon.
I tell you what, Japanese Arisakas, they fire really weird calibers. So you're at the stage where if someone robs you, then you don't just give them your possessions because...
Frosty's going to try and rob away the sea site right now. They've popped out the Blade Storm, Kremen. I hate to take this away from you.
That's all right.
But I want to see frags. I want to see him now. Benkai is stopped from that plant. There's going to be a second tap right here. And the second that the wall drops, Frosty's is quick to take down Benkai. Roll up, roll up. Who's next? The Astra is indeed. There's only one knife left. Alexi's going to be there to cover after there is the frag coming through. Devi sends in the Seekers. They need to do something with these rifles. They can't afford to lose anymore. The spray's good to take down Lexi and First Love. Just fallen elsewhere. Here come a pair of duelists, the usual superstars. Forsaken's caught midway through there. Dash and Jing. Oh, that was close. Of only 26 HP remaining. But Paper Rex, even though they've tied up the rounds now, they've lost initiative, Kremer. Look at how much of the money they have left. That was a rifle buy.
What's really interesting is how many times this tournament have we seen either a Sage gets killed because of a high ponytail, a Killjoy get killed because of a beanie. Because it must
we need to buff beanies, make them bulletproof.
It genuinely must be a fair few times now, because we saw in that retake, it was, I believe, Benkai, who saw Lexi purely because of the beanie there. So, maybe that was the greatest killer in Valorant. And when we asked that, not the guns, but the beanies.
Fashion, the greatest killer.
Forsaken is going to get the knives up off the back of that ult orb as well, so Jing kind of warranted in this aggression now. We saw how effective it was for the pistol round. We'll see if they can make that a success again here.
Forsaken's going to bring out the knives here. Of course, they only had the shorty, so there's no world where they didn't. They're going to have to deal with the turret here, though, which is going to complicate matters. Maybe Jing can take that out in advance. It's going to be a double peek with the Vandal, and that's going to mean that the turret goes down easily. Forsaken is going to get a quick refresh right here, and the marauding duelists, they've done plenty. A recovered Vandal and First Love. They're feeling that Forsaken might need checking here. Oh my god, what an angle that would be. I haven't seen that one in a while, Kremer. But Forsaken down and yet another knife. Can they deliver to Crasania? The answer's no, but they're not so stressed about it now, because they picked themselves up the Vandal from their fallen comrade. Looking in the wrong direction. Devi easily takes care of Frosties. And now they've got themselves quite a bruised Crasania to try and carve through. That's easy. They hold the spray, but it goes elsewhere. Oh, the Benkai able to find the end of that one. And Paper Rex do take themselves the lead.
I'm willing to forgive that a little bit. Let's be honest. Who knows the spray fully of a Bulldog?
Who's had that much time practicing Bulldog sprays, huh?
Well,
not this guy.
Also, Bulldogs is just a gun. They're a very one-and-done sort of weapon. A fairly slow fire rate, so you don't usually get to the stage where you can do spray transfers like that. So I'm very happy that it was able to get 2. I think a 3 was an overextension. Yeah, let's be optimistic, if anything. But as you mentioned, Paper X, they take a lot of damage there, and their economy is still not off its feet.
Oh, Benkai here. A little bit frisky. Oh, if the wall comes up, they've got themselves a stealthy little cubby here if anyone dares to penetrate into Garage. Instead, the drone's going to head on over onto B. Jing's going to try and out-rotate this. You need to try and get rid of this Viper before the pit becomes a problem. And Jing is going to be here trying to catch the aggression. That's for Spike on the floor, but I'm not sure if they know it. Have they been able to find Crasanius? Dropped upon Forsaken! Just jump in the pit!
The confidence on this man is unparalleled.
I mean, I think Crasania and First Love both, I think, have had their pits absolutely alphaed by Forsaken. I've got no other words. Just jump in the pit, dude.
He's just alphaed them completely. That is
a Sigma male grind set. Just look
absolutely
at the pit, man.
They move into their next investment. A couple of ults are going to be available. A bit of an ult advantage over Paper Rex. Sure, Rex themselves, they're one away from the Cosmic Divide to counteract First Loves, but they still haven't quite got there yet. Devi, 1 or 2 from the Seekers, so he should be able to get it up this round if he's lucky with a kill, but for the most part, the inherent advantage is still there with Bleed.
Crasania, oh my goodness, they catch so many bullets as they try and pick up that orb. Was it worth it? For all them bruises? 1 point towards. Do they have a heal? No, there is no heal. All right, Crasania is going to do this with a Byro's worth of blood. Be careful, if they penetrate into Garage, they're going to die to Timmy. There's no 2 ways about it.
Timmy is a stone cold killer as well. He'll kill you with no reason or rhyme.
Alright, Timmy's killed back in return. Krasani is finished off right here, but a double peek into Jin is going to open up A, and so Devi has to be put into a more defensive position here. Oh, they might play within the smoke. They can hear Frosty's approach. They will get an advantage when they see that rifle come on through. Devi now just going to duck on out. They'll try and catch the next one, but Lexi's not going to give that away. Overlapping right now are the lockdowns. Which one's ours? Which one's theirs? It's confusion everywhere as Forsaken needs to move on quickly. And First Love is waiting in those open areas. Benkai is going to be caught themselves. And that means that Mind Freak here will be unable to peel for them, but Benkai had plenty of time to escape this due to, you know what, I'll just peel for myself by putting down that lockdown. Benkai from the top drops on down. They've got the drop on Jarpix, but they fumble the freebie. And now Mind Freak, this is going to be a lot less easy. This could be Bleed bringing us back within 1 round difference. What can Mind Freak do here with no stars? They find one unawares, but now Lexi knows exactly where they're going to be coming from. Jarpix is counter-rotated now around the box. So many angles that need to be cleared here by Mind Freak. A double swing might be good, but Lexi's all that's needed. 3 kills for Lexi, and Bleed are not dead on Haven.
I really like from Paper Rex, particularly that round, and if we're going to be even more ridiculous, from, I believe it was Benkai, who just sat in that Astra smoke. When the Cosmic Divide came up behind them, rather than push through the smoke, they wait for the jet. They know Forsaken has to extend to clear the site anyway. They punish Forsaken. They try to double down onto Lexi. They don't quite convert it, but nonetheless, that Cosmic Divide, it's faded by the time the lockdown has gone off. With the double lockdown being used, what it means for Benkai is he's wasted 2 ults at the expense of only 1. Really nice management now.
Up on C! Oh, it goes through Krasania's head and into Frosty's gut. Man, you've got your brain in my stomach. This is not what we agreed.
Oh, that is... Well, that's the way to start, right? He pretty much won the round in the first couple of seconds here, unless Paperx really dropped the ball.
Look at that stack of corpses in front of First Love. With Jarpix down as well. Do you need to save right now? 1k and 2.2, but look at Frosty's down on 250. They might need a little bit of economic assistance. Might need a little bit of a Eurozone bailout. Oh, Lexi's down. So too is First Love. Forsaken only need to take the 1 shot. The rest is all Jing.
It's like they trade off one another, don't they? Every time Forsaken does something awesome, you think, oh, Forsaken, all right, they finally kill him, get him out of the way. But then Jing just shows up. It's like, when one isn't enough, they use both, and if they don't even need both, then one of them will find a way to dismantle your team. Bleed, that was a full buy, and Paper Rex were hardly scathed in that round. Really, really strong stuff from them. Credit where credit is due to Bleed, though, in the fact that these last couple of rounds, they have been getting spike plants, even in the rounds where they really shouldn't, so they've been able to get at least a fair bit of economy on them. That economy, though, it is subjective. There's only 2.9, there's only 2.1 on Lexi and Frosty. The others can invest, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few Spectres in amongst an odd Sheriff buy, just so they can try and stack themselves up for the final 3 rounds of the half past this one. Really good idea to call a timeout here, though. I do like that.
Break the momentum, maybe plan for the round after this one, Kremer. Round number 9. Certainly not going to be able to trade evenly with an operator unless you've got one hell of a sheriff shot in you. But the next one around, probably better to try and be able to string 3 together with a solid economy if you give up round number 9, or at least underplay round number 9. I think Bleed, while the scoreline is 5-3, and we have seen some huge plays from Paper Rex, they are definitely holding their own on Haven.
Now some aggression ready to come out of mid from Bleed. It looks like they've gone for a fairly heavy stack. Move around more like a mob, like a gang, so they can really punish this slot. And in this case, Benkai, he'll hear all of this.
Krasani gets that ult orb now, but will presence be maintained on B? Jing has caught people on the entry before, especially that Jet who goes in to try and get the plant. Benkai versus 3, but Jarpix hits the body shot. They combine there with the Jet, and now Mind Freak has to try and avoid being overwhelmed. Up comes so much Astra utility. All of it coalesces into weird places. They find themselves the blinded Viper. Spit venom in your own eye. Jing gets 3. A massacre on C sites.
For a moment, that looked like Bleed have found their opening, didn't it? Getting that kill, more importantly, being able to try and convert as they come up onto C. It looked like that could have been their round, but then Paper Rex, they just coalesce into this one sort of immovable force, and they just turn through them. A really, really strong round from Paper Rex there, and great performance in keeping their cool, making sure that they don't get shaken by the fact that you're a man down against pistols. In terms of ult management, a lot is going to come online for Bleed here. They're ready for a big power spike, and that op finally gets revealed as well on Frosty.
Bleed, they want to try and claim the initiative in this round so they can try and string it together, get themselves the last 3. That would even them up 6-6. That'd be a great half for them, Kremer. Especially considering that you kind of lost one for free against that collat from the old op. Frosties. Oh, they're going to be up against a jump peak here. I love how they're going to move into position behind this smoke. Okay, they hand over the op. No, they don't, in fact. I missaw. Forsaken has missed their shot, or at least hit Bleed. Jarpix in the legs instead. But with this op in mind, they're moving away from C. They know that Forsaken's here now. And they seem to believe that this would be the dub. Oh, that's a beautiful recon bolt. Can Lexi do it through the wall? Forsaken's going to get away for now. Maybe lucky to have done so. That was a great high fly as well from a drone to stay out of the hard scope. Forsaken doubling down. However, an op entry here, or the blades from Frosty could change everything. They have their dash, they have both their updrafts. I anticipate something speedy to try and get past, but that's going to be checked by Divide. They've taken down Forsaken, but still this site is not being given over for free. In fact, Jing, space short, there's no freedom here. It's all Jing and Divide cleaning up the site, and that is going to sting for Bleed.
What a round from Paper Rex there, and they're finding some serious consistency in this Jing, having an immortal game right now. He's not only is he pinged, but he's on the wrong side of the astral divide, so he has to go through it.
I'm in enemy territory.
Yeah, he's like behind enemy lines, having to live off like nuts and berries. The malnutrition hasn't hit him yet. He just goes straight through, and he just kills everyone.
Jing's a commando, bro.
He actually is.
Lives off the land. The guerrilla warfare. We'll have to hold for now. Forsaken up high. Oh my god, you did not transfer a spray from a drone into Crasania. Frosty's not going to allow you to get away with that. Moving on forward now with the Marshal in hand. Just unable to ascertain the target fast enough, and Devi has themselves plenty of sight to work with. Out goes Bruce. Jing's going to follow in behind, but Benkai's lost control of Garage. It comes down to a 2 versus 2. But Bleed is still at a disadvantage. And so Mind Freak is going to wait so patiently here. Come into my domain. Lexi's managed to upgrade. Do they know where Devi is? Jarpix is pre-aiming it. However, that's good. And that's the second Devi. Divine aim.
Another round in favor of Paper Rex. These rounds are looking very, very close. They're coming down to 1v1s, but it's just Paper Rex's ability to consistently win them. This is still 8-3, Harry. We can see a 9-3 here. We can see a mimic of split, something we thought would be impossible.
Deja vu?
Yeah. Something to highlight as well is the current coach for Bleed is actually the coach for Louvre, who's gone over to Bleed to help out their kind of fellow Singaporeans. So I quite like how they're trying to support their own scene, and that explains why we're seeing the Bleed use these timeouts quite a lot, because that is a trait of Louvre that we saw, which is their ability to use timeouts.
That's Singapore's coach right there. Benkai, unintimidated at the moment from moving away with Timmy. Good position at least for the lockdown. Can't be
Come back, Timmy.
hit
Don't
with
worry.
wall penetration. I'll come back up. Timmy has to be put down. In comes the Hunter's Fury, finally popped here by Jarvik. Feels like it's been the first one in the round. But already they've lost out on so many of their friends. Mind Freak on the site. So low. And they run into bullets, but Benkai exchanges them. Don't worry, my friend. I'll avenge you and Timmy both.
What's around? What a game so far from Paper Rex. I mean, Hunter's Fury comes out, the Hunter very quickly becomes the hunted, and for Bleed, this is quite dire. They desperately need this pistol round. If they don't, then we're going to see one of our most dominant series this tournament.
What a statement that would be from Paper Rex. After drawing against Southbuilt as well, we were wondering whereabouts Paper Rex are. Sure, they had a dominant performance against BAAM. They had a forfeit against Beast. So maybe less consistent performances against kind of the middle of our group. Actually, I think Self-Built are currently maybe right at the bottom. But they have had the hardest opponents to begin with. Paper Rex, however, on this fine day 4 of Group B, they have heard the call to dominance and they have answered it thusly. Forsaken moving on forward. Timmy's been slain. An avoidance of the Nova Pulse here is just going to be a lazy meander backwards into the safety of the window.
As they all back off, Lexi, shoulder pick, I think he may have just seen Forsaken there. But the true kind of confirmation of presence will be from Frosty when he sees these players cross now.
They have a sheriff here. They can get themselves a dink. Things are... They've dashed in the wrong direction, Gremmer. Oh, it's aim or die now. And it might well be dive. They're going to be taken out here. What beautiful teamwork from First Love to get him out of there. The Frosties, nothing can heal that 13 HP. I'm bleeding profusely. Well, then take someone with you.
For Paper Rex, I mean, I think if they knew how low they'd actually hit Frosties, they'll still be going A. Nonetheless, though, it'll be a quick little plant and a 5-on-5 retake to come here. Shame they go aggressive off it.
Mind Freak might be able to catch Chrysania here. And everyone's just going to exit the site, looking to try and play the post plants instead. Mind Freak wants to take down this Viper, but it's all whiffs all the time. Forsaken wanted to swing off the back of that. Lexi begins to try and defuse. They can't get the half before they're taken down. It's just bullets going on in. Come forth and catch from my friends. Their nutritious part of a balanced breakfast, I promise to you.
Forsaken's out of ammo.
Forsaken's out of ammo. It's for knife instead. A spam too strong, but Benkai's still alive. 5 HP. Do they know how low that they've got this Killjoy? And through the wall. Oh, the penetration might have been enough, but this surely is no time. Oh, 0.4 seconds. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Kremmer, my heart. Be still.
Close. That's it. I mean, for Jarpix, considering how he was able to get that kill by just shooting a bullet through the wall and it just hits Benkai's head, he deserves to win it from that. But no. Time. Oh, what a cruel mistress. And in this case, Paper Rex now at 10-3. They seem unstoppable, frankly, Harry. And the more we look at Paper Rex, the more I'm so surprised and more impressed I am with Bren to actually find a way to topple them.
Wow, Bren's stealing their thunder.
Yeah. Well, they haven't played against each other yet, but in terms of
that's tomorrow. Make sure you follow the channel. You don't want to miss it.
It's gonna be a good one.
First match of the day. Bruce, doesn't check inside the smoke, so Jarpix for now safe with this sheriff. Out goes the recon arrow. It's going to get a ping onto Jing, but not onto Forsaken. Does Forsaken decide to exit right here? They've actually gone high instead. They want to try and leverage for high ground, but that's instantly going to be punished. Chrysania has big ideas about going up against Jing, but Jing's like, no chance, mate. You're up against the old Rainer. And when you can easily tear through people without armor, getting those devours, getting those dismisses, makes it so easy.
One away from the Empress as well now, so Jing is really looking really damn strong. He's the only one who's going to be able to get an ult up this round unless we see Benkai get a kill on an ult up. That same sort of combination can be applied to Jarpix to get him within spitting distance of his, but it really is Jing right now. It's always been Jing in this case, as he sits 21-8, ready to go assault the safe site. And we look at both Frosty and the positioning of First Love. They seem almost shaken. They're sort of hiding on their sites. They're no longer going for these aggressive peaks. And for the most part, it really shows the respect that they're showing to Forsaken and Paper Rex.
Wait, Kremmer, it's all Jing?
Always has been.
Always has been. Oh, Forsaken with a dash in hand, a judge in the other. What can they find here? Oh, a disengagement. Easy clap, baby! The judge! Oh, it's going to pass judgment upon you. And guilty.
Doesn't even look at the defendant legislation, doesn't even follow civil prosecution rights. It is just guilty.
We didn't even do discovery.
Yeah. I've discovered he's guilty. That's enough.
I've discovered a pair of corpses. Forsaken's going to be very revealed up top here when the smoke fades, but Lexi can't be fast enough on it to claim that still. A secondary one might be good enough. A good flash there from Divide, but Chrysania is still on point, and Chrysania is still ready to frag. That's another, and another! Roll up to Chrysania. Such a pretty name. Such a beautiful death and such a wonderful defuse.
There's something simple in killing monsters, isn't there? In this case, Chrysania completely destroying Paper X. They're really clean 1 versus 2. But my worry for Bleed is, can that be done consistently? Can Bleed mimic that success? Because right now we're left with a shaken Paper X economy. The Spike Plant has certainly helped it, and unfortunately that may not be enough. Only 2 Spectres on Jing and Devi, the rest limited down to rifles. It's Jarpix and Frosties who also feel the sting of the economy, though, as they too have to hold on to a Spectre of their own and a Marshal. In terms of ult management, Paper X are going to feel a power spike this round. Not that it stops Chrysania. What on earth was that sensitivity?
Yep, I was watching it as well. Thanks for that motion sickness, mate. Real nice of you.
That was... He actually hit the DPI button on his mouse. That was revolting.
You know what I really like here? Look at how Chrysania's got their wall on C and B. It's going to be no use on A with the Viper split up. That means that even while they're staying within the pit, they can exact an influence upon these fights.
It is. My dream.
Oh, Frosties!
This is the one we have to talk
Checks
about.
your ego again. Check it at the door or I'll hit you in the head. He's so good with this Marshal.
He's so good, isn't he? Man,
And now Mind Freaks are hostage. They're going to need to use the star to get themselves out of here. The smoke is actually going to allow Jing to try and make themselves an inroads here. Benkai's fallen down. Jing is waiting for the smoke to drop there. They just move straight on out. Pika's advantage works in this case. But Frosties have found himself another headshot. A Marshal might as well be an up when it's in the hands of Frosties. Can you do it close range is the question going up against. Oh, that's not the dash they wanted. The double updraft. They're putting on an air show in this case. Devi, plenty of health to work with. There go the Seekers. The Cabbages will lead you to a promised land in the 1 tap. Oh my goodness, Kremer. That's, I mean, they lose the duel against Chrysania, but that 1 tap, oh, that's going to haunt my dreams. I'm going to get flashbacks to that.
Oh my God. Chrysania, another 1v1 has been converted. This man is looking pretty damn strong. My only worry for Paper X is, I mean, has the pain been felt? At least economically it has. Sheriff's come out. Benkai, he wants to go for a Stinger? I mean, so he shoots a bit quicker, might have that impact, but for the most part, Bleed, they've done it. They've actually crippled the economy of Paper X, and, well, off the back of that, it's the Jet Knives that have to spearhead the attack.
Would you laugh in my face if I told you that it's doable?
Probably.
We'll see who's laughing when this round is done, shall we? Forsaken has blades in hand, and we know exactly what they can achieve. Bruce is instantly put down here by Chrysania. I don't think that wall is currently active, so full fuel at the moment for the Viper. And that might complicate matters for Paper Rex.
Drone.
They took their time to get rid of that drone. Now they've all been discovered. I'm surprised Jing didn't pre-peek that, but maybe they thought that it would be followed up with someone like, I don't know. Maybe Frosties just hitting those heads?
Entirely likely. I think the thought process was there. Having only 1 person kill the drone means that you only reveal 1, and it could very well just be a default. The fact that there was a bit of a fumble means that everyone has seen they've just got to leave. Forsaken. Going to go for garage control here. Unfortunately, the only person they need to worry about is the machinations of Lexi.
Or one of those machinates. The old alarm bot is in this door. And there's the commitments to the fake from Benkai. That's forced out Hunter's Fury. And now it's time to move. What can Lexi do all by themselves? We've seen great things when they try and solo hold a site on split. They found themselves Forsaken, but they don't have the vision. It was within the smoke that Forsaken found their man, and they'll find even more. Forsaken needs to try and avenge Jing right now. Jing not being alive complicates matters. They hand off the rifle to someone who could use it more. But they've ran out of knives. Can I have that back, please, mate? I need it. It's but instantly lost to Chrysania. Devi gonna try, but they're surrounded on all sides. This could be a beautiful retake, but they don't know where Benkai is. With a stinger in hand. There we go. Swap over to the Sheriff. A little bit better at this range, but Chrysania, oh my goodness, they are climbing the ranks, and they are climbing into my heart.
Chrysania has really woken up now when they have a 1v2, a 1v1, and now they convert with a 3k against the ECAR Paper Rex.
IGLing as well.
While IGLing, while on the Viper, they've got no utility to help kill. You know, it's all snake bites, smokes, it's all zoning. All of this is just pure, unfiltered aim. And for Paper Rex, they seem to have stagnated a bit. Sure, Jink's doing well, but he's been doing well all game. There's been no follow-up. Mind Freak, someone who is we kind of expected to do quite well in the frag count, is now currently sitting on only 6 kills. In terms of ult management, Bleed, yeah, they're 3 up. Nothing can stop them, apart from lead in this case.
Oh my goodness. That peek out a window, the double peek from Jing and Forsaken work so well together. Lexi knows that they're going up top, trying to catch people who are going to be afflicted with the vulnerable elsewhere. Forsaken grabs 3. And that's B-side taken with extreme prejudice. But Crusania, always the thorn in their side, the thorn in their back, the Viper in the pit sometimes. Will they catch Benkai as they disengage from this partners around the back for once? They need to go up against Forsaken, but Forsaken is on key for the ace. Can they achieve it here? They've seen the shoulder of First Love. They'll drop away for now. Even with the hunger for the ace, they can't risk losing this rifle. And that's exactly what they'll do. First Love, still alive, still full health, still a phantom. They move in the wrong direction, and Benkai puts one to the back of the head. That's going to be match point now for Paper Rex as they teabag Forsaken.
Yeah, just making that point known.
You lost your rifle. What are you back?
What are you going to do? Reinvest? Oh, you can afford it? Oh, never mind then. In this case.
Only with 0. What are you, poor?
Suddenly they don't know, right? as Bleed, they're now faced with a really dire predicament. Frosty doesn't buy anything just so they can get the knives out instantly. I would love to see an ult dump here from Bleed purely because they have a significant ult advantage. Forsaken, the only one who's going to come close to being able to counteract it. And knives, unfortunately, don't do very good against large toxic areas.
Welcome back to Judge Gaming. Last time we were here, it was Forsaken. This time it's Crusania, and they are being ostentatious, loud, raucous, cantankerous with their presence here, Kramer.
I suppose they can afford for it to be. They try and fake the ult orb. I hope it'll bait someone into fighting them. No, just nothing happens. Bit anticlimactic, and they actually just don't even get the ult orb, so Forsaken won't get the knives to play with here. Instead, they're going to try and wait out the smoke.
You can try and wait it out, but that's going to last forever, bro. The Viper's pit, so long as Crusania is in there. Look at Forsaken wanting to push in behind. Oh my goodness, if they could open up A, this would be huge. They're looking in the wrong direction, and the Judge gets its man. Judge Gaming's back again, and this time Forsaken is getting a taste of their own medicine. Jarpix sends out plenty of damage, and is going to be able to destroy that nanoswarm, but now they know that it's a play to see what can be done with the knives. Frosties has ran out of them now and only has a classic to work with and a vulnerable afflicted. Still, movement from the attackers is going to be demanded because the lockdown is in progress. A drop here from Frosties. It's straight to the knees of Jing. You're left with only a little stump. And now Frosties is going to try and make something happen. But First Love is going to be the first one to make contact. It's easy clap up close. Lexi ends up with 2 of the kills right there. But Bleed, they refuse to lie down and die.
Really strong stuff from Bleed there to actually just run the clock down. They use the Viper's Pit over on A. They use the lockdown on C. Over on B, they've got every single star from the Astra ready to be deployed. And they just leave Paper Rex with no choice but to try and just bum rush a smoke and hope it gets them onto a site. In that case, everyone's there, everyone's ready. It's open season for Bleed, and they convert it to their 7th. Facing the investment of Paper Rex, they do have a fairly weak one. There's the odd Spectre, a few pistols. This round, the objective for them is entirely going to be just a matter of getting their ults ready for the round after.
I can still feel a little bit lucky. What can I do with these knives? Can I cause a ruckus? Can I make them panic? Can I damage that economy? So many questions that Forsaken has for themselves. That's an easy avoidance of the friendly flash right there. Well-executed entry here onto A. And you can see that, for now, hanging back will be many members of Bleed, just allowing you to use your utility that you've had to invest in for this round. We know that all of it is damage to your economy. We'll send in the drone ourselves. The Cosmic Divine's here. Evidently, Paper Rex are feeling a little bit confident about this. And that's plenty done by Forsaken. 2 headshots already. This could be the end of our game. Paper Rex could claim it right here. As Forsaken. Oh my goodness, Divine. The second that Frosty moves, it's easy clap. What can First Love and Jarvix do? They need to save this. It's hero or nothing. And right now, Jarpix is all by themselves. Already GG has been called by
God.
Frosties. They don't believe in Jarpix, and they don't believe in miracles, but I believe in Paper Rex. 13-7, 2-0, another dub in the column.
What a game. What a round there from Paper Rex. I mean, we said at the start, you know, if they're able to just run down the clock and build their ults this round, focus on next, that's fine. The fact that they've been able to convert it, get the plant, and then win the after plant against a fully equipped Bleed is just insane. Extremely effective round for Paper Rex there. And a lot of that's off the back of Forsaken, who just runs in with those knives, gets 2 quick kills, and puts Bleed inherently onto the back foot. Extremely strong stuff.
Beautiful showing here from Paper Rex, but Crema, we are far from done. We still have Beast versus South Built. This is not just a match about Valorant. This is not just a match about standings in the group. This is a match about survival. Whoever loses this is so likely to be going out in that 5th or 6th place. And then after that, Bren versus BAAM. Can Bren continue to be the pride of the Philippines? They have been exceeding every expectation that was put before them.
Absolutely right. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we return, the action will continue. Don't go anywhere.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 of things we know. love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
Been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
Never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. So right, so right.
To get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
regularities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me, we're invincible. Don't you see, we're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. Of keeping you in the right direction. No matter how your confidence may fall, I'll be here as your foundation. And I say, hey, yo, just let it go. Your struggles won't remain. And I say, hey, yo, we're holding hope and wake up yesterday. So hold on to hold on to me.
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it as I bleed for you, cry for you, oh, oh. Let me bleed. As I bleed for you, cry for you, oh, oh. Let me bleed. Let me
fragile, like it was built to break off the handle. How'd we get to this place? We're leaving everything behind for new and exciting feelings, but I won't leave you. Will everything we know be lost and changed for something new? Only time will tell, but I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you.
like a broken soul in a wonderland without angels. That is how I feel when the mirror shows me a stranger. Yeah. And I know they're just fragments of a world where your absence all I get to see. Take me back to the planet where you and I are still meant to be. 'Cause I'm incomplete when you ain't by my side, when you don't wake up next to me. Yeah, I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete. Yeah, I'm incomplete. Hey, 'cause I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete.
These roads intersect, on each one I reflect. These lines write my story. These places change me, each one replacing. Like night into morning, I miss the open air, the going anywhere, riding with you like we used to. Guess I'm better off alone, never know when I'll get home.
over the edge. Feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, I can finally see now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain in your smile. I can finally see now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, but now we're drowning. As story I used to hear, to run on and to end disappear. Your story is to come from the heart, moving together and tear me apart. Burning down the walls, we let the monsters in, and now we're burning down the halls. No, we can't let them win. There's an evil inside, just lurking way down below. And if I can't hold my breath, then I'm bound to become hollow. Can you say that I disappeared? Can you say that I wasn't there for you when you went into hiding on the front steps of your porch? And I reflected on the memories, but I put out that torch. Hey! But I put out that torch. But I put out that torch. You make me feel like home. You turn around, I feel the breeze over me. You watch your dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calming energy. I see the darkness coming, and I'm calling you to help me
earlier when we were watching our first couple of games of the day, it was a matter of guaranteeing qualification. Paper X, they're able to do that. They'll join Bren in the guaranteed qualification to tomorrow, or more importantly, to playoffs. Unfortunately, we're now at the other end of the spectrum. With South Built taking on Beast, this is going to be a battle to prevent yourselves from being eliminated. If you go 2-2 in 2 draws, 2 losses, or sorry, 1 draw, 3 losses, I'm fairly certain that would send you out. I think 3 losses is the critical capacity you have to hit, or avoid hitting in this case. So for both of these teams, this is now a battle for survival.
Rising up. Back onto bind. Just 10 men and the will to survive. Self-built esports. We expected big things from them, Kremer, coming into this group. When we were talking about it before, just privately, I told you that self-built esports were my dark horse to maybe even come out of this group on top. And they did take a map off of Paper X, but no one expected Bren to come out with the sheer power that they brought when representing the Philippines. And self-built esports, you got to think about the context. Coming into this Group B, they just flawlessly swept a Philippines Invitational for 5 grand without dropping a map. But their form since then has been less than perfect.
You're absolutely right. And usually when we go into games, we have a team that we can sort of go, yeah, they're definitely favourites going into this. Honestly, having seen these sides, I would rate them relatively even. I think South will have just the slightest of edges, but it's really not much. Of course, looking at our veto, the next map will be Haven, so this is going to be a very jet-intensive series regardless.
Jar falling down, taking up the Astra today. Oh my goodness, look at this huge flank coming through. Pro is forced to duck away and they just all pump through the TP, and it was that easy. Einekes picks up a couple, and the rest are going to be split across the Beast. The scraps to the Hyenas drag at. They've left the spike behind, but it's okay. Round 1 went pretty well.
Tell you what, Harry, we're 1 round in, and we've got some criticizing to do on Southville. I really like...
Oh no, here we go.
Yeah, I really like
Buckle in, guys.
I like seeing the breach. However, you kind of mitigate the point. You all go through the teleporter, your opponents know you're there. I would have rather seen them use the breach flash to get out of the teleporter, rather than to try and scramble to survive when they're fighting behind those boxes. They're just getting swarmed, and they've narrowed themselves into a chokehold.
Aziz trying to stay on top of things, catches some teeth from Bruce, and has to dash on away for a quick reload. Mika leading the charge now. That's going to be a direct delivery off the bird, but it's actually a fake from Einekes, and that allows them their second half to just instantly swing on in and claim 2 lives. This has been quite the pace from Beast so far. Definitely something that a couple of teams have been lacking in Group B, just that ability to instantly explode onto a site. Flippy's going to fall down with little damage done. In fact, Einekes is going to keep full shields here.
This is looking really damn tough for Southfield. These last couple of rounds have looked pretty one-sided, with limited casualties being sustained on Beast. And, well, this is where it looks a bit more interesting for them. Against the full buy of Southfield, bear in mind these have been some very quick rounds, so if Beast can keep their foot on the gas, they can continue to play this very fast tempo that we've seen from them, then Southfield may not be able to use the range that comes with these premium rifles. For Beast, another push up through short, and I love the fact they're fighting this as a group.
Hunting in packs, Kremer. Hookah should be fairly easy to try and contain for now. It's going to be Mika. Of course, leading the charge right here. Might follow off after that bird. Does get sucked into the gravity well. Maybe a little bit ill-considered on the timing of the entry, but they are going to be able to get the site here. And they have also cut off these defenders. Jar's already done plenty of damage there, cutting off the back line. And now, this could be a surround that can come through from Southbuilt Esports. They have a range advantage, but moving through those smokes doesn't give that much. Will Aziz move in through here with a flash? Here it comes from the breach. Instantly, they're able to take out Einekes. That's excellent timing right there. And Jar's able to find something as well, but not before falling in their own right. And the dust clears, though. Southbuilt have executed a well-timed retake, and they are going to keep 3 rifles going into round 4.
Really, really strong round from them. I am going to put a little notification here. The stream will lag momentarily because we forgot to update the stream title. I knew there's always something we miss out on, Harry, and in this case, it's this. We can get the wrong title. On the bright side, though, we can take a moment to talk about that last round, and I quite like the tempo. I quite like the idea that came behind Beast there, which was if you're going to be trapped and you're going to be flanked, try and pick an angle and just push it. In that case, I tried to push it to CT through U-Haul. Unfortunately, didn't quite work because, of course, that was a very well-placed dog from Flippy. Nonetheless, though, Beast go back to the old reliable, which appears to be just a straight A hit. They've got the rifles to do it. No ops, nothing fancy. Guns, lead, and death.
Pro moving forward here with the aftershock, trying to deny claiming of that ult orb. 2 concussions given over, but does Papachula want to continue pushing this? It feels like they're getting a sense of that. We're going to have to deal with Bruce first, though. No one swings off the back of that as the Astra was busy being in her cosmic form. But there's still some poking happening here. And Papachula's got themselves into a nice little corner here in the showers. That's going to make escaping a little bit more difficult. Can they take out Ina Case first? Can they transfer the spray? It's messy. And Ina Case is going to be able to swing off that one. Get an easy headshot on the side of Pro. They know that 2 are coming out of showers. There's the Rolling Thunder. Checkmate in this case. They get Ina Case concussed, and that makes it easy for Jar to follow up. Well considered there from Pro. An early ultimate. I love that.
I love early ults, especially in the round you pick them up. It shows some real, very decisive teamwork from South Build to go, okay, I'm committing this, screw whatever strat we have planned. You're about to, I mean, for the rest of South Build, they're
you die
online anyway. They might as well just go kill, confirm a round, give yourself the equalizer, and more importantly, put a bit of strain on that Beast economy. Zah, he's only got a sheriff going into this. They didn't make much ground before we started seeing South Build on the rep RT. For now, in mids, Mika may consider bringing out some knives, one of the only ults available for Beast at the moment.
They've bought themselves into a Vandal, but I'd like to see that handed off to Jara and for Mika to bring out those knives, just to make sure that the armament is a little bit more equally distributed around the team. 7 King, going to settle into a position I imagine we're going to see from them through the entirety of BAAM, which is just this Viper lurk. Especially with this wall here, they've already kept 3 people on A. And Pro is going to be tempted to maybe rotate away here as is. Stares just down with the operator. However, on the other side of things, on B, the entry is ready to come on through. Ina Case can't see anyone just yet. Sends out a blind dart. And here come the Seekers now from Flippy. Will alert them to the presence of multiple people here on B, but will they be able to catch anyone on the crossing? Remember, tracers from that Vandal make things a little bit more dangerous as they exit the smoke. And they put one straight into Jar's face. That gives them the spike, and that gives them maximum control of B here. Over to all 5 members of South Built. What can Ina Case do? Can they get the first? They can. That's Jar down. Surely, as is here, is going to make peeking this so dangerous. Remember, 0 at the moment on Ina Case in terms of the credits. They want to try and save, but I've got a feeling South Built are not happy with allowing that to be the case.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening, Harry.
Oh, that's 2. And Ina Case will eventually fall.
2's not bad in a 1v5, but from an overarching perspective, 2 in your full bite isn't very good. The silver lining for Beast is that they now are about to bring up a lot of ults. They've got Sheriffs, unfortunately, but nonetheless, after this round, it's going to have 5 ults ready to use. I would love to see Mika use the knives now. I wouldn't mind seeing the Hunter's Fury try and get a quick kill to maybe catch out an odd player. For the most part, South Build, they've only got 2 to stop this. Granted, the Viper Spit may be expended instantly because that is a scary ability to go through on an eco. But that divide, that's not being used until we see Zar use this.
Yep, Papachulo says, hey, man, that's not for you, damn. That's got some reach on it. That's a long pit there, Kramer. Oh, Papachulo, your pit is so big. They catch 7 King exiting and they will return to the smoke to reintegrify it. That's not a word, but I'll make it one. Ina Case sends out a cursory shot before just dipping through market instead, and it seems like Hookah's going to be a little bit more tempting, but no one's holding it physically. Flippy, waiting on the swing. They do have 5 seconds until their next bird is available, so that's an easy check in Hookah. That will confirm presence, and now Flippy, will they try their luck up against the knives? They might do so. But you know what? Mika's pretty sharp when it comes to these. Jar has been discovered. They love to lurk so deep in B long. And they just are able to win out every gunfight. 3 in a row came Jar's way, and 3 in a row fell before them. Papachula was allowed for their pit to dissipate here. But that has not made things any easier for the singular Sova with 1 sheriff, a light shield, and a dream.
Is that dream going to turn into a nightmare, Harry? I will admit, I've got a gut feeling here. Are
you scared of the sheriff? Of the clutch? Should be scared of Jar. Oh, Jar. Okay. Woo. That's a 4K.
That very close turned into a 9, because my God, that was very messy indeed. But nonetheless, after the able to convert it, forced to do the scoreline. And I actually really don't like that play by Mika. He had the spike. I think he didn't mean to have the spike, but he had it anyway. He got that initial kill on the opening, darted to back sight. He had about 5 or 6, maybe even 10 seconds where he could have just planted and given your team that money. Instead, he goes for the kill, doesn't get it. They die to Yar. Yar just goes and kills everyone anyway, and you're left without a spike plant. And that'll be felt financially, Harry.
As is here. Seven King is very close to becoming a victim of this operator. The same can be said of INK's. And though there is a trade that leads INK's low, it isn't able to confirm the kill, and it isn't able to remove that pesky operator. And now, Jar, what can you do over here? You can win out the duel, Astra versus Astra. You've left a spike on the floor. And now it's Mika's job to go in and retrieve it. Luckily, a helpful smoke here. Wait, Mika's going to press on forward with a spike. I think they can win out this duel. They might just deliver it further into enemy territory, but they have to dash right out of that gravity well instead. Confirmed presence from a bird. Kakor's out of the guiding light. Oh, Jar's just going in right now.
Look at this.
They've been able to out-rotate Mika. That's for spike even deeper in now, Kremer. From bad to worse, Jar can't win that one out at least. INK's is not going to allow this to remain the case. This could be clutchable in 2 versus 4, both for Seekers and the Viper's Pit are available, but first they need to get onto the site. They see where Flippy is. Those traces do not lie. Full blinds given over. What can Flippy do on the rotation? They can take out Seven King. They've lost out to INK's. And Papachulo finally emerges from their habitats and puts one in the neck of INK's.
That's a really strong round by Yar there. If we're being nitpicky, and yes, we can be nitpicky, I would have loved to have seen Flippy on that second drop of the spike when it was a bit deeper. Yeah, he was hiding behind those boxes, hoping that when he takes the fight, he would have a bit of, just a swing advantage and just dome someone. A straight angel, you're never going to win. I'd have really liked to have seen Flippy accompany that with a flash. He had an extra hawk, which I assume he was saving for the retake there, but I think if he'd expended it there, you run a bit of a risk, but you also keep control of the spike, which might be would have been a bit more preference.
Pro sees that there's an effort here to try and control showers, and meanwhile, Seven King's just walking through this one way without fear, with a bulldog in hand. Not the ideal close range weapon, but INK's. Man, INK's for second is good when it comes to the sheriff. Right now, the top fragger on their team. Not by a considerable margin, but enough. And they will claim the rifle of their fallen comrade. Seven King has fallen on down. And that's yet another upgrade here for INK's. They've made themselves a deep little inroad. They are the fulcrum of this attack. None of A site is safe while INK's has control of U-Haul. Can't look away from a flash in time, but the smokes are in walkabouts elsewhere. And you can see that this has already been territory captured by Jar. Aziz. Oh, Aziz. Does not miss those. Question is, do they still feel the danger on A? Flippy? Oh, yeah, they know what's happening now. And at this range, you're going to call in your reinforcements in the form of the operator.
That's a really strong read on Flippy's part.
Lovely stuff. They've heard the plant as well. It's only sheriffs over here, Kremer. It's looking nigh on impossible to win this if you're our beast. But you've damn well got to try. That's why INK stands waiting by the two, but coming in from the back is Papachulo. They could be the secret ingredient in all of this, the secret sauce. The combination of 5 herbs, spices, and headshots that could come to bear. And now Papachulo's in a beautiful position. They jump out of hookah. They're going to see Jar. They find INK's as well, but it's Pro who is for one delivering the killing blows. And that's got them yet another Rolling Thunder. They used one, I believe, in round 3. And now they're ready to use one in round number 9.
Another so effective round from Southport on the retake there. And for me, Flippy played that so well to realize they're alone on a site, and rather than risk dying and giving your gun away, you play so far back, almost in your spawn, purely so that when the attack does come, you see if they overextend, He sees just that, calls for the rotation, and you've already got visual confirmation on where one of these players are. Really easy to exploit, and a really, really strong round. I like what Papaciolo's doing there. He's throwing his smoke into one of the Astra Stars, so they can't be seen. That was really cool.
An attempt here to try and take long on B, but
That's a Seekers
almost everyone bar the lurk is on A. What can Mika do in terms of entries here? Oh my god, that's a ping onto Jar, and now when Jar tries to move away, they're easily dispatched. Mika trying their best to avoid friendly fire, but Einecase is going to grant plenty of attention. Does Pro decide to use the Rolling Thunder here in a 3 versus 4? It's only themselves and Aziz behind the Cosmic Divide, so that might inform the decision. When this falls down, this might be when Pro uses the ultimate. The plant's going to come through, but Pro gets nothing in terms of additional information. When this drops, will they be able to outdoor 7 King? You bet that they will. Now is for decision-making time. Do I use the ultimate? The blind comes first. Einecase manages to turn away, and now Aziz catches headshots of their own. Finally, something goes right for Beast. The pair of Einecase and the Mika on top, the cherry on top of the cupcake, are able to claim themselves the 3rd round here on their attack.
Sure, Beast are able to find their round, but that was off the back of a pretty tough whiff on Aziz's part. That is rough, to say the least. He saw the opposing jet, he saw Mika, took the shot, completely missed it. Mika then goes on to kill 2. So that's a burden that'll be on Aziz's shoulders. Luckily, they can reinvest the op. More importantly, Mika chooses to stick to the rifle. They don't want the op at all. Does Vault Management. South Built do have an advantage, only by 1, but we're not going to see anything else come up online for at least 1 or 2 more rounds.
Are apprehensive about the barrage of utility coming their way, and so they let out an aftershock, a fault line as well, just to make sure that this area can't be too easily claimed. They will be harassed here by the drone, but that should be taken out pretty quickly here by Papaciolo, and it doesn't betray Pro's position. They will give it up. Oh, the Rolling Thunder into showers. That's an easy first frag. Can they grab the second? It's so easy for Pro. But what can they do about 7 King? They moved so freely onto this A site while you were busy controlling showers, and now they'll abandon it to move over to B. This is moving straight into the territory of Aziz, bringing out the shorty, bringing out the blades. A hit with the vulnerable, and they're able to deliver a headshot over to 7 King. Any more for me? Oh, you bet that there might be. It's Jar who gets the killing blows, but Aziz manages to slow them down nicely. Oh, can you get the op? Yes, you can.
For a moment, I thought Yao was so happy with his 2K there. He just forgets to pick up that sniper.
Like, man, I'm pretty badass.
Yeah, God, that was cool as hell. But no, he does hold on to it. We're going to see that Rolling Thunder from Pro was absolutely perfect as well. Absolutely advertises the breach there. And it just allows him to run in, get 2 kills. There's no follow-up. The Viper was there to help him. Sure, Papaciolo wanted a piece of the action, but he wasn't really needed. That's how effective it was. And now for Beast, on the back foot once again, they can invest, but they're buying down to 0 here. If they don't get a spike blunt, Harry, it's unfortunately straight down to an eco.
Last round of a half would be a little bit limp, a little bit anemic. Einecase, look how high he got that drone. Damn. Plenty of information. We know exactly where Papaciolo is. And you can see the pre-aim here already. Should be good to go. Jar made a little bit of space over on B. Look how curious they are about this flank. Look at where Bruce is going. They're checking cave. They have no idea what map control they have, Kremer.
Yeah, absolutely right. For now,
you don't have control of B.
There goes that lurk. Pro now, he's going to be next call to action.
All right, Mika makes their way onto the site. Pro isn't able to deliver a huge amount of flashes right there, but is able to at least claim 7 King. And that's going to mean that you won't have to worry about something like a Viper's Pit in the late game. What you do have to worry about, though, is Aziz. Oh my, what was that? Aziz delivers a headshot to Einecase with such speed and ferocity that even at 240 frames per second, I could barely register the movements.
30 seconds left.
An attempt here to use the plant. They're already going to get the gravity well out. Mika starts walking, but Flippy starts shooting. And Aziz here. They know exactly where Einecase is. The pinch is prepared. The flash comes out. Okay, Einecase manages to trade out Aziz at least, but Flippy claims their 3rd. And that's going to be 8-3 now in the half for South Built. This is the South Built we expected in this group, Kremer.
this is where we have to cut a little bit of slack to South Built. You need to remember that their opening games have been against Bren, Paper Rex, and then Bleed. That's ranked 1, 2, and 3 in our group. So, for South Built, yeah, kind of a bit of slack. I think they're still struggling a fair bit, and I think they are showing a few flaws here or there. Whether or not they can do well in playoffs, I don't know, but I certainly think they're going to make it to playoffs at this rate.
Oh, as is a little bit late on my cloudburst fair. It's going to get pinged, and so, yeah. I ain't peeking showers for my life, says Inacase. Bruce has moved up onto A, but hookah control could be the headline here. Mika has that with the knives. A bulldog in hand as well. This time they aren't bringing a spike with them at least, and maybe they can catch Skywall, this Bruce. A gamer dog, a Tasmanian tiger, is brought forth. What can Flippy do on this entry? They're facing in the wrong direction. Oh, they didn't expect that Hoka would be that much trouble to deal with. Jar's done plenty here, but now they have to deal with a Viper's Pit. And that's going to complicate everything, Kremer. 3 versus 2 now. However, look how low 7 King is. They could die to miscellaneous poke here if they're not careful. 30 HP. They back off to try and get a brand new weapon, but they need to return to the Viper's Pit if they want to keep it alive. And they have to cut noise to do so. Aziz can't connect another shot, and now it's all down to Papachula. That's what a good start. Everyone's so low. Papachula has their own Viper's Pit. They can even layer it up. There's no point in saving it at this point, maybe. Oh, they go up top. 7 King got a whiff of them. Ah, smells like 8 to 4.
What do you think a Viper's Pit smells of? This is quite a sensual game. I feel like we can put a smell to it.
I think it... Did you watch Nickelodeon when you were a kid?
Yes, I did.
I think it smells of like one of those Nickelodeon shows where they like gunge parents, like, oh, they wouldn't let me play my Game Boy in the car. Oh man, gunge those parents, gunge them. I think the Viper Pit smells like what I assume the gunge is like.
What was the gunge? So I imagine it wasn't just pure unfiltered sewage.
I assume it's like...
I would love to think it was, but...
I assume it's just like food coloring and like just viscous liquids.
So Viper's Pit's actually not harmless at all. It's all food coloring. That'd be amazing.
Nickelodeon Gunge is brought to you by all natural flavors and colorings.
Now vegan.
Now vegan-friendly Gunge. All right, Aziz, what can you do for me? Coming in with a frenzy, puts it straight through Jar's head. And now they'll exit from their own smoke, but Mika's more than prepared for that. You're in my land now, boy. And I'm ready to try and retake U-Haul. In a case, they have given away U-Haul at the moment to Pro, who depopulate it shortly. But look at this flank coming through from the Viper. Will it be expected that 7 King is here? And it's been a slower execution on the site now. From the side of South Built, they've lost out on Flippy, and this opens up an avenue for 7 King. The likelihood that someone's checking this becomes increasingly low, and as Pro disengages from U-Haul, 7 King should be able to get an advantageous swing. There it is. They saw the barrel, and now Jar, all alone in a 1 versus 4. With 64 HP, it's kind of doable. That's a full blind, though. Forces Jar back. Can they take anybody with them is the question. Will it be martyrdom or a damp squib?
No HP off 3 of these players. It could be very doable.
A 4 HP on Jar, though. Oh, Inacase. Going to be the primary combatant here. Oh, they could all swing at once. They could be a 4-man swing into Jar as they just enter into the zone. And Inacase puts them down.
Funny for Beast, there's no beating that. There is actually no beating that 4-man setup. Really strong round from Beast and their pistol. And for South Built, this is where they need to worry a bit, because their pistol rounds throughout this tournament have been really shaky. So if they can find a way to start winning them, half their work would be done already. This would have been a 10-2 half if they had won their pistol. So for Beast, bonus weapons come out. Martial on Zar, we see some very good martial plays today. Maybe you'll try and mimic it here.
Inspired, potentially. They want to control hookah, but no one's, or rather showers, but no one's going to be there. Instead, all classics, bar a frenzy on Flippy. Aziz just wants to try and outpace this, but the right click is not good enough. Inacase, they were stunned, they were sucked in by the gravity well, and now when they're finally stuck in with that vulnerable, Flippy can... What? Flippy... No way, Flippy. No.
Ruined him.
Just absolutely destroyed him with the frenzy. We're not expecting them to win this, but this is at least a looted frenzy. And now they just pour on through the teleporter. The sounds will ring out, and now Jar is prepared. Remember, no one has armor, so body shots will do if Jar can connect them. That wall going up complicates matters for Nova Pulse. That's easy sightlines there for Jar, but they're unable to connect the shots. Jar and Papachulo are keeping their cool, and Beast here might well fumble their bye. Heineke's, they've been the best of their team so far, it seems. And can they continue that at the moment? Papachulo only with the classic, but the wall going up complicates everything. Down it goes again. Heineke's easily converts with the ghost, getting that walking accuracy to make sure they could connect on that last shot. Very smart. They'll get the defuse and they'll grab the round.
Really strong performance from Heineke's there, and as you mentioned, he's having a great game. My worry though is that was essentially an eco from Southfield. They had no business making it that close, and as they move to their full buy, they're going to be more than comfortable beating Beast here. Bear in mind that the Beast, they are, because they lost so many weapons, they're essentially buying as well. They're also going down to 0. This round is going to count as double to whoever wins this.
Dangerous. But Heineke's definitely filled with confidence, and the same can be said for Mika. Look at this position with... They're within the one-way, Kremer. With a judge.
See the one way, feel the one way, be the one way.
I mean, if there's... Oh, there's the blind. Does Mika move off of it? No. Oh my god. I'm surprised it didn't move off the back of it. I was like, surely this one-way is going to drop soon.
There's a flag.
And now the jig might be up. As it's going to be so close. Heineke's has moved their way in. Mika now, what can they do with a judge at this range? They've already been noted by Aziz, and while damage is going to be done with 20 HP remaining, Aziz keeps their cool. And Jar's going to be next up on the docket. They've got two different directions to worry about. You have Flippy over in Showers. Aziz likely going to look to be traded off with this little HP remaining.
They just back off. I like the fact they're just backing off. They realize they've taken so long on this attack. They could be entirely running into a stack. That may not be the case. In this case, it's Seven King in this exit here, looking to catch out a player. This is really favourable.
It's going to be Papachulo they go up against. Lovely little swing there from Seven King. That's as easy as it gets. Now you've got to move through the Viper's wall. The damage is going to be done, though, by Aziz. They refuse to be stifled in their movements. Heineke's stops for Spike, but Jar catches the flanker. Who flanks the flankers? Jar does.
Really strong round from Southfield. I feel like there was still a few mistakes here or there. I think Papachulo didn't respect the buddy system, and because of that, it was an easy kill for Seven King. I mean,
it was a little bit of a weird way to sort of strike out alone when you had no idea how control of hookah was going to work out.
And when you're so late in the round, it's entirely likely that either sitting in exit or in hookah. And, well, sure, nice to have that much faith in Papachulo, but it was a death that could have been avoided, and, you know, that's going to be felt financially. Papachulo, he's now got nothing in the bank.
Buying down to 0. They're going to be the one guiding the flank here. And Heineke's, look at how frisky they're feeling. Spicy. Seven King wanted to try and control that flank, but Jar does not allow it. We've got to give continuous props to Jar. Even though their team has not done well. Oh my goodness, Heineke's might have been caught there. That's easy for Papachulo. And how does Aziz enter this? We're up against 2. The short isn't here. That's on Jar. There's the gravity well. Aziz moves in just in time to not be afflicted. They have no idea how close they are to these enemies, but they convert upon it well. But one way works out in their favor for just a moment before Heineke's can get the final blow. And before Pro can even get the spike plant done, Jar is charged to the front and dispatched of the enemies of Southfield.
Really? I like how the player who dies is the one with the Spectre as well. Pro's able to just swap it out.
I mean, it's a good entry, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This just does their job.
As you mentioned, the job isn't even to kill. The job is to just displace crosshairs. The fact that he's able to get to backside, more importantly, just stay in his own smokes, it means that his teammates can just funnel into B. So the second he dies, there's instantly a trade. Spike goes down. Even on a full buy, that would have resulted in a save more than likely from Beast. 10-6 the scoreline. Ult's available from either side. They go one away from the knives, however, I doubt we'll see it used this round. Flippy, though, may very well be used in those Seekers if they can get control of that B-long orb.
It's a difficult orb to try and claim. Especially when the enemy have control of the Viper's wall over there. That toxic screen is going to be released for now. And so there'll be a much cleaner sightline into the site. And now here comes the Rolling Thunder as this is going to roll in after it. Goes up high. Is going to avoid being given the vulnerable, but can't avoid the Hunter's Fury. It's difficult to dodge that when you're caught in a tube. There's nowhere to run anymore. The Aftershock might displace anyone who's around the back, but Pro knows that they can't stay in this location. They were too busy, afeared of potential shock darts coming in. Now Papachulo holding this tight right angle. Will it be warped? It will be. Mika, perfect performance here on the Jet. Can they string it into anything more? It seems like that could be the case, but Jar refuses to allow such. In the back foot, in the back pocket, they do still have what they need. And Einecase is holding the defuse. Eventually, they'll get hit in the foot by Jar, but Jar on the back is able to get the trade.
Wonderful round from Beast there. My only criticism is from South Built, which is they put up the Viper's Pit and then they sort of hide. They tuck in rather than making sure that entry stays as a chokehold. And when Beast do move, credit where credit's due to Beast, they move very quickly into that retake. It catches South Built off guard there. You see Pro, he's caught holding utility. There's the swing from Mika onto Papichulo. He's just instantly caught out by it. And it looks, in general, very, very bloody strong from Beast on this retake. However, despite plants, the success in the last few rounds have meant that South Built can invest regardless. There's still financial difficulty over on Beast. Luckily for Mika, he does have the knives to soften that blow momentarily.
Jar's got elevation. Oh, but they're in the astral form at the moment. They missed the move through. And look how they're going to be backed up here. The Seeker on the other side. Mika's got no idea. And this is going to make it so easy for Jar. That was such wonderful timing from the Seeker and from the ultimate of the Astra. Pro's going to get themselves an easy spike plant here. And it's going to be all about the retakes now. However, all of this backside space is going to be controlled by the attackers of Self-Built. Is there anything that can be used to retake? Not a huge amount. It's going to be all about the gunplay, Kremer. They're going to try and clear through U-Haul. Papachulo's got excellent coverage here. Aziz is made to trade out for one, and Einecase is still alive. Well, Einecase breathes. Well, their heart beats. There's always been a chance. But as they stop, so too will the chances of the Beast retake. 11-7 now, as Self-Built Esports edge ever closer to claiming this map.
Really strong take from them, man. I love that play from Ya. Just to be able to sit atop that position, watch the Seeker harass the Jets, and when they're near side as well, the Jets have no idea where they're being shot from. Like they assume it's in front of them, just dashes backwards. Unfortunately for Ya, nothing can run from Ya in this case. that German efficiency, you could say, able to help shut him down as... For South Built, this is their chance to try and pave their way to victory, especially against the Sheriff side of Beast here.
Seven King passed over a Sheriff right here. Wants to be the second. Already Mika's been lost. The Einecase can't connect a headshot. Can Seven King do any better? Ooh. Yes, they can. Oh, that was clean. A headshot into a body. They knew that some were battered and bruised. But they've got no time to pick up that rifle. It's still enemy territory, but 17's going to double on down. That's a third! Oh, he's a naughty little boy. Knows where Aziz is going to be flanked upon here. Surely it can't be 5. The ace will be denied, but trouble is brewing.
Questions coming. Zar now.
Easy rifle pickup here. Einecase as well.
This 1v1 now. It's so close. The pit's available for Papachulo as well.
A tale of two snakes, Kremer. Can Papachulo guarantee match point here up against Einecase the first? Elbow control might be something that hasn't been considered here by Vasova, and Papachulo feels like B is their best bet. They rotate around this tube. It's just Einecase who's faster with the aim. They were left with so little HP. 1 HP on Einecase. But all the time, that was about 7 King, a Sheriff, and a brand new bit of legislation that needs to be passed into law.
I mean, that's going straight into lore, isn't it? What a round that was from Seven King. What absolutely should have been the match point for Southville has just been thwarted. Now, full investment out from Beast. Mika now has that op to worry with. And for Southville, they're just straight onto the back foot.
This complicates matters immensely, and Mika looks to control B along with the op, but Aziz is quick to punish. Aziz gets 2! Lovely stuff right there. Are they going to grab the op is the question? No, they prefer the rifle at this juncture. They'll note that for later. But do they know the location of Jar around the back? Thus far unchecked. Coming around behind them could be Jar. That's an easy stop on the plant here. And now Jar needs to pick up the pace, but before they can even get there, Pro is sent one through the back of their head. Jar might be able to avoid this drone, but no, it seems like it's going to find them. And they're going to be shot at through the wall. Seven King doesn't miss these. And Papachulo's from the back. Look at the trigger discipline here. A turnaround from Seven King. A conversion from Papachulo. They've done it amazingly.
They've just torn through it. Papachulo, what a round that was. They've just moved in. I love the trigger discipline as well on the player who's just backed off the screens. Instant kill the second they turn around. You see the Sova with a bow and arrow out. And from there on out, easy game from them. For now, Seven King, positioned on A shore. Let's see what they can do.
Maybe something can be achieved here with the Phantom. Would be an interesting place to try and take contact. Oh, Pro here. They have no brakes on the breach train. Out comes. Oh, that's a lot of damage from a Hunter's Fury. Pro manages to dodge away from this one. So does everybody else. And while an attempt to follow up was made, Flippy was up there on the duel. And now here comes the Rolling Thunder once more. Jar, I'm going to need you to leave Astral Form. There's a friendly hit right there onto Aziz. A critical misplay that might slow down this execution. It means that when Jar is ready, the rifle is trained. Oh no, how did Aziz catch that Rolling Thunder? Jar can't do it by themselves. And the map will be denied as another point goes the way of Beast.
Beast there holding on by their fingernails, aren't they? And they're actually slowly making a bit of a comeback. I want to highlight as well, Zar, he is having a really bad game. So the fact that they're able to rise to the occasion and get that 2K as they leave showers is just perfect. And that could be the sign of a comeback from Zar here.
That could be what really makes them feel they are at peace with this lobby. Or maybe even at war with them. Jar spots. Jar versus Jar is quite an interesting Astra versus Astra. Either way, they spot the jump spot here from Jar. Send out some cursory warning shots, and that does do some damage, but Einike's finishes the job.
Progression to come. This is looking really troublesome. And Beast, look at this position from Einike's.
Jar, what can you do here? That's a concussion given over, but as it does erupt, so too will the A-site. Movement in here. 2 versus 3. Seven Kings ahead of the curve. And the Bulldog didn't matter at all. Might be a lesser weapon. Might be greater. But either way, Seven King does not miss those.
That's like different firing positions for Seven King there. Standing scoped, crouching unscoped. Really strong stuff. And he excels at all of them. As it now falls down to Southville, who, dare I say it, are losing a lot of momentum very quickly. They have a lot of ults to throw at this round. It could be enough to tick them in. It could be enough to give them this map, but it's going to be at the back of their minds that Beast have really made them sweat for it. In this case, yeah, in mid, going to have to try and stop this aggression.
Seven King here. Moving through the wall. Can they be traded here? Seven King gets so much done. Already 3 casualties. It comes down to Pro and to Flippy. The Seekers are sent on out. They know that Mika is likely close here, and they hear the disengagement. They know that this area is going to be populated. A good avoidance here of the incoming flash. Will they prioritize the plant? They need to worry about Einike's. They don't have hookah control. Flippy, quick on the draw right here, but Pro has lost out elsewhere. 1 versus 2. The newest member of Southville Esports. the sub occasionally. If they want to bring in Micro, they don't know about Jar. Can they beat Mika? They've at least managed to out-rotate Jar here. They found themselves a timing. The knife is out. It's an easy frag onto the Jet. And now they can play with time as it inexorably marches away. Jar takes the run and Flippy hits the shot. A 3K in the round. A clutch from the new boy. And South Built Esports will claim map number 1.
What a round, or more importantly, what a game from South Built there. A really nice way to close it out. Give yourself that bit of confidence for map 2. But Beast, they really, really made them sweat for that. And I honestly think that for Beast, this is going to be a very close series. It wouldn't surprise me if it ends in a draw, which would be really troublesome for our bracket, because I believe that this is going to help decide who goes through and who doesn't. That's how important this game is. So for South Built, they're going to take a moment to breathe, a moment to relax as they prepare for Game 2.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I will stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
like it.
Of regularities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me, we're invincible. Don't you see, we're invincible. We're invincible. Confidence may fall. I'll be here as your foundation. And I say, hey, yo, just let it go. Your struggles won't remain. And I say, hey, yo, we're holding hope and wake up yesterday. So hold on to
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed. Let me bleed. Just stay one more night. I'll be by your side. We'll live for a new day. We live life the hard way, but not today. Just stay. Just stay. Just stay. One more night. We found our way again. We found our way again. We found our way. A new place.
So fragile, like it was built to break off the handle. How'd we get to this place? We're leaving everything behind for new and exciting feelings.
At first, we thought game 1 was going to be a fairly one-sided affair, but after a really strong comeback from Beast, we are left with a 13-10. We now move to Haven, our second map in this series, of course, picked by, I believe...
Beast, I think.
It was Beast? Yeah, no, it was Southbuilt who picked Haven.
Oh.
Picked by Southbuilt, looking to take the series 2-0. We have to see what Beast can do now on their unfavoured map.
Southbuilt, they picked Haven despite, I believe, losing out on it quite recently to Bleed. That was 16-14, though, so they were by no means pushovers, and maybe they consider Beast to be a slightly weaker opponent than Bleed were. I'm thinking that they could easily take advantage of this. We've got fairly standard compositions across the board right here. The only real difference
Cypher
is going to be the Sentinel that's been chosen, yeah. The Cypher versus the Killjoy. The Killjoy, Can bring a little bit more damage to the table, of course, with the nano swarms. They can be really good for post plants, but I'd say that the Cypher, with the extended range of their utility, without having to stay in sort of like the proximity of it, like the Killjoy has to, can be more universally viable.
Yeah, it also means that you can kind of leave an area of the map unattended and then just glance at the camera every now and then. It's something that we see very commonly done in both Garage and, more importantly, on A. Or on C, sorry, where you can just leave that camera in a bit of a obscured position and then just check it every now and then, keep C completely open. Bear in mind, C is, once you're seen on C long, it's a good 4 or 5 seconds before you actually get to the site, so it just allows you to completely rule that area off. For now, though, for South Built starting on their attack, we have to see how the lockdown weighs into their attack, as for now, let's focus on the very much present pistol round with a hit to B.
Already some exploration done down mid. Seven Kings are going to be the one to catch this. He's going to try and avoid getting detected. Maybe we'll just poke themselves out of this now. That's a good stop on the plant. Seven King is already activated. And they are going to be picking up the jet this time around. Going to stop the plant once more. They'll deliver the headshot. Beautiful warfare here from Seven King. One after the other. Delivering the headshots. And while that was a little bit of a flub, Mika's going to make up for it now. And only Jar remains. 1 versus 5. Yeah, we've seen Jar do some big things before, but it's going to be difficult. They beat Einekes, at least. Don't take any damage from that one. Ah, this could be the start of something beautiful. Kramer, allow me to tell you the story of the 1 versus 5 Astra. They had no stars to work with, and only just over 50 bullets in the Ghost. And they could have beat Seven King, and that was a significant impediment to the heroism of the Astra.
That it is, and just like that, we're seeing a wonderful little opening from Beast. A bit of retaliation from how one-sided our opening map was, but here's the problem with South Built, Harry, and this is a problem that South Built have had all tournament. They just don't win pistol rounds. They just don't. It's whether it be Seven King being nuts in pistol rounds, or South Built just struggling, I haven't decided yet. But for the most part, South Built, that's 3 of 3 pistol rounds now that they've just lost.
Seven Kings bought themselves a Marshall here. A touch of confidence. Actually, they throw it away. Move on forward. Oh, wait. Oh, instantly tagged here. Is as is. They are going to complete the plant, however. The same gambit on B works out a touch better this time around. And damage is already being done by Mika. Can they transfer the spray into someone else with only 14 HP left? It's becoming increasingly unlikely that that's going to be the case. Papachulo delivers even more right now, but they're all alone against so many. Einekes is likely going to find the 4K, and it's delivered in good time. Wonderful conversion. 2 Spectres will survive, and Einekes is likely going to be able to pick up a weapon right here. Ooh, hello, an Ares. I'll take that. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, free gun. Big stick that goes boom in this case. As we now see Beast.
All the Daka.
Yeah, more Daka. More death. In this case, South Built. It's the first time in a while they've not been able to do too much damage on the Beast on the anti-eco. Usually we see Beast left with kind of 1 or 2 players left scrambling for life. In this case, they seem to be a bit more disciplined with it. Unfortunately, the spike plant means that for South Built, they're going to have a really strong buy here. And this buy, it looks like it's going to be tailored for a bit of a hit through both Garage, maybe even to C.
Be a nice pinch here. Einekes is going to see this, though, or at least see the Sova. They haven't seen too much more than this, though, so it could still be a lurk. Einekes position themselves up. Will they beat... Oh, the drone is taken out before I could see Einekes. Now, this needs to be checked. Still, Garage has its own issues. What can Jar manage with this Ares? Oh, they're instantly blinded. Sucked into the gravity well. It's not looking good for Jar, but Einekes has done something on that long. Jar, what can you do for me from behind this area? Not much, apparently, but Flippy can do plenty. Everyone on the side of the defense has fallen over. And while Seven King does have a Marshal, a Ghost, and full armor, it's not looking good for them. And Jar's going to make sure that it doesn't look any rosier.
3 players left alive, it gives you that economic pad, and they actually don't have to pick up the Ares, so more Ducker is been replaced by accurate Ducker, as these rifles are going to be converted to the next round, and for Beast, they're go for the full investment. anti-eco doesn't work, doesn't matter. They were tailoring for this spy here, where they have rifles around the board, they're one away from the Seekers over on Mika, they're a few away from the knives over on Seven King, but nowhere near as the spitting distance of both Ya and Papichulo, who are going to have some very round-altering abilities come online this round.
Ironacase for second. Not going to be a victim of any of utility here, but Ironacase themselves might well have been pinged. Wait, both the Ironacase are on A. Well, this is going to get confusing, ladies and gentlemen. I hope your brains are prepared. Bruce is unable to trip the wire here, and Ironacase is actually going to reposition that now. Hoping to try and get some advanced warfare around the box. Drones will be exchanged. And Seven King backs out for the moment. Multiple people are going to be pinged, and this might slow down the advance of South Bill as they move into the crosshairs of multiple Ironacase, and each will pick up a frag right here, but in turn, both will lose their lives. It seems like Flippy always just a touch later. The second wave of these dives in is able to find the refrags, and it's a great wave approach from South Bill Esports. Ja, can they do anything alone? 0 credits, a Vandal, half an armor. At this point, you might want to consider saving, but... Oh, if they move through here, that's easy for Flippy. And I feel like Ja might come to regret that attempt at a push.
Yeah, absolutely right. I would have loved to see him safe. That's the rifle you need next round. Bear in mind that there isn't much money at all on Beast. Sheriff's around the board, so they are going to be able to work with this here. And bear in mind, you noticed how the Cypher was picked instead of the Killjoy. Someone said earlier that Beast, Mika on stream, said that they're not expecting playoffs and they're just experimenting. I don't know as the authenticity of that statement, but it would make sense as to why we're seeing the Cypher instead of the Killjoy here.
Maybe so. I choose to believe it when 10 grand's on the line. No team is going to turn their nose up at it, Kramer. I choose to believe. But what everyone believes is their own business. And Seven King believes it's value to be gained out of this Blade Storm here. Already a touch of damage taken from the defenders. At range, Flippy outduels Seven King, even with the 100% accuracy of those knives. Mika can dive in with a Sheriff if they want. They've only got 2 bullets left. Oh, when they reload, they're going to have more bullets in their Sheriff than they do hit points on their character. They're down to only 5, Kremer. And Papachulo's already making their foray up. That was a bad timing there, which means Einake is able to cross over without taking much damage at all. And now a readjustment from the side of South Built Esports as they prepare to execute onto C. Einake pre-positions themselves and is going to try and avoid any potential stuns coming through. That's a good turn away. They've avoided the Nova Pulse as well, but they're unable to even hit the shot. Papachulo carves through defenders like a hot knife through butter. Where's the plant? Going to be coming through very shortly from the Sova. And that's a bunch of ultimates that have just come and lit on up.
That is a very yellow top of the scoreline for Southville here. All of them ready to use their ults. More importantly, AZ 1 away from theirs. Pro 2 away from the Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury kind of the after-plant ability as well. So, in actuality, not having it for the start of the round might not mean much, especially when you could get one from the Spike Plant, you could get one from the Ult Orb as well, without even seeing your opposition. For the investment of Beast, we don't see the op out on Seven King just yet, but what we do see is a 3-man commitment to A Long.
A huge amount given over here, as is will be comfortable staying in this corner for a moment longer. But Seven King, they are definitely telegraphing that this is going to be a commitment. If they get into the corner, they'll be able to get a free kill here on Flippy. Easy clap. I'm out, boys. I've got what I need. Cover me, boys. I'm leaving.
Those are the flashes as well. Now moving to a site is going to be very damn hard for Southville. Needs to be off the back of some pre-maim.
I believe they've already used that drone as well. That's going to make entry even harder, Kramer. They tried to use it to chase down Seven King. And now as is, they do have themselves 1 cloudburst, but they'd like a little bit more than that, to be honest. Things have gotten quite difficult here, so maybe they need to draw away some rotations, and that's Jar's job.
Push in at silence for now. South Built, they don't want anything to do with this site anymore, and I think as they list over to C, they need Yar to either sell a fake or to hit a stellar flank. He's going to hear that camera coming on and offline as well, so he knows that he only has timing to help him here, especially with the tripwire about to catch out AZ's on C. I mean, the jig's up.
And Max Exodus from A will be moving on in, but Cannons do the damage before they arrive here. Einecase tries their best to play around the Cypher Cage, and here comes the Hunter's Fury, trying to deny this plant away, but Papachulo decides they're just going to have to try and tank it, because the timing is needed. Jar's caught on the flank. 3 versus 2 here as Mika's going to try and make something work on the back of a Seeker's taking down Pro is a great start right here. They catch eyes from Timmy Turret. That last 5 HP, it serves them well. Can they get anything more than this? No, they can't. Papachulo in a 1 versus 1 now. So low Crema. And Einecase only needs to hit a single shot. They're able to do it easily. And that'll be a defuse and Beast evening us up once again.
6 bullets. About 17 HP. No armor. It was a tall order, wasn't it? Einecase, he'll lap that up any day of the week. However, there isn't an ult on South Build that isn't ready. This is a state of preparedness we don't often see. This
is DEFCON Black.
This is DEFCON Black, and in this case, I mean, for Beast, all I can say is just watch out, hold on, because they're coming. And in this case, for AZ's, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him just commit those knives and just bolt it to C. He's only got Spectre, so it looks very likely, actually.
Papachulo, give him the lean over towards C. The lockdown isn't ideal for a C take here. Look at all of his utility that's now in the way. It's going to be Aziz going high. Might try and catch someone out here, but Seven King instantly puts them in the ground. Pro's already done too much damage. Flippy with the blinds has facilitated everything that's needed. So low was Seven King that they could not survive, even through some random spam. Now Einecase and Mika remain. The lockdown is placed. They want to guarantee these post-plant positions, but Jar's already been spotted out by Mika. They need to run away to avoid getting caught. This means that Jar can just move up into this window and control Garage. That's going to be such an awkward fulcrum, but maybe Mika can find them by surprise. Will they expect a full flank here from Mika? Do they think that Mika's had time to make this work? Oh, there could be the assumption that this has been covered by Jar. It's 3 kills for Mika! 1 versus 1 now, and Mika blinds themselves. Jar's got time on their side. They get the spot on Mika, and now they can try and go high. They're being loud as they run. They don't want to take the gunfight, but Mika's going to force the issue. Jar might end up dying to the spike right here if they're not careful. And there it is.
That they do. Quarter through the scoreline, a wonderful round from South Build, but that was a heavy commitment. 4 ults go into that round, and 4 people die. That's not as clean as you need it to be, as they all have to reinvest. This time they've only got a single device ready to be used. Zal's going to get theirs up this round as well, as most of the Beasts get ready to hit quite a power spike after their eco.
Beast. Yeah, it's a plan for next round, Crema. A plan for the future. They're investing. Jar might be investing in a swing here. Up against the turret, Papachulo can definitely take some bonus. Well, it's a massacre across the board.
That's that.
I was busy looking at Jar, thinking that maybe they get something spicy with the Sheriff, but at the moment, the only spice that's being delivered is that that's coming out the hot end of Aziz's rifle barrel. And they skew even more. That is flawless there.
Wonderful round from South Build. It's against the Nikos. Feel good frags, isn't it, Harry? You run around, get some kills, you feel pretty good about yourself. Granted, you're against unarmored, kind of out-firepowered opponents, but nonetheless, it's the
You're kicking toddlers, but hey.
Yeah, he's just still got to kick something. It still makes a noise.
I mean, I won that children's karate class fair and square.
Exactly. It's not my fault. They didn't. They weren't at the level of experience I was. These ready to get.
I had to learn a harsh lesson about life and adults.
This isn't fair. Life isn't fair.
Life isn't fair, little Timmy. And you will come to learn that.
Much like I will. It'll kick you down at every given moment.
It's definitely felt some pressure. The drone coming through has drawn Mika over into heaven. And it seems to now the spike is going to commit, going down into sewers in the hands of Pro. But no full commitment at the moment. The flank is still being guarded, and crucially, Papachulo is still in range of their alarm bot in case Einecase decides to make a little bit of a skirmish out of C.
Aggression ready to come from AZ.
Alright, here come the stars. That's about as much of a telegraph as you can get. As is. What do you have for us right now? Looking to set up their entry here. They're going in after the flash. They see exactly where their co-jet is, but Seven King, surprise, baby. You thought that you were on the flank, but it was me the entire time. It was Dio. Jar manages to take down Seven King, and it's still an all-out brawl despite the early advantage given over by Seven King. Papachulo catches these hands from Mika, and when the dust clears, 2 defenders remain. The spike is not planted, and A is safe.
They used to fit DEFCON Black as well. It's happening now. And I really, really like that round from both Mika and Seven King. Both of them having some incredible performances. With Seven King dancing around those smokes 1 kill at a time. That's all you need if you're Beast. Just consistently getting that man advantage. And then Mika, that Hawk out of the smoke, blinds every single member, gives you an easy retake before the spike's even planted. More importantly, keeping that South-built economy under relative control. Sure, they're going to be able to reinvest, but you're not going to be able to undo 5 rounds worth of winnings in just 1.
Yes, my winnings, they are grandiose. Look at this. Heinekes moving up A long. Might just tuck themselves into a cubby. Yeah, that'll be fine. It's Aziz once again, where the spice is going to be handed on out. A secret collection of herbs and spices in the hands of Aziz right here. But will it be a feast or will it be famine for the entry jet? They wait for the smoke to dissipate. They prepare to follow in the Trailblazer. Oh, that's an easy clap hit there onto Seven King. Getting revenge for a round previous. They need to try and dodge away here from the gravity well, and they'll avoid being afflicted with the vulnerable. But still, the spike has not been committed to the site just yet. Still in the hands of Pro, and everyone will just cut their noise and move away.
South-built turning their attention to C now. This garage control is going to be tough with that tripwire. They're going to have to try and explode. With only 35 seconds left, they don't have time for this tomfoolery, Harry. They've just got to go.
Jar's position could be everything. It's only a Spectre in hand.
It's enough.
Definitely could be. There will be 2 tripwires pinged at once here. All right, here comes the movement. What can Jar do? They see exactly where Ziz is. They've held their fire for now. They hear more people coming in. They know where the Killjoy is as well. Lovely stuff from Jar. That's going to be 2. They want to give themselves an upgrade. And while this happens, Heinekes has moved on in and claimed 2 for themselves. What excellent patience from the Astra.
Really, really strong round from Yar, and, you know, killing that Killjoy was enough. The fact he cancels the plant, even if his whole team died there, they had 1 guy left alive, they've won the round on time. That was all Yar had to do, was kill that planter. Granted, I would argue a little bit ambitious to go for the kill first. I'd have rather seen him just kill the planter than win the round and then focus on hunting. But nonetheless, the fact he's able to kill the Astra as well is just perfect. Zar does fall on that attack, and for Yar, a really, really strong round, equalizing at 5-5 and showing us, Harry, we have a game in our hands here.
He's far from giving up. Experimental comps or no, Seven King has picked up the op now. We first saw Seven King, our first witness of this guy's skill. That was on Breeze. The map all about op dominance, and it was certainly delivered in this case. Heinekes is going to get a touch of cover potentially to try and pick up that ult orb, but it's only a recall of a star. And Jar has fallen on a foray out of mid. That's such a risky position they took. They must have poked out of their own smoke. And now Papachulo, they can try and breed some paranoia in this area. They can try and force Seven King off this angle if they destroy that tripwire.
Seven King bringing out the op, the first one we've seen this game. He hasn't shot with it either, so it's yet to be revealed. Unfortunately, maybe the Jet that has to feel it.
Oh, Seven King. They make the correct decision. They take care of his biz, but Papachulo run and gun is so strong. The refrag from Heinekes still comes through, but only the 2 defenders are so far away from this, and both of them will be revealed in terms of location by the Seekers. It'll be an easy plant for Pro, and post-plant positions are going to be very strong from the attackers right here. Again and again, these smokes can be refreshed, because Jar still has plenty to play with. Heinekes took a peek in there while Bruce was still on the field, so there was no chance for a Mika refrag. They were busy controlling the dog. A pop flash could have been attempted, but Mika fell as it was flying.
perfect stuff from this side. And more importantly, for Southfield, this is where they suddenly put the brakes onto Beast. Bear in mind, Haven is attacker-sided. The fact that Beast has been able to keep it this close is perfect for them. Bear in mind, Southfield, let's be honest, probably won't be winning the pistol round. So if Beast can keep it level at the end of the half, then they go into the next half with an inherent advantage.
That advantage could be everything, Kremer. Every single round is leverage when you're this tightly tied. Some would say consider this map attacker-sided. Southfield Esports definitely want to be getting away from here with 7-5. Pings by this recon bot. They're baited in, but it is going to be trades either way. Flippy winning that is crucial. Now what can Mika do? Alone on site. Going to take a while for Jar to come in and back them up. And the same can be said of a long flank. Look at the pace on Aziz. They never expected that the Jet would be coming from behind them. Einekes might have the longest flank of them all. But as Jar enters, they're just going to be caught in a crossfire between 3 people. Einekes can get a timing here on Jar. Easy clap. But still, that Cosmic Divide remains alive. And Aziz definitely has a great position here on top of these boxes. It's going to be very hard to pre-aim. They'll be able to swing off the back of the gunfight elsewhere. Aziz finds the timing. Einekes falls down, and 7-5 now for Southfield.
Really nice way to end your half. It means you mitigate the impact of that pistol round. As you lose pistol round, it ends up going 7-7 off the back of the eco when you go for your full buy. Keeps it level. There's a world where Southfield win their pistol round, sure. I would love to see it, Harry. I would enjoy seeing Southfield win a pistol round.
It must happen one day.
Exactly. And over onto Beast, we're going to put another player in the highlight, which is Zar. He has had a really difficult series so far. And when having to compete with Ya, it's really not looking good for him. And I would like to see them have a few rounds where they're put in a position to get some confidence frags, to really build up your position, so that at least mentally, you're not going to be tilted at any given point.
They made a few moves that seem to infer to me that they're starting to get a touch more tilted, like we saw them die outside of B against a lurk, when there's no real reason for the Astra to be taking a foray out of there, especially through a smoke. Mika moves on up, checking for the turret, but it's pretty tightly positioned here. And look at the crossfire Papachulo has with their own turret. That's a lovely smoke. That's a lovely right-click. Nerf turn, by the way. Papachulo instantly claims 3. And Southfield, they might actually win a pistol. Einekes just being chipped on down. Papachulo swapped over to the Ghost now. And they deliver. Oh, baby. Oh, the classic. I can't believe it cost 0 credits.
0. Free gun, and it's happened, Harry. It's that Southfield finally won a pistol round.
What does it mean?
Sorry, tears welling.
The portents have no idea how to deal with this.
I'm just so proud of them.
Gonna start reading the tea leaves.
They have to. Sheriff on 7 King, the rest of them on classics. Nonetheless, this is now a bit of a sweat position for Beast. Bear in mind, they lose this series, unless something ungodly happens in our next few, then they've lost.
Take a bit of a miracle for Beast to qualify if that's the case. But a draw is not good for either of these teams. It's better than a loss at least. Einekes starts off well here with the Sheriff taking out their counterpart. Look at this for double down. Einekes. They got very confident there after catching the overextended Sova. More Einekes action. They always deliver. The classic out-snipes the Marshal. And damage has been done. But look at this. 7 King has moved in now with a Spectre. And Flippy's just there to greet the Flippy. Just penetrates through everybody. Ah, yes. This flesh won't stop my bullets. Mika with a Sheriff in hand. We've seen stranger things happen in this tournament than the 1 versus 3 with a Sheriff. But with... Oh, that's a dodge on the concussion. However, up against 3 Spectres, I'm afraid the rate of fire is just too high.
Good luck dodging that, mate. Southfield. They're going to go 9-5 up. This is where it matters for Beast, which is they're against the bonus of Southfield. So winning this would put them back on track. It would keep your scorelines relatively even. And more importantly, it would stop Southfield from trying to pave their way to a victory, because you'll be on an eco if you lose this. And we're going to see Southfield hit 11. Luckily, They absolutely out-firepower South Built. More importantly, South Built don't have any ults to really throw at this round, so it is purely down to A, and they've got a gun disadvantage.
I wouldn't bet on it. However, yep, Aziz instantly down. They knew that there were going to be some shenanigans afoot. As one of the Spectres already claimed, does Pro try and counter-rotate? This is the question. Now that they've heard this incoming drone, they're going to call in some reinforcements, mostly in the form of Flippy, but Jar has fallen elsewhere. Flippy's opened this up a little bit, but a touch of blocking means that Jar can take their swing and just get themselves one more on the board. Every single frag matters so much for Jar when it comes to bringing themselves back into relevancy in this lobby. Got Battle of the Sentinels at the back. Papachulo takes down that wire. What is that adjustment? Einekes has been absolutely dominated. And now Papachulo, what can you do for me with this Phantom? They know exactly where they're coming from, so it's not ideal. But the double swing isn't set up well. Never needed, though. Mika instantly delivers the headshot. Only needed a body. And Beast, they convert on their buy.
Wonderful round once again. 3 rounds to separate the two of them. 3 rounds separate South Built from a guaranteed overtime. With lockdown available from Papachulo, we'll see if they look to expend it with a full buy on either side as well. No ops in circulation just yet, though. But nonetheless, we'll have to see what can be done from South Built, as they have had to buy down to 0 here. Beast, definitely, I know, stretch of the imagination, suffering economically, but with players like Seven King and Zar, they're a little bit more comfortable.
Will Aziz be caught here again? A couple rounds in a row now. We've seen South Built lose people on A long, and that has not changed, Kremer. The same thing again and again and again. Pings onto everyone now from a neural theft. Mika's keen to just move up through mid. They're going to go up against Papachulo. They're able to deliver a headshot and the body to finish them as well. And now Jar is feeling very much on an island. They're all alone. They'll be able to potentially take out Seven King here. Can we get any more than that? No! The rifles line up. The firing squad is merciless. And now Mika can try and catch out any rotation that may come through here. The location will be revealed. And now this will be a readied attempt at a swing from Pro, but Einekes is able to peel for Mika nicely. What an execution there from Beast.
What execution.
Stop losing people all day long. It's not working.
I really want to see South Built just right off A long at this point. Go for info, sure. On shoulder peaks, sure. Maybe
just don't run it down.
Maybe even bring an op over there if you're feeling it on your full buy. Just please, from the absolute depths of my soul, stop running up long. Because, bear in mind, they have to do it in an anti-flash as well. So unless you're committing 2 or 3 players, you can't do it effectively against Mika, who is just going to abuse you if you try. I like this. Recon arrow, that's all you need. You still get an idea of numbers. Even if they shoot it, you'll hear the amount of guns that fire. For now, yeah, that's the opening you won.
Good flash as well there. An assist from Flippy. That could be a looted rifle here for Jar. And that is everything. Einekes running away. Oh, Seeker's on one side, turret on the other. Very much noted right here. But A's already been lost. What can be done from a back? Buyers is nothing at all. Seven King just runs them down. Full pelt, full metal jacket. And Flippy. Oh, they're already pinged. This is sadness. With 2 recovered rifles here, though. There's a world where South Built Esports might just try and go for a save. Jar's got themselves 3. Now it's a 2 versus 1. How has this happened? Einekes all alone. Einekes for second in this case. Behind that box. They're pinching in from 2 sides. Can 2 1v1s be isolated? No chance, mate. Jar says no. Jar is going to be able to claim this. And there we go. A swap over on the defuse to give over Flippy another ult point. Because you know that Jar's is ready.
What's around by Yar there?
E-code.
Ecos, as you mentioned. E-code, Beast, and yeah, I mean, they just run in. They take each 1v1 as it comes, and they wipe the floor with Beast. What a round that was, and, well, for Beast, a reinvestment comes. Luckily, they can afford it thanks to the Spike Plant, but they're strained to do it. With only 50 left on Zar, only 200 left on Einekes. This isn't where you want to be, especially when South Built, if they keep this rhythm up, they're going to be in a position where they hit match point while simultaneously resetting their opponents.
That'd be dangerous. Ah, yes. Not giving away a free kill on A-long. Master strategists. I think Black and Blue might have given them some words. Stop it. Stop it. Crossfire on B here. This could prove problematic for Reinecase as they take a little peek in. Oh, the timing. I think they may have just managed to get past Aziz, but you know that something might be afoot right here. Drone moves through garage. They're yet to note Papachulo, but Papachulo will make themselves known in this case, as there has been some deep penetration. Flippy. They'll be able to confirm presence here with the Hawk. Down comes the barrage of stars. That celestial rainfall. We'll note that this is definitely going to be a C here. What can Flippy do before they fall? Only one in this case. 2 frags already. And the cosmic divide on top of all of that. However, it's a little bit late to try and outpace Papachulo. That lockdown killed the momentum in its crib. Do they know that Reinecase has made this much purchase? And on a long rotation to A here, Reinecase might be able to catch people for free. That's 1. Can they get any more than this? They've been noted by the turrets. And it's a double pump back to C now. And every single one of these rotations is so vulnerable to Reinecase picking it up. What a great position they found themselves.
10 seconds left.
Pro's going to have to outduel them, but they're going to be completely unaware. And look at these tripwires. Both of the flankers are going to have to reveal their positions, and that's going to mean readied gunfights. Pro, what can you do here to try and open this up? The free aim from Reinecase is good, and the second Reinecase will be able to take a swing off of this as well. Papachulo's going to be noted. Reinecase wins the duel, and down goes the turret. Surely Papachulo can't win the 1 versus 3. Timing's already not on their side. Sure, Timmy will grab 1, but Papachulo can't get more than that.
I love that round from Beast. I love the positioning of those tripwires from Reinecase. Really, really strong positioning on those tripwires. And more importantly, the flank that comes from him as well means that he's going to go unperturbed no matter where he pushes. They can't flank, they can't outflank him. He's got the entirety of B under control as well. So if they really wanted to be fancy, they could have gone through garage and gone for a plant on a completely different site. Luckily, they do stick to their guns. They turn around after the lockdown. They try and sell the double fake. It works beautifully. The only reason it doesn't is Papachulo hears them pushing mid, but because he's done that, he has to go through the tripwires anyway.
Good job walking this smoke. There's for the blind, and Seven King is going to be traded out here, but it's just all going the way of Beast at this moment. Aziz is going to move on forward with the Blade Storm in hand. 4 blades to their name. And Reinecase has doubled back to try and deal with this. They'll find it. And can we get a plant is the question. I think it is going to be the case. This is great news for Beast. Now they're only 1 round away, and they've got themselves some money on those who managed to save their rifles to reinforce the economy.
You also get to look at the ult management as well. Minka, 1 away from what would be the 4th ult available for Beast. Over on South Built, I mean, sure, you've got Flippy 1 away, Pro 1 away. Unfortunately, until they actually convert those, you're relying fully on your Cosmic Divide and Ya. And, I mean, sure, it's good, but it's not good enough to perturb 4 other ults available for Beast. They have the ability disadvantage here, and luckily for them, the aggression from South Built is over.
Jar takes a jump peek and catches lead. Plenty of it, in fact, Kremer. Seven King walk to the star. Brave as they are to make it happen. They're going to get themselves the timing on Papachulo. That's perfect. They thought they would be covered by Jar, but that's just not the case. And now Jar needs to go big all by themselves. They will avoid incoming gravity wells. They'll get themselves 2. Can Jar keep this alive? They are going to be hit here by the tracking dart, and that means that Jar is easily able to convert. They themselves will be tracked in kind, as an exchange of reconnaissance from these Sovas proves too much to bear. Jar gets the plant. That Cosmic Divide is 1 away now. And all by themselves again is Aziz in a 1 versus 3. They've got full utility, granted. But what can they do to easily clear these areas? That's an easy headshot right there. Reinecase just a touch too tall. Can Aziz make this happen? Oh, maybe they can. Reinecase is down. Turn around. And maybe they'll find Jar. But that's just a great little wraparound from the Astra.
Solid stuff from Beast there. 10 to 10 the scoreline, and well, Harry, for South Built, I'm very happy the fact they're calling a timeout. They need to try and find a way to break this momentum. Having only won 1 in the last 6 rounds, you don't want to be going down like this. More importantly as well, we look over to the investment. There's hardly any money on South Built. You have to rely entirely on abilities, but Beast, They've got a few abilities of their own, Harry. We're going to start nicknaming. When a team has 5 abilities ready, we're going to start calling it DEFCON Black. And I am just so surprised by the majority of both these teams, actually. The only teams we've really seen do this, they really hold on to their ults. They really do. We saw on Splits, Pro, he was more than happy to use it proactively when he got that Rolling Thunder. But it appears just here, they just hold on to them. In this case, it's going to be whoever breaks first. It'll probably be Beast, because it's a bit of a waste to have 5 ults readily available and just not use them. For South Built, though, the counter ults, they're available. I just don't know if they have the firepower to back it up.
South Built. A draw. That would not be acceptable. They came in here with high hopes, high reputations as one of the greatest teams in the Philippines. And here they are, potentially going to 2 draws and 2 losses. A single win not in their column? What would happen there? They need to dig deep. They need to find themselves an opening here. But Beast, they won't let anything go for free. Pro's trying to get an opening frag here. The Sheriff up against Mika. Could convert into something. There will be a ping. A noisy disengagement here. And a stack up now on A of 3 defenders.
This is going to be tough. Sure, there's a stack. Are they going to be able to invite Beast home? They invite them in.
Case is forced to abandon that drone. Otherwise, it would have taken even more damage from that shock dart. Flippy's fallen down. Here comes Seven King. It's so easy. Pro was still piloting the drone. They were hoping that Aziz would be able to guard them. Of course you can't. Not against that. Papachulo's already been pinged. It's going from bad to worse. And look at what Einekes has done. They're in so deep. Mika doubles back. They hear the running. No one's confirmed inside the window at this moment. However, it does reveal that Mika is close. Jar looks for something with the Sheriff, but it's not going to be forthcoming. Papachulo wins 1 duel. Surely they can't win 4. No, Einekes just gets the timing. Oh, and Beast, they feel it. Their blood is wild. They feel that primordial energy, the surge to keep on going.
Absolutely right. Beast are looking so damn strong. They found their rhythm. They found their rhyme. And right now, they're committing crime as a really, really wonderful last spree they found themselves in. And their ult management as well. It's really, really consistent. Like, they're only using them when needed. And they're doing it at such a good time. They're not dumping them like we saw from South Built on their attacking side. They're using them methodically as they're required. It means that you get such longevity from them as well. That for South Built, they're still at an ult disadvantage. Well, even for now, but the firepower isn't there because you've got AZ with the op.
Looks like it might be an execute here. Onto C, but Drone's going to move through first and Seven King will follow. They've had such a good game. But Jar's trying to stop the lurk in its tracks. Mid is no longer controlled. If you move out of this window area, you are going to drown in bullets. Jar was ready to give them out, and now they'll follow the Seekers through. Trying their best to stop this here. The movement onto C has been noted, but can any of these duels be won? Seven King puts it to bed. I refuse to allow it. And look at these post-plant positions. They're just going all the way back. Because what do they have? They have themselves a Hunter's Fury. They probably have themselves a couple of shock darts to play with as well. And that's going to make matters very, very complicated. Look at this flank, though, from Pro. Sure, you can put down the lockdown. But little do they know, no one's there. It's all on Pro. In a 1 versus 4 here, controlling this area is going to be so difficult. That's a free one. Can they get any more than this? No, they're caught with the arrow in hand. They didn't expect for Shah to be that close. However, as you aim down this area, you can take down Papachula, but can you take out the operator? You need to hold this at this moment. Flippy's trying their best to make it work. They're going to hold it as best they can, but the op's going to be lost as well. Match point for Beast has gone perfectly.
My God, Harry, it's an absolute cluster in C long there, and a bit of a whiff from Einekes to get the first kill and just assume the others will be in that corner. I think it's a bit of a mistake to not think there'll be someone watching the flank. Bear in mind how consistently they do the exact same thing. For now, the ults still even. I'm so impressed with Beast being able to keep their ults even with South Built here. With no op in sight, it's a full investment for a South Built. It's down to 0. There isn't even armor on Ya. There's a divide in knives. We'll see which one works out here as aggression comes through.
Shah almost leading the way here. They are going to be pinged from the back. Maybe an oversight to not destroy that recon bolt. The Seven King is forced to disengage for this moment. However, as is, do they leave the sewers? They're flushed out. The exterminators have been called. We need to remove some rats. And 3 now will perch up in sewers. Bruce comes first. A swing off the back of that, trying to take advantage of a displacement of crosshairs. But as is, they might have Jar dead to rights. The combination here is going well, but elsewhere, Southbuilt are winning duel after duel. Aziz can't risk doing this again. 45 HP. They're just going to try and escape. They go high, in fact. They know that a very little amount of map control is in the hands of Beast right now. They need to win this as cleanly as possible. Their economy, it's in shambles already. If Mika can claim any more lives here, the next round is looking promising. Maybe they can even make it work this time around. Will they look upwards is the case? Because this has dropped down. Out goes a full blind. They put down the cloudburst. Mika and Jar fall one after the other. As usual, it's Flippy and Aziz. The duelist and pseudo-duelist who stop them in their tracks. And, oh, Kremer. Overtime could be real.
It's thankful to see them finally able to go blow for blow. But for Southbuilt, this is going to leave such a sour taste in their mouths. They were in this position 5-6 rounds ago. How come it's only now they're able to find their rounds? Seven King goes for the Guardian. Bear in mind, he does have the knives to throw at this as well. It's the final round of regulation. Of course he's going to be using them. Ult advantage at long last for Southbuilt. But you need to remember as well, Zar scarily close to the Cosmic Divide.
Aziz can wrap around behind Anarchase here. Oh, this could be huge. Anarchase has already taken out Pro. This should be an easy refrag. Flippy grabs it before Aziz can even make contact, but now it's all about C. Seven King has made their way in. Sure, the Guardians in hand, but so too are a bunch of knives, and now they're in Jar's head. A quick refresh here will give everything they want, and now they can overwatch any attempted entries, as it's going to be Aziz caught out on the backside. This is it for Beast. This is the moment they've been waiting for. 2 versus 4. Blades for Seven King. And there's no real tools to try and retake this. They're going to move in off the back of Flippy. Can anything be done? The substitute, the new guy. Southbuilt's last hope with 29 HP. 1 versus 3. The jump spot, the drone, everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at Flippy right now as they're pinged by this recon bolt. And they feel time inexorably slip through their fingers. The jump spot from Jar is going to be punished. Here comes the shock dart. And Flippy just throws himself into it. Oh, it's unfortunate. It's the end of the round. That's going to be a draw. And Southbuilt Esports and Beast, once again, they find their fates precariously perched on a razor's edge as to who will be able to move on forward, Kramer. It might come down to round difference because they're both 2 draws and 2 losses.
Because of it being down to round difference, I think that for Southbuilt, this is finally going to be a breath of fresh air that, yes, they were able to get that many rounds. But the fact that it was so one-sided on map 1 for Beast is going to be somewhat worrying. I think because of this being a tie, there's still a chance for either side. And if so, it makes this final game of today all the more important. We have got Team BAAM taking on Bren. It's going to be a very tall order for BAAM, who have had a very tough start to this tournament. Could they redeem themselves here? We're going to have to see. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. also misery, it's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I will stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, celebrities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high in love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high in love. We're invincible. Trust in me. We're invincible. Don't you see? We're invincible. We're invincible.
Oh, Harry, it's the final game of the day. We've got Bren, our rank 1 in the group, versus BAAM. Currently sitting in 3rd place. They're looking to, or 4th place, I apologise. They're looking to stay in this position so they can at least get out of the group. However, a win here can allow them to put themselves in contention with Bleed, where they get to decide whether or not they play against Kingsman or Louvre. Personally, none of them are a great option, but I know which one I'd rather play against.
Yep, there's bad and then there's oh god.
Yeah.
And you want to try and avoid the oh god scenario as best as you can. But BAAM here. If you are a fan of self-built esports or Bleed, you're going to be rooting heavily here for Bren to dominate.
Yeah.
If Bren can start to chip away at the map difference that BAAM have, that would be great news for the South-built esports fans. And you know, a lot of the South-built esports fans are probably rooting for Bren already because they're both Filipino representatives. So there's probably a lot of energy heading their way right now.
They doubly want Bren to win this. We look at this character selection for Bind. We're going to be seeing a KO on EJ. Potentially.
Oh,
I love it when they pick characters in sync.
a sync lock.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
That's a boot camp buff right there.
That is a boot camp buff as the KO comes out on EJ. I quite like that. I quite like the KO. We've seen that it's very good at detecting presence, and it's essentially you accompany that with a Cypher, and you no longer need a Sova. You no longer need a Cypher, which is what we saw earlier. So for the Sky, I mean, the Sky KO combo, I'm starting to really feel it. We saw Juicy play it on Breeze. That's like kind of our intro to a KO to this tournament, and since then, it's come into fashion a little bit.
I'm a basic man, Kremer. When I look at these games, I like to put a duelist up against a duelist.
Yeah.
And on BAAM, there's only one option when it comes to a superstar, and that's NTK going up against Xavi, who's had some great games on Bind. They absolutely dominated here previously. And question is, will they be able to get a huge amount of value out of the Rays here up against NTK, who's playing a bit more of a classic jet, while is going to be joined by Mwef here, who's playing their own Rays. So a lot of entry potential here on BAAM, but not quite so much information.
You're absolutely right. We do have a brief pause here. Bit of a tech issue. Unfortunately, Harry, nothing's happened, so we can't really analyse it much.
What do you feel about NTK's choice of melee? One of the newer ones.
Let's take a look. I don't like that comic book series of weapons as well.
Really?
Yeah, not my jam.
Anyone in the chat want to be my new casting partner? Asking for a friend.
Yeah, it's alright, I guess. But
have you seen the finisher? It's so cool, dude.
Finisher's
They get knocked into the stratosphere.
My favourite finisher is the one where it sucks the soul out and they kind of go on their knees that plays the heavenly music in the background.
Ah, yeah, like the Guardians of Light, I think it is.
Yeah,
it's very heavenly. There's the angelic version and the devilish version.
I like the angelic version of Guardians of Light. That's just me though. It's just me.
Yeah. What is taste? Oh, look, EJ. While we're in our tech pause. He's actually running the crosshair. Oh my goodness. Derek's one is potentially even worse than the smiley
Look
face.
at Derek's one. I hadn't
Oh,
considered.
Derek's changed theirs. They were messing with me. They had a big old white boy, a real chungus of a crosshair.
Derek is really messing with his crosshairs at the moment. You see him cycling through them. Let's just see what he goes there. Spectate Derek for a bit.
Let's just watch Derek.
Yeah.
And here we see Derek
wild.
in his natural habitat, cycling through crosshairs.
Hoping
This
one big
ritual
enough-
often occurs before many professional games.
Hoping a big enough crosshair could help find a mate. I struggled in Valorant.
This large crosshair is designed to attract the attention of a potential mate.
Fortunately,
We are the worst casters in history.
man, I also think Valorant's probably the last place to look if you want potential mates as well, but
Wow.
but nonetheless.
Really, coming from CS and saying that? You sure,
It's
Kramer?
because I come from CS, I feel like I'm the speaking authority on virginity. Let's just let that simmer for a bit.
Yes, just gonna let that sit
Just
there for a moment.
Have a brief pause. Saved by the
All right, they're ready. Cast ready. Cast ready. Please save me
us
from
from
Kramer. Derek's done with their crosshairs. Wait, has EJ maintained the smiley face? No, the smiley face has been banished. Damn.
Oh, that's a
What are
shame.
you trying?
That's a shame. Hopefully we can unpause fairly soon.
Here we go.
There we
All right, Kramer, call us a Valorant.
Colours of Valor. I've just tried to. We need you to play Valorant. It's your turn.
Oh, well, okay.
Take the
EJ
wheel,
right now
partner.
is looking at a barrier that's about to drop. We're going to be joining the boom bot going forward. Oh, this is really exciting to look over to Hookah right now. And it's going to be Mwef who's in there waiting to catch all of this aggression. However, with that Astra Star coming down, they may feel a little bit more safe to just dash out of here or at least play on the lip. Oh, that's a good start right there. It's a lovely nade. Xavi instantly exploits Mwef. You know what? That was exciting.
That was a really nice bit of tech. I love that combination there. And man, they just don't stand a chance. How do you beat that? You're vulnerable if it goes off anyway, so the pistols will kill you regardless. On top of the fact that the paint grenade, it's got 2 spikes of damage from it. So you're going to get hit by the vulnerable from the second paint grenade. That's so cool.
NTK needs to make this even and make it even fast. That's a good start there. Takes out Xavi. More headshots, but EJ grabs 2 for themselves, and now it's down to Mo to try and make something happen. Dwarf emerges from the showers. I'm squeaky clean, baby. So is my aim. Derek versus Dwarf. A battle of the D's. And Bams is bigger.
That it is. Who'd have thought? Size really does matter. As Bam are able to go 1-0 up. And for Dorf, that 3k is going to be wonderful. Bren on the back foot are going to move to a bit of an eco now, which they'll try to recover. Unfortunately, it should be a 2-0 start for BAM. They're going to be very happy with this. And where it matters isn't this round, it's the round after this one, where we finally get to see the rifles.
NTK with a Marshal. We know we can be rather dangerous with this, especially when up against a full eco. No armor means only body shots are required, baby, and I think someone's about to find that out the hard way. Oh, that's a miss, though. NTK could be double swung on here. Is going to be able to use their dash before being suppressed, so can back off to a secondary angle.
It's interesting they gave that to EJ instead of the Viper. I'm very surprised by that choice and placement for the ult orb, but nonetheless, we'll see what Bren do off it. Going back round to mids and just being careful in places. Sky vocalizing it, that's good. Careful that's communication. For Mof though, he's the main man to watch out for. Sure to be here long here, he's going more for info than for a kill, but nonetheless, that could really set him up, especially if the Wraith is able to lob a well-placed paint grenade.
Oh, we see one. Now it's time for the recon. Oh, wait, never mind. We won't go for the recon. We're just going to back off into elbow instead. Taking out that knife, and now Xavi's well ahead of a curve. What can they do with this classic? All you can do here is die. And Mofa's going to make sure that's the case. Everyone just spills through the teleporter once again, hoping that NTK has once more been displaced. But from heaven, Pina's going to be watching. If you dare walk the snake bite, you're going to be vulnerable. And that makes you even easier to frag out on. And Dorf, once again, these are my showers. I pay the water bill.
Well, that's definitely going to be a strong opening from BAAM. And credit where credit's due to Dorf there. I love how he sees the first member, but he doesn't actually shoot at them. Instead, he waits till they push through it, so he has an easy kill on the first, and then goes in to kill the planter. Easy second. Extending into showers. He's only got a ghost, so you might as well give it a try. He's in the vulnerable and quickly finished off. What matters, as mentioned before, is this round. Let's see how the BAAM and Ego fares against the, well, what is going to be a full buy of Bren. It's a bit of a bonus round for them, but with the Vandal on Dorf, they have invested somewhat into this.
I want to see Dorf here go a little bit buck wild. When it comes to that orbital strike, it's almost already available, Tremor. And that could be a real surprise draw card out against Bren. But now Bren have their buy. That's just a record star there. Moving in alongside the Flash Savvy. Ready to try and make some kind of entry happen. They are going to have to back away for about a moment away from that grenade. But now they know that Luca's just a touch safer without that potential clear coming on through. And Wef has to decide if they're going to move on through this wall, but while suppressed and their presence detected, they're going to think twice about it for the moment.
Look at this rotation that's been pulled as well. BAAM really not taking any prisoners with this. Dorf ready to help assist with this commitment, but no, he's going to head back to... Hey, bear in mind, he's one away from that orbital strike, so he is going to be able to have that kind of global presence. But for now, with only a few Spectres, it's still not there yet.
This Boombot didn't find much. But now look, they just go back down that area now that it's believed to be clear. Zavvy could take a peek here. Up against the Spectre, the Vandal's going to have such an advantage at this engagement range. They need to call for the wall to come on up. But Pina, plenty of fuel to work with right here. The A site, oh, they are very much afeared of this. The wall went up and Moth was all alone. It's an easy 5-man. What a bit of subterfuge. What a bit of shenanery from the side of Bren. BAAM caught with their pants down, and now they've got to try and make a retake with the Spectres, and that's going to be no fun at all.
Just gets away with his life there. It's all info plays in this retake here. Okay, he's got to try to extend this first blow.
Pina, what can they do from elbow at the moment? Oh, they catch themselves a full bit of blind. And Zavvy's got themselves an easy angle to try and play with here. The satchel is brought out, and Derek just carves on through multiple people. Dorf, who brought up, catches a headshot as well. And Derek's going to walk away with plenty of frags. And that brings them closer to that Viper's Pit. Now, if you can play for the control of showers on A, you can have a really good execute of a Viper's Pit.
For now, some aggression comes from Bren. They are able to really kind of increase the paranoia in BAAM there. I love the fact that they just go silent. BAAM, they end up getting into their own heads. They assume, well, it's got to be a fake. They've gone so quiet, they've left B. Where else can they be? So, turn their attention to A. There were 20 seconds left. They think, well, they've got no time. They can't go back to B now. Fortunately, for Bren, it was a very, very nice kind of bit of silence to work with. And in this case, they really dictated the narrative of that round. For NTK, though, the op being wielded may catch one of these players off guard and give an inherent man advantage.
All right, this wall is going to prove troublesome. Look at that decay ticking away. The longer NTK stays here and holds this angle, the more fragile they will be. They see Derek, and goodbye to the Viper. Your hopes of a play, a post-plant maybe with a Viper's Pit, NTK. No chance, mate. I ain't allowing that. This is my site. And I will not allow your spooge and your goop here.
Silence from Bren here. Bren are doing really good at just running down clocks and trying to drain utility. Now they look to up the antics, but still hasn't been a full commitment just yet. DJ lead the charge regardless.
No utility available now, so suppression burst. Come on now, NTK is going to miss that shot, but Dorf has done their work elsewhere. They've been on such a tear this entire time, and that is going to be damage done here to EJ. And guess what? You've been abandoned, my son. They've left EJ behind as Brain Freeze dives onto the site. But Mof is waiting, and Mof heard you coming the entire time. Like, good distraction, EJ. I'm off, mate.
Hey, BAAM are looking really damn effective at the moment, Harry. I would be very surprised if we see BAAM... Yeah, don't want to commit to it too early, but if we see BAAM actually beat Bren, that would wreak havoc on our predictions.
I mean, BAAM beating Bren would be unprecedented in the power levels of this group. But even just getting rounds here, just not getting demolished by Bren, is basically all they need to still be competitive for that 4th spot and be the sole representative of Vietnam in our playoffs, because Division X has already fallen on down. NTK catches bullets and now has to be a lot more careful with their position. Xavi, with a Sheriff in hand, what can you do for me, son? You're going to just dive into a grenade. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult. Left with only 21 HP. And NTK here could look for a wallbang even if they so desire. Wef is going to move on forward. Catches Josh. And catches bullets. Brain Freeze is the one who delivers those. And NTK, a victim of the grenade, the paint shells from Xavi. But think about all these frags. They were so deep into B site. But those weapons at this moment are unrecoverable unless they decide to double on down after grabbing the spike from this safe location.
Look at the aggression from Mof as well. He's going to see very quickly that this area is clear, and that is only going to ready Dorf. And Dorf already with a pretty good idea of what he has and doesn't have control of here, may absolutely catch Derek off guard.
All right. That Viper's Pit is still available, and Derek decides that now is the time to use it. But look at this. If Dorf can stay alive, they can just use their orbital strike. Force everybody out of there. First, they need to beat Xavi in this duel. Vandal versus Sheriff. It should be easy. As Bruce does some scouting within. Xavi takes the peek after Bruce gets him down. Beautiful stuff right there. Now, what can you do to clear out this Viper's Pit? It's going to be down to Pina. Out comes the showstopper. Whoa. Xavi's done so much damage. And Pina's down to 1 HP. 1 versus 2 right now. They do have a weapon to try and make this work. They have the Vandal and a Dream as well. But Derek is not going to give that one away. BAAM, they get ecoed.
That's a great conversion from Bren there. I love the usage of that rocket from Xavi there. So, even if it doesn't kill, it gives so much information by the fact it didn't kill. It meant that they either had to be really close or a bit far back from that position, and so it meant that you could just play outside the smoke, wait for them to push. They've got to anyway. They've heard the rocket launcher go off, and in this case, for Bren, it's an old commitment from Xavi and Derek, but it warrants them around. They had no business winning. More importantly, it's wreaked havoc onto the economy of BAAM, who now have NTK on only 700. Sure, he's got knives, but yeah, it's only 5 of them.
5 knives that will come back if they can score a frag with a left click at least. But that's been somewhat of a rare occurrence, I think it's fair to say, so far in this tournament. Often well-checked have been the Jets, especially in Group B. Reactions to some of these high-tier duelists have been demanded, and they have been well-honed as well.
Some aggression being shown for the time being. Dorf has to be very damn careful. Considering where to put these smokes, bear in mind that these brimstone smokes, they last a while. These are good 15-second smokes, and as they bloom, it's going to give them quite the advantage. Pina actually just backs off, thinking this may be a fake.
Remember, Derek moving through this is different from other smokes, Cremor. It's only translucent, it isn't a bubble. Moving through there has significant challenges. Down go even more smokes right now. What can NTK do with the knives? And his headshot onto Brain Freeze. That's going to be worrisome for Bren. Up high right now is Xavi. Maybe they can leverage this position as NTK prepares to go into the breach, to enter into enemy territory. That's a beautiful headshot onto EJ. I can't believe that that's happened. The spike carrier has been killed. Down goes the Cosmic Divide. But a blast back kill from Xavi removes NTK. Time's not on the side right now of the planters, though. Josh, so long as they're not given duels, they lose this. And then they'll lose their life at the end as well as Murph takes the swing. NTK, a little bit embarrassed there by the blast back bay. They got 2 clean headshots, and what more can you ask for off your eco from NTK?
BAAM are really looking to start spiraling out of control here. Having gone for their full spike, they convert it. They're going to have NTK ready to whip out a op, provided they can survive this round. And more importantly for Bren, this investment, it comes at a strain. Sheriffs have to come out on Derek and Brain Freeze. I'm surprised we did see an op on NTK. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see one for the rest of the game, because of how close it is. No one's really going to have enough money for it.
NTK. Oh, they're so close to seeing Josh. They would see that knee. I think Derek might well have spotted them, and so they have to back off. They expect that there's a double peek here, and they're exactly right. The intuition is on point. However, the real worries are on Xavi right now. They've lost half their HP. and all their armor, Crema. So they're going to have to abandon this push for now and reinforce themselves with EJ, who only has a Sheriff to hand. There are 2 hero rifles here on Josh and Xavi, hoping that they can try and convert this into something worthwhile.
For now, Xavi, just be very careful to hold this. Won't push through it yet, though. Pina on the angle, hoping to do a bit of damage, but it's all harassment so far. There's no confirmation of presence.
Where's that snake bite? I heard it go down. I think it's dissipated now. And as the wall goes down and the fuel... Oh, they've moved away. They're still worried about Derek. Derek's doing so much at the moment, and this is the opening that Xavi was looking for. They need to be clean on the entry. Both Mof and Moef are going to be moving on forward. The blast packs come on out. Xavi moves to the back of site, trying their best to actually move into CT. Catch people as they move. You must run, and I must gun. And Pina's caught out as they do so. Where from the back is actually within the fragment. Even if the bullets didn't kill them, the explosion would have eventually. NTK wins out on that first duel. And with Dorf combined, down goes the orbital strike. But Derek comes back while it happens. Josh may have fallen, but Derek's flank on the long run worked out for the better.
More importantly, you make him waste that orbital strike, and that's an ability that really can influence retakes. So, beautiful job done there by both Derek and Xavi to get that much space off the back of that last back, and then go straight into CT to catch out Pina, who had a Viper Spit, something that could have helped in that retake. So, really strong job at isolating the utility over on BAAM there. Now we move into the eco of BAAM. Sure, ecos appear to just be, well, let's be honest, everybody seems to count as ecos in this game, but nonetheless, Sheriffs, the odd judge, they're at a disadvantage on paper.
And when going up against a more here and there by faultily constructed, Bren are a little bit more reticent about moving forward. They don't want to go into these 50-50s. They don't want to be losing their weapons, because they know that every single one of them that falls, even if it's a 2-for-1 trade, you could give over a significant amount of firepower to the enemy. And you can't allow for those upgrades to happen easily.
Pressure from Loaf. We can just here, and he could be in a lot of trouble as the push comes in.
They're going to be catching lots of aggression here. Moef takes out one with the frenzy. But now Pina feels isolated and alone. Sure, Daddy Dorf's on their way to try and rescue you. But Xavi wants to get in close. And they're never going to have a chance because Dorf puts one between their eyes. Beautiful Sheriff play. Already 2 members lost here of Bren. This is not what they wanted from this. And Derek's going to catch NTK as they try and make a run downtown with that judge. But Derek is far too aware.
I worry for Bren. That was a fragmented round. I don't like how split up they are when they go into their, what would be their attack. Derek, he's alone. He could easily be isolated. A judge is perfect for killing people on its own, right? So having him alone against the Jet there was bold, to say the least. And for now, I'm somewhat worried that if Bren continue to be this split up, then they're in danger of being isolated quite frequently.
Seem to feel the same, Crema. EJ commits themselves to being on at least the same side as Derek's lurk. Look at this walk, though, from Wef. Up against the friendly Brimstone smoke here. They're not going to be detected by the knife. And now we're going to send out the bomb buddy instead. That's going to lock straight onto Derek, and so it's time to clear some space. The paint shells will be what do so, and Derek's going to take just a touch of damage from those. But Dorf has plenty to worry about when it comes to presence in showers. They hear the dog. Tasmanian Tiger will identify them. Bruce will have his man. The incendiary here is just going to be able to stop EJ from moving forward for about a moment, but the spike's moving its way over towards B once again. It feels like Bren, they're using this time to really practice how they want to mess. Oh no. The fake spin fall even harder. Mwef, they've brought out the showstopper, but no one's here. You got out the fancy china, but no one's coming to the dinner party.
Xavi, he's now going to show what fancy china truly looks like here. So the divide's thrown, the utility goes out, and now all of a sudden this is going to be a lot of pressure on this side.
Why have they put it this far back, though? Oh my goodness, right on top of NTK. Xavi converts it so well. I had my doubts about this, and maybe with everyone on this side, they might not hear Mwef approaching through that teleporter. Surely someone was on the side of a Cosmic Divide. They will hear this, and that's why EJ's staring this way, and EJ does not miss these. Dorf can't enter into that fragment. Already too much damage has been taken by Pina. Unresurrectable is EJ, unable to get too much off for no command. And there it is, Xavi just sprays and prays, and the god of frags will answer. They don't grab the operator here, which is interesting.
That is interesting, but granted, you don't have a jet, so...
That's true.
I actually like how Xavi's entering as well. Like, these are some really strong blast backs he's throwing, and he's doing exactly what a jet would do, except the double blast back actually sends you further than a jet dash. So he really is displacing crosshairs, and that's why NTK was caught so off guard there, because for a jet dash, he can take the fight, because the jet dash will only get you to top side. Xavi gets him right up into the gob of NTK, where unfortunately the business end of that Vandal happens to be somewhat more serious than that of an op.
Well, business ends. Let's talk about them. Shorty in the hands of NTK right here. They are a little bit further forward position, so they can avoid the classic combination of gravity well. NTK is wondering, is there any way I could melee down this boombot to avoid revealing that I have the shorty? Oh, surely you don't walk this. Oh, they will be detected. And so they back off for now. Slow and steady wins the race for Bren, apparently. This is the classic utility. It's done damage before, but NTK is on the correct side of history here. And as Xavi pokes on in, the rest of the team is moving over towards A. Mwef, what can you do with our friends here? They've got a frag off this before. I believe onto a rather careless Josh before. There's for one way, set up by the Brimstone. Out goes the paint shells as well, just to try and deter entry. And now Dorf, what can they get with the Incendiary? And will they decide to use it is the question. They've got themselves a clean firing line, but so too does Moth. That's EJ down and damage done. But Josh clears out U-Haul with extreme prejudice. The firing squad cares not for your mercy. They've got none to give. An upgrade to the Sheriff. Xavi starts to get a little bit fancy with it. You're just showing off now, mate. And Bren will survive with 4.
Bren seems to have found their rhythm here, and they're looking pretty damn strong. It was a constant to and fro, but now with 4 rounds in a row, and with an ult advantage, they're looking pretty confident. BAAM, we do see another investment come out. They used to have the pit ready on Pina, but they don't have that. They don't have anything else. They don't have a follow-up. NTK, I like the fact he's going for these ops, but look at what it's done to his money. For BAAM, they need these ops to work, because you can't afford to keep buying them and then see them go instantly.
Hasn't been a big day for NTK. What can they manage on B long, though? This could be where everything changes for NTK, and this could be where BAAM can maybe tie up this half. There goes the dog. Goodbye, Bruce. Look at Josh pre-aiming this. They go in as 2, and NTK can't connect onto 1. Knowing that the op is here, they'll just list away.
Dorf in a forwarded angle needs to be very careful now, though. If he's caught out, it leaves it all alone onto both. And I don't know what he can do solo against what would be 5 players pushing him, especially when Xavi has a showstopper.
He's only got 1 smoke left as well. Already has expended 2. He's going to put down the last one now. Likely to re-up on main. That's exactly what it'll be. But wait on the outside of this now. Going up against Xavi and Brain Freeze. A pop flash out of here might be something difficult to deal with. Oh, but they just walk it slowly. And Dorf is keen to punish a pair of headshots here. And yes, they've taken damage. But they've already done plenty in their own right. Mwef has fallen on down. And once again, Dorf might be the hero that's needed. They have themselves an orbital strike if they need it. Oh, they could clear out. Yeah, here it comes. Orbital strike incoming. Will you be forced from the Viper's pit? Anyone hiding within would have been evaporated now. But Dorf is caught out by Josh. And a return to a pit is forthcoming from Derek. The spike, I believe, is just outside of a pit. Or maybe just within. It's a little bit of a gungy little bit of air to look at. Oh, the second you take that corner, Derek just connects a headshot. Mouth reveals their position on top. And Bren, they're looking good for this half.
Absolutely perfect from them. 7-4 the scoreline, looking to make it 8-4. And they've done it on their attacking side as well. I love the ult usage from Derek. I also love the fact that Dorf goes very aggressive to that smoke, knowing full well that Brain Freeze, I don't think he had an extra flash. So what you find a lot of teams do is they call out when they hear the flash, and it's up to the in-game leader to just listen. And then when they know that there are no flashes, you see an entire team move closer to smokes, knowing that a pop flash is just out of question.
2 ops right now. 1 on Josh, 1 on Xavi. I mean, if you got the money and it's for last round,
Why not?
might as well, boys. Only 1 rifle. It's on Wef right now. Keep trying to remember how to pronounce these Vietnamese phonemes. They're not easy for me, but we try. Oh, and Derek once more is demanding huge amounts of attention on A with this wall. Meanwhile, 2 versus 4. Pina is going to put down a snake bite here to try and avoid being overwhelmed. But this opened up area is going to make things difficult. Oh, you can't even avoid the grenade because as you run, EJ puts one in your skull. And you still haven't even met any of the operators. I believe they've been put down, likely in Marketplace, as NTK has summoned the knives to their side. But will you need anything more than cutlery to defeat people here? Xavi going to get pinged. But while you worry about Xavi, will you have countenance for Josh and Brain Freeze, who have placed themselves on B long? Once again, the full utility. I look to NTK to make something happen. And while they have run out of knives, they have not run out of hope. They're going to move on forward now with the judge. Come through, Hookah, I dare you. NTK can get so much done here, but they're going to be broken down through the wall. It's going to be Dorf who finishes it off. Go off, BAAM. What a performance there.
What a performance indeed. They give themselves that 5th as well, which is something they've needed desperately these last couple of rounds. And now, for BAAM, this is where things start to look up for them. Having finally found a way to break Bren, we'll see if they can do it consistently. But the pistol round is what they were able to win earlier. This is their chance to really look quite strong. And for BAAM, this is where, if they do win this pistol round, that's their equalizer. And it's still neck and neck, despite the fact that Bren are head and shoulders, on paper, meant to win this.
The advantage is they haven't been converted that easily for BAAM. But, hey, their ecos are a little bit nasty. And you know what? Every pistol round is an eco in a sense. Xavi awaits contact right here. NTK has been absolutely brutal in these pistol rounds, but so too is Dorf. Any sheriff buys today? No, it seems like everyone's being responsible. Going for utility instead. That's a lovely play with the gravity well. Halt to advance for just a second. A well-placed paint shell here from Xavi could do so much damage, but are they going to be willing to let it out? NTK hits some other pins in their hand. And now it's going to be down to Josh to try and make something work. If you penetrate through this bubble, through this smoke, things are going to get very sad very quickly. Unless you're Josh, you just hit headshot after headshot. Brain Freeze delivers us lovely blinds here, but I believe they're forced to reload. And now it's down to EJ on the retake here. They've located Pina. It's Ghost versus Ghost. And Derek's actually running back to A site. Pina takes a moment to freely claim that orb, knowing that they are at least safe in this. I'm surprised they're going for 2 1v1s. I think that Derek's actually positioned here to try and cut off a teleport if it happens.
You should start rotating back now. There you have it. Now that they've seen he's going for the site fully.
All right, now they've got themselves a pinch. If EJ can be a touch more patient. Derek's already taken some damage, but Pina too far gone. Derek scores the headshot, and Bren get their pistol.
Putting some space between them and BAAM here once again, something they were able to do in that last spree of rounds. This time, because it was so effective for them, the likelihood is we're going to be seeing them go from what really should be quite a strong counter eco. Well, that would have been the catch-up for BAAM. Instead, it's going to be their 9th. They're going to be building up to a 10th. If they win that 10th on the full buy of BAAM, they've won the map. Harry, did they pick this map? I think they did. I think,
I believe this is indeed the Bren pick of Bind.
yeah, so the fact this is this close is really quite worrisome. And I actually am starting to feel that maybe we haven't seen the last of BAAM, regardless of what the outcome of this map is.
Well, look at that buy from Bren. No risks taken here, Kremer. No marshals, no sheriffs. Oh my goodness. However, EJ just fumbles with a knife in their hand. They're busy playing with their food, eating their dinner, and that's going to give Dorf an upgrade. And you know that you can't underestimate Dorf. They have had themselves a day today. They're top fragging on the Brimstone. No incendiary required. And now they've got control of U-Haul while everyone else goes over to a recently abandoned B.
Bren Freeze has realised the problem. And he is like...
There's a problem.
Yeah, so this defense seems...
Would you like to send an error report, Kremer?
Yeah, it feels somewhat top-heavy. We're going to flag this up with admin, see what they say. Yep, B's empty. So he's going to go back there. 3 on 4 now for A. While they have the firepower, will that be enough?
Dorf has one smoke to work with. Do they put it on Heaven, is the question. Already Pina's tried to make their way in here. The smoke is actually onto Showers. And that means that Heaven is open. Zavi's up there. And that's going to be the escape from Showers of Josh. It's a clean movement, but Dorf is still here. Dorf is still dangerous. Dorf knows exactly where Zavi is, but they turn away at the wrong moment. Are forced to reload. And Derek's done plenty. 3k for 3k. 1 versus 2. Dorf brings out the Sheriff instead, but they're unable to connect. And that gives Derek over already a Viper's Pit. And that could prove fatal.
That it could be. Remember, our second map after Bind is Split, which has a very similar way to be played, which is ops are a little bit more favoured, and I favour NTK on the op over Zavi. For now, I suspect that if we don't see a convincing, second half from BAAM here, I see this being a draw. But it all comes down to, not this round, because you are against the bonus of Bren, but the round after, when it's full buy versus full buy, nose to the grindstone, and, well, it's just a detriment of whoever has more grit.
Alright, presence outside of Showers has been confirmed. Brave of Josh to just throw themselves into the line of fire there, especially against a Vandal. I guess they just want to make sure that this area isn't considered a free claim. And that's going to mean that Moth now has to send in their drone to try and deal with this. A double up on that snake bite just keeps Moth's attention. In NTK here as well, but map control is only being claimed on B at the moment. And now this means that Brain Freeze is going to be going up against Dorf. Dorf has a rifle in hand. Already some poke has been exchanged. While the spike is on the floor in market, it feels like definitely A has been sized up as maybe being a touch too difficult, a touch too risky, Kremer.
It could very well be. Zavi, how much time he can buy here is going to be so important. Bear in mind, there's only about 30 seconds left of this round.
What can you purchase with your life? What's human life worth, Kremer? Zavi might be ready to answer that question right here. They have been pinged. They try and move backwards here using the Satchel Charge. That's plenty of headshots given, but Dorf is going to fall after grabbing one. Moth and Weth, the dynamic duo, remain alive, and so too does Pina. And with 3 rifles remaining, oh man. BAAM, they're not dead. They refuse to die.
Some perfect stuff once again from them. We're going to have to see just what can be done from this side, and my worry is that for BAAM, while that round was fairly close, it was against the bonus. Now they move against this full buy, they can't play it with the same tempo. I don't want to see them try and wait till 25 seconds left, because those range games will be won by Bren, especially when they have the Pika's advantage. Bulldogs on either side, though, definitely show the hallmarks of a broken economy, and a Viper's Pit and Hookah. I don't know what they're smoking.
New limited edition goo flavor.
Yeah, I bet it tastes awful.
Tried it once, not a fan.
Nah.
Have a look at this movement here from NTK. Are they going to tap this orb and try and bait in Zavi for a duel? You know that NTK is a kind of jet where they're confident enough in this, but can they read that there is a double peak? I don't know if they've read that Josh is here, and they're on top of a star. They do have their dash to try and exit, but if they mess up the angle, they'll be caught in the doorway. That could prove fatal.
A few shots elsewhere. He may be hoping for timing.
Josh
just backs off.
Josh abandons it. And look at this. 3 people stacked up outside of B. They're right next to this teleporter there. And remember, this area is being kept safe by NTK. There may be a world where they just 3-man plunge through the TP after trying to drag over some rotations, and that's exactly what's going to happen. But they don't know that this is unreacted to thus far. Still Bren have plenty of soldiers here on A, and Mobinho's taken out Derek. That's going to force Josh forward into the line of fire. An excellent usage there of the orbital strike. While not directly, will indirectly result in the death. EJ! EJ!
God.
What? How did they get away with this? I was busy thinking about the overall execution from the Brimstone, and EJ's just like, no, hold up. You forgot about the KO, bro. You never forget about the KO.
Well. You don't forget about the KO. Orbital strike gone, and now all of a sudden, BAAM are looking so damn shaken. With no money at all, it's scraping the bottom of the barrel with a chisel, but they're just able to get an investment. I mean, it's only a sheriff on both, but the odd phantom will make it look palatable. But you lose this. Bren, they hit 11. They're fighting for match point against what would be a full eco. This would be a perfect round for them to win. And a sec pause has been called.
200 ping on NTK. EJ here. Oh my goodness. I kind of ashamed of myself not catching EJ on that flank. Oh, it was so well timed. What great play from EJ. Almost adding like 30% of her overall frags in a singular round, and didn't even need to use the null command either. Yeah. Which means that they've now got it available, and that'll be great if you can read an engagement when those brimstone smokes come down. If you pop that null command, there's no blast packs to try and entry, there's no dash, there's no additional cloud burst, and that can really neuter the enemy duelists on their forward momentum.
You're absolutely right. For now, there's a ready call from both sides, so we should be able to get back into this momentarily.
I'll give them ours as well, just in case they want our blessing.
Just in case they want a blessing from the casters. I don't think they care about us that much, Harry.
You know what? I think you're right, Kremer.
Oh, the pain.
Oh, NCK once again playing the showers game. Wash your mouth out with soap if you miss these. Derek, oh my, are they going to double cross this? Derek might feign themselves leaving now that Josh has been safely placed into the little cubby. But they still have to worry about being scouted out here by Moth, and now the drone will move on forward. They see Josh instantly. That ping there. There are 3 people outside of here. This will force Josh to move. Yep. Checkmate, baby. You had nowhere to go. You've been absolutely zugzwanged.
EJ's there, though. That knife going out. He knows that there's a follow-up.
Oh, my goodness. Pika's advantage in this case. Mo falls so low. Here comes the plant. Do you use the Viper's Pit? You've already got an advantage. The Seekers are coming on in, and following them, of course, is going to be Brain Freeze, but a crossfire here is going to be difficult to deal with. A good turn away from Mo does mean that they will lose their life anyway, and Brain Freeze can identify. There is some presence in U-Haul here. They've identified at least one, but where is the second? That's a good confirmation. What can be done here by Zavi? Not enough to beat out Binya.
That was close. BAAM are keeping this level. Harry, I really am starting to feel BAAM right now. The fact that Bren have allowed this to come this close is shaking. Really, it's frightening for them. Bearing in mind that this is their map pick. This is where they should be feeling comfortable. The fact that they're not is really, really quite worrisome. For BAAM, another setup. We've got a few players just outside this position and a short, and it looks like, for now, Josh may have been considering something a bit aggressive. So they back off, and, well, for the Sheriffs of Bren, it's going to be a hard, well-earned break from the action.
Oh my goodness, Derek. They had a shorty in hand, but Moth bought the biggest shotguns of a party, baby. Mine's automatic. Oh. And Pina finds Josh easily. Look at that triple smoke here from a Brimstone. They just wanted everything to be obfuscated on this take and take U-Haul as quickly as possible. Moth might be looking in the wrong direction, but no, they just spin on a dime. They're so fast with their reactions. And EJ with a classic. Oh, maybe a right click here? Oh, that's a good disengagement there from Wef, and they easily bring the judge to bear.
Yeah, Moth just has the bigger gun in that case, and with only 2 rounds separating both Bren and BAAM right now. This is a very, very close game. A full investment comes out from either side. Moth does still hold on to that judge. I quite like the fact he's holding on to the judge. It kind of plays the economy game. Bear in mind, he's got his showstopper anyway, so he probably will be blasting into the Bren back lines regardless of the outcome of the round, regardless of what gun he has. So why not do it with a shotgun? For the investment of Bren, though, no ops to be revealed. It's rifles around the side. Hopefully the rifles will be enough.
And to anyone in the chat, yes, we know that Bren is still in the lead, but you've got to think about how much it means here that BAAM are doing this well so far. Out comes the showstopper. Wef puts it on forward. They still have the judge in hand here. That means they're easily a victim here of Xavi. Dorf tries their best to do something with the incendiary. But unfortunately, this site has already been so aptly defended. Look at this from Derek. They might catch Pina here. Do they know? This is a huge amount of space to have gained. But BAAM know that they no longer have this map control. And so they avoid this juncture. And Dorf is staying behind. They know that they likely can manufacture an advantage on one of these sites. Because there's going to be a spread. If they can get a plant, they can use the Viper's Pit. And from there, convert it into 9 rounds. But they need to destroy Bren's economy here. If they can win this, they can tie it up so easily. First, they need to take out Brain Freeze. That isn't going to be happening just yet, but Mof is going to be joining them. Dorf just dives out of hookah, and they deliver one to Josh. And Derek, my friend, it all comes down to you. You can't rescue the Bren economy. At this point, it's impossible. But what you can do is exacerbate the round lead. It requires a 1 versus 2. Brain Freeze got the frag that was needed. You're not going up against a Viper's Pit. That would have made matters impossible. Derek, they see Dorf. They see the head. They've flubbed it. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
have they, though? Derek is alive and well. The wallbacks are good. Derek delivers a pair of headshots. I can't quite believe it. They should have time to defuse. And while they may not have gotten a free kill on Dorf, it was a beautiful bounce of a snake fight, a beautiful adjustment of a crosshair, and an excellent ascertaining of Dorf's position that allowed Derek, the top frag of Bren, to exacerbate this lead.
How has that happened? How has that happened? As BAAM find themselves in a wonderful position there. 2 versus 1. You know where the player's coming from. You know where Derek's going to attack from. You've got the utility to stop him. And it just doesn't matter. Derek's going to shoot. Doesn't matter.
Cares?
Wall. Derek, he doesn't care if it's a wall or not. Just moves through it.
All right. What now? How do you use this Viper's Pit? Admittedly, Bren, they're still in an economic noose. And BAAM were easily able to reinvest after being able to string together a couple of rounds. Especially with a lot of people surviving one of these. NTK's walking this smoke. It's a risk, but one that NTK is willing to take. The confidence of the Jet can be the catalyst for a team's success. And Derek's going to take a bunch of damage there, down to 43 HP. EJ opening this up means yet again, it's not going to be around for the Viper's Pit. It is simply untenable. All 3 smokes, I believe, still remain for Dorf. They can bring out the iPhone at any point and cool them on down. But first, you got to get past EJ. They could still pop that null command as well. The second they see these smokes, Dorf might try and make early contact. And they've taken down EJ. Now it's time for the smokes. Now they want to double down on this. Josh is forced to move back into U-Haul. All 3 smokes come down at once, and Josh is going to give over a false positive here to make sure they think no one's playing in this corner. It might not be checked, and Josh is going to use that to their advantage. Going up high for the moment is going to be Mwef. And here comes the party, baby. The showstopper comes on out. Xavi kind of messed up their initial entrance, but now they got plenty of room to work with. But while they messed about with the bazooka, everyone else dies.
Yeah, well, I guess, what do you do with the rocket launcher now that you have it? It's probably a good question. As someone who owns a rocket launcher, and not much, is the answer. For BAAM, I'm interested as to what their solution is, because these last couple of rounds, they've not been losing in aim, but they've been losing in their call. They've been moving to just the wrong site. And in this case, that can be really hard to fix in the space of a round or so, because it feels like Bren have actually got into their minds, and Bren now have a really good read on how BAAM have been poisoning themselves.
Oh, and now it becomes so much more difficult. Derek with a judge. Never mind.
There goes Derek. That's enough of Derek.
Crikey, how did Pina manage that? That's obscene. And now they've got the Viper's Pit advantage. I'm taking this, mate. A belongs to...
Oh!
Just stop the Viper's Pits. None of them matter. Everyone's allergic to using them. EJ, what can you do? You can stop the plant, that much is certain. EJ still has this Manol command good to go. They've never been able to find the time to use it. It's going to be down to Brain Freeze and to Xavi to try and guarantee this dub. 13-8. That wouldn't be too bad. That would be acceptable. But already starting to become a little bit feared of BAAM. NTK knows that Xavi is in U-Haul. They've seen the blast pack come on out. How do you take the swing? Mwef's already found one. And things just go from bad to worse for Xavi. They're looking towards Mwef, but just a little bit of a tap is fine. And with 1.4k in the bank, Xavi has to decide, do I save here? They know that it's unwinnable. And so that will be the call. It's hard to make Kramer, but it's the right one.
I really like it, as you mentioned. It is going to be a tough call to make. But you look at the economy, you've sort of had to. Post-round, I mean, there could be some Spectres if you want to force. I would really like it if we see some discipline from Bren, and they just go for the eco here, because on a force buy, sure, the Vandal could get something good, but you're not going to damage BAAM's economy. If you win, then you've won the game. Doesn't matter anything from that. If you lose, then BAAM are going to be able to move into an investment no matter what. If BAAM win with less players, they've got money. A reinvestment comes. There's nothing that Brain could do to influence the outcome of BAAM's economy, meaning an eco is only good for themselves.
Wise words from Kramer the accountant.
They still have an ult advantage as well, actually. So there's a pro and con. Yeah, you could the pro being if you do end up forced by, you do have the free ults ready to be used, and yeah, they're quite influential ults. You know, give EJ a glass cannon Vandal. He's going to be able to use it twice if he can get behind cover and if he can try and play it with range.
They'd have that advanced fire as well. I forget the term of it in Valorant. I know it can be combat stim fire when... Actually, we haven't really seen Dorf use any combat stim just yet. It feels like that's it's a part of the Brim kit, which is very much underutilized.
Really situational.
Yeah, it's not great once you have the rifles in hand, because obviously the faster you're firing, the faster that bloom happens. And it's a bit harder to control the spray. A little bit better when you're trying to make something up with something like a Spectre, but even then, the run and gun needs to try and get that linger. And it seems like they've taken your advice, Kramer. An eco here for Bren. They might have been trying to make the next round work in that tack. They had to decide if they wanted to go for the eco, and certainly seems like that's going to be the case right here. Down come a huge amount of smokes. Very much telegraphed is the hit, and Josh has to decide, do I want to exit this smoke into the midst of all of this danger? They can plunge through the smoke right now. They'll see what they can find, but all they'll catch is headshots. But EJ has gained themselves two. They fall low for their troubles. But Xavi with the hero rifle, 2 versus 2. What can Xavi do now? That Seeker is going to be shot from the left-hand side, and they know that Dorf has gone to the right. Both of these points are identified. A tap on the spike here could make things difficult. There's the orbital strike. They can just play it patiently. They may not have time to make this work now. But what they can do is remove whatever BAAM might have. They're just going to try and hold the half. Oh, what a shot from Xavi!
Whoa!
Oh, there's for seconds! Can they get the defuse? You bet that they can! Xavi's just turning like a Beyblade and shreds through BAAM! Who would have expected that?
Oh, a deadly flurry of death. Xavi with the coup de grace. What a way to end it. Destroying his opposition there. Oh my god. And
I can't quite believe it,
one-man army. That's a way to win. That is a way to win a map. However, you chose to be there, and BAAM gave you a big, big run for your money. You now move to BAAM's home ground of Split. You've got to be able to mimic that. You've got to be able to find a way to consistently be able to do that, because sure as hell, BAAM will be doing it to you.
BAAM have come out swinging. They don't want to give any quarter to Bren for free. In our second map, Will they be able to even us up, get the draw, and endanger the potential playoff placements of both Beast and Self-Built Esports, and maybe become Vietnam's sole representative in our playoffs? You'll find out all this and more after our break.
Fill me out with your smile. Like the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know.
Welcome to map 2, Harry. We just saw Zavi and our first map, Abide, frankly in a disgusting way. Now we're on Split. We're going to see if he can mimic that success as BAAM move to their map pick. This is their chance, trying to show Bren why this is their map pick, and more importantly, why they're one of the best here and why they deserve a place in playoffs.
Bren once again ready for the synchronized lock. One of our favorite things about Bren. They are, I believe, at boot camp at the moment. Around the city of Manila themselves and Southfield Esports have huge amount of presence in that central capital of the Philippines. And I want to have a look at the choices of double sentinels here on the side of BAAM. I worry about a lack of information, Prema. Like, sure, they're going to have the Killjoy to sort of like AFK defend a site for information, but when it comes to forays out, you might have to put your duelist bodies on the lines to take these peaks. How are you going to try and control mid here?
That's exactly what Bren are going to have to do. Well, there's limited.
They also
limited information for Dorf. There's no information for Bren. They fully.
They'll only get like the sky cacars, but
yeah,
it's a little bit more, but no ciphers here.
At what point are we going to hear you attempt one of the screeches that they make?
Oh, just wait. If like a 5 blind comes through, I'll be up there on the cliffs, beyond the cliff tops, defending my eggs like a bold eagle.
You will actually screech if we see a 5-man flash.
I will cacaw so hard that I get an American visa by default.
The gauntlet.
I'm gonna be full
thrown.
eagle.
The gauntlet has been thrown. Let's see what can be done. We do have a brief pause being established here. A P10. When did you say P10? What does that mean?
I believe that's pause at 10 seconds. Although,
okay, so we're gonna pause again.
Rex by Spoon cares not for your desires.
Yeah, it's not that. We're going.
I'll pause it at 22. You're not my dad.
You
can't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
There we go. Well, we get the precision there of Derek.
Granted, as Derek, a player who can react in space of nanoseconds, I'm pretty sure they can pause on a timer.
Sometimes players fall in the most strange
It's
ways.
so easy. They just don't pay any attention to actually doing it. They don't messing it up.
You know what? Bren here, for anyone who hasn't been keeping up with the Royal SEA Challenge, because evidently you don't know what you're doing with your life.
Yeah.
They are perfect so far. 7 maps and 0. And this isn't the Bren that you may have heard of. This isn't the Bren that couldn't get visas to go to Berlin. This is a Bren that's been together, this Filipino team, for about a month now.
Yeah.
And we expected them, when we looked at Group B, to potentially struggle to even make it out of the group. We thought that maybe they'd be bullied out by some of the other teams just because they're a little bit newer. They haven't had as much time together, but they're 7-0. They haven't dropped a map yet. They've beaten some very tough competition, including who should have been their big daddies in the Philippines in Southfield. They beat them 2-0, and tomorrow they have to go up against Paper Rex, which is going to be incredibly exciting. You want to follow the channel and make sure you don't miss that, because if you do, trust me, you'll regret it. I'll be like, where were you when Bren went up against Paper Rex? You'll be like, sleeping. I'm like, pathetic.
Who do you think?
I hate you.
Who do you think's winning that?
I don't know. At the moment, I'm feeling Paper Rex, but it's because I've just watched BAAM do so well on Bind. Ask me again at the end of this map.
Yeah, I'm inkling to Paper Rex, but you know what, Bren? They're pretty good when they're doing well, and well, Derek showed exactly why. TK just got ruined.
Oh, that's some good hits right there. Onto the turret. Great cover coming through from Xavi on top. Look at this nice little double peek on double elevations that Derek and Xavi have generated. Oh, Derek, you don't walk this. Oh, they want the frenzy. Grabby hands, and I leave. Thanks for the gun, loser. I'm off. Oh, Xavi's got a nice little sightline to work with here, and if they try and chase Xavi, they're going to be moving straight into Derek, which is worrying, so everyone's just going to abandon this for now. They've sent Pina off on a skirmish, fighting the wall. Oh, they almost caught EJ with an orb in the hands. Will they be so lucky again with the timing? Oh, they do manage to avoid getting blinded. Will EJ take the peek? Yes, they will. However, they can't convert it. EJ gets exactly what they want, and they continue to do so. They might want to swap out to the Ghost here, but currently it's been a little bit occupied by some grenades, and EJ, they're just going to wait for this heal to finish. It's important that they get every single health point possible. This isn't going to be cleared! Both Mwef and Mo fall on down to EJ and Xavi.
Really, really strong opening from Bren, and that's how you start a map. Bear in mind that they have... That was a to and fro to end Bind. Now on Split, new map. It shows that they've recovered psychologically and are now looking to just close it out in as one-sided a fashion as possible. BAAM, they move into their eco as expected. For Bren, the only thing unexpected here is the Bucky over on Xavi. What's he doing with this one, Harry?
What's he doing with that, huh?
What are you planning on doing with that? You got a license for that?
He's got a license for that, Bucky. He's got himself a couple blast packs here. Could make things touch interesting. I hope I'm going to be able to shake this accent by the end of the round. I don't even know what it is. But, well, Josh here is going to send out a couple of shots, but catch a bunch more from Mo. And now EJ's all alone up on top, putting out the wall. Got a license for that wall.
Got a license for that accent.
No, I don't. Don't even know what it is. Whatever I know. It's definitely bad. EJ here. Come on. Voice, Harry. Voice. Here we go. EJ. Look at her. Oh, that's interesting. That they would bring out the... Okay, I thought they'd try and go for the freebie there. Look at Derek here. Shepherd at the back. No. Go forward into my friends. We're like, no, we outnumber you. We're going to come and try and fight you. But you can try and fight. But Derek does it better. Gets 3 before falling down to Mo.
Really strong round from Derek. Yeah, and I quite like how he stays and fights. It means that there's no option to just rotate away through sewers. There's no option to double back to B. Instead, you're trapped well and truly in mid. And the only way out is to fight. And with classics, I mean, there's not much you can do, really. Now we see the full buy, though. This is where it matters. And for Derek, considering how successful these last few rounds have been for him, he's 1 away from that Viper Spit. Granted, if he extends and gets this ult orb, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him drop it this round, just as he gets it.
Would not surprise me at all. Flaming of the orb here on the side of EJ gets him 1 step closer to that resurrection. And now Derek wants to try and control mid. Up against rifles, it's going to be somewhat difficult with this Spectre, but hey, you've got the advantage of controlling this sightline quite well. And Xavi, they've got themselves a rifle to play with here as well as Josh, so A site is going to be quite dangerous. Xavi could easily take out NTK here if they can find the timing. They take the swing, they hit the heads, and Dorth, you might be next. Going to have to be forced to run away right here, but Derek has fallen elsewhere. Mid control now. Very much in the hands of BAAM. But where's Dorf going? They could be caught on the disengage. Xavi doesn't drop those. But Josh is dropped on the other side, and now Brain Freeze is feeling isolated. Where are all my friends? Oh, they're not here to help you. They're going to find a shallow grave marked for Josh.
Pina already having a solid round so far. Off at the ace, actually, if they can get the remaining 2 players. As both of them look to plan their attack through heaven here, through tower. Unfortunately for Xavi, no kill yet, and only a single blast pack left to use.
Oh, Pina. Lots of damage done. I know exactly where Xavi is. There we go. Could it be the ace? Come on, Pina. I've accidentally started rooting for Pina. I just want to see the ace, man. We haven't had much today. Oh, my goodness. EJ says absolutely. EJ!
Oh, hello.
Oh, you brutal little boy.
What?
Sure, you can't get the defuse, but wow. Rest in peace, BAAM economy.
I suppose you don't get to see the ace, but you get to see something a little bit prettier, and that's a 3-round burst, essentially, from EJ, wiping the floor
The
with this
battle rifle.
BAAM. Yeah, that is a
Halo
really...
freestyle.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really interested to see just what can be done now from BAAM. I mean, that was meant to be their force buy, or their full buy even. Yeah, it works subjectively. You've still got to reinvest on everyone, and look at the money for BAAM. It's still around, hovering around 0. And what this has actually done as well is it's emboldened Bren to buy again.
We're going again, boys. Xavi. Gonna have to deal with a lurk of Dorf here, but they're not well equipped for it, really. However, Derek, no skin on the Phantom. I respect it. A frugal man. The only thing that really matters is how fast it spits out bullets, and pretty damn fast regardless of the skin. They want mid, and they want it bad. And that's a good movement from them as well to get behind this area. Send in Bruce. See if there will be any victims within. And now with mid controlled by this Viper's Pit, things have got a touch more complicated. There's going to need to be a little bit more mental maths here for BAAM as they move over towards A. It's going to be checked by the Sheriff, and EJ in response as a Vandal. But this looks like it could be all 5 members coalescing towards A. They could be... Oh, the combination of a slow warp here alongside a grenade could be absolutely brutal, but there's no chance to do it. Xavi's going to try and catch some people as they move on in, but they're taken off the angle by their own grenade. And now this should be an easy plant for NTK on the site. At least with control of Heaven, it's tenable for a retake. Dorf needs to win out this duel against Xavi. But do they know that they're currently being flanked by Pina? That's easy. Any more for me? Yes, you better believe it. The Bulldog claims 2 and maybe even a 3rd as Josh just meanders into the crosshair. At this range, the Bulldog should have an advantage, but Josh is just too good when it comes to the aim. A good vortex here. Drags in NTK and Brain Freeze moves forward even more so. Converts onto 1. They're winning every single Grendel they go into. And now only Moth remains. Josh is just running and gunning, but they're looking in the wrong direction. And the spray does not help them at all.
It comes really damn close, and BAAM, they need to be really careful of this, because in every single retake they've entered, it's come down to 1 player, maybe even none in some cases, with someone falling to the exits. And for Bren, they seem to have the aim to back them up. Unfortunately, their positioning is where it starts to fail them. That round, they're caught with only 1 player on the site. The others are left in Heaven, so the attacking BAAM, they can just move in, take the 4-on-1 and get the bomb plant, and then work with the man advantage. For Xavi, I'd have liked to have seen aggression to come a bit sooner. Also, you'd have out-timinged Pina as well if you had moved it in just a little bit quicker.
And this has to be a full eco here from Bren. They're likely going to be giving up the lead. And remember, this is where BAAM thought they had the advantage. Wef definitely seems to agree as they're going straight over towards Heaven. They're caught with the pin pulled, but still the conversion is not going to be there. Xavi gets 2 headshots. Could it be 3? They sent Dorf so low, and you know what? I'm going to chase you all the way to hell and back, baby. Still, they're sprinting too fast. They're forced to reload, so we have to flank the turret and get it from behind. Oh, it has been an adventure for Xavi, but while we are following this, all their friends are dead. The plant is easy on B site, and I think we're going to have to settle in for a potential Xavi heroism take.
You never know. A few exits could definitely make this worthwhile, but Pina...
I mean, Pina's going to catch him early.
First angle.
No dramas, mate.
Really strong from the Astra there, and they've got the Divide. They've got the Cosmic Divide ready. They also have that res ready on Moth as well, so it's safe to say that for BAAM, they go into this next round in the pilot's seat. We look over to the ult management as well. They're going to hit a massive power spike where they get both the knives available for NTK, you get the lockdown available for Dwarf, and you need to remember that for Moth, he's only 2 away from a showstopper of his own. Hopefully he'll be a little bit more successful than Xavi's, but with Bren having to rely solely on both the Seekers and the res, it's all down to aim this round for them. Xavi, the option's there for an op. He can glass cannon it should he want to, but I just don't see the op viability on Bren.
Dude, Dorf just got a jog. Dorf just got a jog on.
Yeah.
So, I'm about 2 HP. I just had a showstopper.
I don't want to be here anymore.
I'm zipping up my Nikes, and I'll be leaving your house, please. And now, Bren, they have to figure out, what do we do, guys? How do we retake initiative on the defense? Split. Some people would consider it defender-sided. I'd be inclined to agree, especially when you have this Viper. But Derek, either they've lost their life in mid, or they've just been removed, or just discounted. And Derek does have a mic issue. Oh no,
We can unpause fairly soon. Do you see winning this map, Harry?
I feel it might be too early to tell right here.
Did you have a gut feeling, having seen both the performance on Bind and the first couple of rounds here?
I don't know, like, NTK currently being on 0 frags to Xavi makes me feel that, like, over the course of this map, Bren are going to be able to find more openings off the back of Xavi clutches. But BAAM have been doing a really good job of directing attention and trying to bait out rotations, and then finding side takes that they shouldn't have.
Yeah. No, I'm inclined to agree. For me, it's that Bren, even on the rounds that BAAM win, they sweat a lot in order to do it. And I just suspect that eventually that 1v1 victory statistic is just going to run out.
May well do here. Not sure what kind of timeline we have here for Derek while we sort this map issue. You know what, Kramer?
Yeah.
Highlights are amazing.
Highlights are, mate. We can go to highlights. We'll give it a few more seconds, just in case. But
we could always just cut back.
We could cut back. We could cut back. We're going to cut back once the highlights are over. We'll be back in a moment.
They have the hero Vandal here. Oh,
Okay.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Turn away, children. They feel the disturbance in the force. That's a good jump right there. Forsaken, quick to respond, and even quicker to find a third. Pina catches headshots too, and the spike actually ends up on the high ground. That's going to be an ace from Forsaken. You thought that you had a chance? Forsaken's here to tell you no. Where Pina excels. And now BAAM have a numbers advantage. Jing. They've turned it around. There's no longer going to be a post-plant pit. They've got to win on the gunfights, and Dorf's trying to make that a reality. Jing, can you do it by yourself? Apparently, that might be the case. The showstopper comes out. This could be what ends our show, and you better believe that it is. A blast back out, a bazooka in, and goodbye. It's all in mid. No time for transitions.
I apologize for that.
Oh, EJ, he's an aimer. An E-aimer. And BAAM, they're stuck in the weeds. They're all in mids. And here the pop flash from Josh could be everything. Kaka! The wall goes up, but no members of BAAM go down for now. And Xavi just shooting that pixel space, hoping to find something freaky. But for now, it'll be Brain Freeze who might be called to action. There's a slow meander over here from Dorf. They're just walking the spike down, but they're doing it quite slowly, so the jump spot should be good. The sound here from Brain Freeze will betray their presence. Up goes the smoke. Both of them will walk through it at once, and Brain Freeze just can't convert on this. And this means that Pina now needs to give over some pressure. Josh removes it. Down comes the lockdown. But with 4 players surrounding this area, they can just run on forward, destroy the lockdown. And that's easy for Bren. Off the back of fixing Derek's microphone. Maybe that's all they needed.
feel quite bad for Derek, considering he pushed all the way into attacker spawn there on a flank from A. And by the time he gets into A main, he smoked off. By the time the smoke clears, the round's already won. So, oh, that was kind of useless. Nonetheless, though, it's an equaliser from Bren. And so for Derek, bear in mind he's about halfway to his ult. The aggression is sort of warranted. You just want to bring it up to try and counteract anything you'd see from BAAM. Bear in mind, without the Killjoy ult, nothing can really get Derek away from his pit once he's deployed it. So for BAAM, they're fairly vigilant of that. Bear in mind, they do have an ult advantage, one away from the showstopper on both as well. So a faster hit to A can definitely catch him off guard.
Speed, power, and maybe a little bit of uncomfortableness here as NTK looks to try and open things up with the Blade Storm. Already, one of her upshafts has been expended, but the Tailwind still remains. Josh on the jump spots here needs to be careful when Xavi as well in the ropes. Will NTK expect this as they move on through? Easy with the right click, and that's going to give him an upgrade to the Vandal. NTK doesn't want to mess around now. They're going to be trying to move to meet EJ. Can they get anything off the ropes right here? They're unable to connect on more than simply one. And now it's going to be a burst into heaven, and Brain Freeze is the next call. However, they've called collect, and BAAM's accepting the charges, and it's going to be NTK who's charged with doing so much here. Josh looking to see if they're doubling down on this area, but they move away whilst people are still active. Surely the information here would have told you that you had to either back off while aiming at that, or something else. The plant should be easy here for Mof, and it feels like, barring a miracle from Derek, BAAM will once again claim a lead.
Perfect round from the side. And what's interesting is we have a brief, had a bit of around the world from BAAM there.
Yeah.
They sort of kind of outstretched their hand. I can show you the world. Really? Kind of big dreamy-eyed NTK said. Yes, said Mof. And as they pushed through ropes into mid, back to heaven, and then to B, they truly have seen the world. That sounds like the start
Not a huge amount of economic space on anyone to really work with Dorf here. Oh, they must expect. Okay, not clean from Derek, but hey, a kill's a kill, man. And I want to get off Derek's magic carpet ride as soon as possible.
Yes, they eventually get off. They land. BAAM in the lead, though, and that's quite scary for Bren. Bear in mind, they're undefeated this tournament. It feels weird to think that BAAM would be the ones to take that. It feels really weird to say out loud that BAAM are the ones. Bear in mind that for Bren, they played against some pretty challenging opponents. You know, they beat Bleed 2-0. That in itself was impressive. The fact that now BAAM could take it to a tie is really interesting.
I like the speed here once more. An aggressive take of Garage will at least allow them to potentially claim that ultimate orb. The Trailblazer is the tool that Josh has chosen for the job. No one's inside the smoke, and concussions are delivered, but no one can get around the back to really take advantage of that. They haven't faded away, at least. That much has been confirmed. Here comes the Cosmic Divide, and in comes the Showstopper. Where will Merv decide to place it is the question. They can't find any enemies at the moment, so they might just throw it up towards heaven. In fact, they just decide not to reveal their location and just send it in behind default. The spike hasn't been planted just yet, and now it's going to be Mof who's going to try and do that. The Nova Pulse is given over. Still, the spike will be planted. Look at the speed here from Xavi. They've got themselves one, and that's opened it up for Brain Freeze. Pino by themselves. Surely they're going to be checked by Derek here as they move alongside. Half of the defuse is given, and then a couple more bullets are given over to Pina. And then there's a nice little finish. Lovely little retake there from Bren.
I love the play from the Sky there, from Josh. Sure, Xavi was able to get to the back line, but what Josh does, gets a perfect flash, picks off the Killjoy, goes for the second perfect flash, gets the affirmed presence of 3 members, and then exits the wall to break the Sage wall in half, meaning that the entire attack of Brent isn't funneled into that 3-man stack. He then goes around to the flank, accompanied by Xavi, who just does his thing with blast packs. It's just Xavi things, man. And he just gets the entry. They trade from there. 3-on-1. Easy retake past that.
Ostentatious. Loud. Notice me. The Sheriffs take down that wall already. In goes for slow orb and the grenade. That makes moving aside a little bit difficult if Savvy hadn't missed the nade, unfortunately. That's a couple of maybe 3 frags or even some damage thrown away. But Savvy's got plenty of chance to redeem themselves right here, as they're going to be faced with some weaker armaments and a space to swing from. Tasmanian Tiger is prepared, but this defensive smoke complicates matters. Savvy just keeps connecting bullets, dude. They've got themselves yet another grenade, refreshed by bloodlust, fueled by war. And at the back of mid, BAAM have to wonder, what do we do from here?
Aggression's coming now. Josh has to be very careful. Having already been alerting of his presence. Flash up
Savvy got something close here. Lovely swing. Connects a headshot. Can they do more than this? The blast pack puts Mouth into the back. The knife is out and it's into Mouth. Oh, baby. You didn't have to do them like that, Savvy, but I'm so glad you did.
It's perfect to see. He's got that showstopper ready as well. God,
I've
diving around
earned
the
this.
corner, plunging the butterfly knife into the stomach of the sage. Feels like London, as Bren.
London turn.
Home. As BAAM, they're now preparing what looks like, or what should be, a very fast hit through A straight to this side. Bearing in mind that the slow play, the slow tempo mid just didn't work. They get picked off one at a time. Let's try and change the tempo. 3J, that wall about to be eradicated.
Good old Piccadilly frag. Wef's made his way in here. He's going to be going up against a double peak of both Derek and Zavvi if they decide to continue on this course. And so they've been warned off it for now. EJ, not the most covered area here, and a refrag might be difficult. So they're just going to hold back for a moment, waiting if someone comes into their zone. They know exactly where that raise is. Dare they take the peak? They will indeed. In comes the showstopper, delivered readily to their counterpart. Were you looking for this, mate? Apparently so. No knives this time, and a wholly more explosive performance from Zavvi, but with a spike still in hand, NTK and Dorf have big designs for B.
Really, really strong round so far from Bren, but you need to remember, there's a snake in the back line. Dorf. Oh, he strikes.
Oh, there's a snake in their boot. And now we got control of Heaven. Oh, this is such a bad position for Brain Freeze right now. They were the anchor. Did they just get 4x3'd?
They've been 4x3'd.
Oh my goodness. Bad aspect ratio. Somehow, this has been converted into a 2 versus 2. And they have a lockdown. The spike has been planted. Derek still has their poison orb at least. But their wall's going to be no good to them here. And look at Dorf already roaming. Look at this guy's pedometer. It's so high. All they do is move. And it's a free kill for Dorf. Could it be 4? Zavvi moves on up. Oh, that's not the nanoswarm they wanted. It's mistakes across the board, but Zavvi could already be made a fool of here by the nanoswarm. All Dorf needs to do is wait. They'll connect the body shot. Nonetheless, 4 kills for the snake in your boot.
Wonderful round from Dorf, and a round that looked like it was going in favor of Bren, just snatched from their hands. Their grip at the precipice of victory. Dorf is able to deliver.
No one knifes me.
No one knifes me. And in this case, he's able to bring his team a 5th. This is absolutely neck and neck. Bear in mind that these two teams, you would expect them. You would absolutely expect this to be a one-sided affair from Bren. The fact that BAAM have kept it so close is admirable. See what can be done as the attempts onto this A site will be tried once again.
Gonna need more than admiration to get into playoffs, Cremor. 5 knives for NTK. Tell you what, NTK has actually been partial to using the right click just to try and get some guaranteed frags. Often just using it against an enemy full buy to grab themselves a rifle and then work their way up from there. For now, look at Derek. Controlling... Oh, this is a nasty little angle that they've got inside the pit. But what can Brain Freeze do? Up against this Blade Storm, it's not going to be easy. It's a good double peek. NTK, emboldened to move on forward. Brain Freeze goes back to the second point of defense. There's the smoke. When Wef moves through, Brain Freeze gives them a brain of lead. Get another. Gravity well right there. Oh, they have given over headshots to NTK, but they're instantly resurrected. Come back, my friend. You've still got knives to throw. And we've still got dreams to be made. A caustic cauldron to brew up just yet. And the lockdown on A is going to be reinforced. There was the question, is it a fake? At this point, you can be assured that it's not. Josh is outside of the area of effect, so their jump peaks will be fairly safe, at least until Xavi puts down one. Josh found a blinded member, but now they walk into a one-way. And Dorf, unfortunately, is unable to deal with the high ground that Brain Freeze brought to bear. And despite going around the world, unfortunately, at the end, they ran out of steam.
What's around that was from Bren, and I'm really impressed with the plays from Josh this game throughout. Not just from the flashes, but in particular the positioning. We saw that there. He abuses the smoke that was thrown by NTK, flashes out of it, completely destroys Dwarf with it, and once NTK falls, he positions himself around elbow so that even if, God forbid, the spike does get planted, he's already in a deep retake position that wasn't to be expected. So really, really strong round from him. For now, mid control being established. It looks like Derek may be put under a bit of pressure.
Oh, Derek, where do you go now? Have to get away from that grenade, and they'll do so without losing just even a single millimeter of health. No volume lost here. And Derek, look at this nasty little hole in the smoke. They're pre-aiming here with the Phantom. Weapons been able to pass on by, and now with the smoke going down, Derek's in danger. But so too is everybody else. No one likes catching bullets, Kremer. But mid-control has to be seeded away. They can't afford to lose someone here. A touch of blocking. Just a kiss. Mwah. It's okay. I'll kiss it better. Xavi will kiss all the boo-boos better. But will they be the one causing boo-boos here? On the entry, you can see that Pina expects this. A one-way smoke means that Xavi cannot march on forward. One of the Seekers later than the others, and this... Oh my goodness, they're just trying to overwhelm right here. Derek's already met so many, and Mofa's able to mow them down. What can EJ do? They grab one, down goes the slow orb. Any more than this for me, EJ? Indeed it will be. Pina falls on down, and this is given time over now for Xavi to arrive on the backside. Lovely stuff.
To quote something someone said in the Twitch chat earlier, and yeah, I kind of keep it on every now and then. Someone went, oh, I forgot EJ happens to be one of the region's best aimers. Like, you think? Yeah, he's currently 6.
I think they're on a 7.
17-7. He's tied with Xavi. No wonder they're only running one duelist. They only need one. EJ would have killed no matter who he's on.
There's a lot of 7s on that Bren board, by the way.
There is a lot of 7s on that score, what I was going to mention. Wow, that is... Right, well, for EJ, all he appreciates is 7s. Yeah, 17, 7, and 7.
7-5 is the end of our half right here.
The numbers, Harry, what do they mean?
Tell me what they mean. I don't understand them.
The numbers. For both. Let's see what he can do. Ooh. Flashed off the angle. That's not going to be held with a frenzy. Down to a shoulder peak for now.
Yeah, fully eats that one. And so, maybe a little bit more nervous now. The spike has been left in Sushi for the moment. And Mouth only has a classic to play with here, going up against 3. Look at the premature wall they've put down here means that even to grab an orb here, there has to be some presence established, which means that Mof is able to drag over a couple of friends to try and deal with these interlopers. Once again, Derek's on his usual shenanigans.
Just Derek things, man.
Just Derek things.
He's so good at looking, isn't he?
He's so annoying.
For us, he's good. For everyone else, I bet he is awful to play against.
Like that bloody snake is back again. Wef here uses the boombot. They're going to confirm presence in mid. Do they double down? For now, they keep the grenade in hand. And this could be a dirty pinch onto Dorf. They hear the approach. They know that Derek comes on through. They avoid at least getting flashed. So Heaven's going to be seeded over. But Timmy's going big. Takes down Xavi. And what more could you ask for than taking down one of the top fraggers on Bren? Timothy was your ally, but the entire time he was mine. Brain freeze. What can they do with the right click? A free gun. Gets 1 kill. Could it get more than that? No. Pina on the flank with the ghost. Connects for shots. And that's going to be BAAM. May be able to even this up if they can get this anti-eco going.
wonderful round from BAAM there, and it's just a matter of completely swarming their opposition. They do it all off the back of numbers entirely. The aim didn't have to be there. It was nice when it was, but it didn't have to be. All they have to do was just run and kill. In this case, you've got Bren, who now looks like a leaf out of BAAM's book, and are going to stack up a little bit outside B. Looks like mid-control will be fought for. Bear in mind, it is their full eco. This is now a chance to have a bit of a bonus for BAAM.
Fun for all the family. Murder. All right, moving straight in here. That's a lovely little bit of utility there. That brings Xavi so low. They were split up, Crema, by the gravity well and the grenade. BAAM made sure that even with your rush, you weren't going to outpace them. And, oh, just winning a sniping battle there is Pina. And Xavi has to make a decision, but there are no palatable options when you've got 29 HP in a classic. Wef is surely going to be able to carve through both of these guys in heaven easily. One shot is all that it takes. And now Josh, maybe they can get the blind. They get fully deliver it over to Wef, but they just take so much damage from the turret. Wef has found even more, and NTK quickly executes Brain Freeze.
Gut shot comes through from that. Nonetheless, it's the equalizer from BAAM. It's 7-7. Oh, Harry, we knew it would be close. We knew that these two teams were going to have a bit of a, well, let's just say, a bit of an interesting affair.
That's my dad would say, a bit of a Barney.
A bit of a Barney. I like that. I think I'm behind that. A bit of a Barney. And in this case, this round is going to be the bonus from BAAM. They should be losing it. This should be Bren holding on to the lead, only just. But if it's costly, if it suffers, then Bren are really going to be on the back foot.
Couple of easy shots out there from NTK. Not bothered about people knowing that they have their presence. And now they're going to be going up against the Tasmanian Tiger, but given that this wall is up, they might be able to avoid detection. No such luck this time around. Xavi is going to force NTK off the angle again. But this anchor at the back of sight is going to make things complicated. NTK on the new angle, but the same aim that has made them so intimidating. And now Bren on their full buy here. They've already lost one, and that's a recoverable rifle. Anyone got grabby hands?
Grabby hands. Big established. As they try to retrieve this. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up from Bren. They just back off. They try to fake running away, but it looks like BAAM, they're not going to be fooled so easily.
Look at where Pina's ended up. If you rotate to A here, that is a very unexpected angle.
He'll hear it in attacker spawn as well. So, Bren, they are funneled here. 25 seconds left now, and they're ready to a 3-man stack.
All right, they're doubling down. NTK at the back. What can you do with the Marshal for me now? Already Xavi's fallen down. Who's next? It's not going to be a hit, and there it is, the headshot from the Marshal. Another one! NTK! Vietnam's gift to esports refuses to accept your superiority. And that is going to be an absolute fumble from Bren at the hands of NTK's mad aim.
A great round from NTK. Sure, they convert it, but the bonus is out the window. In this case, oh, sorry, it's one even. For Bren, the money's out the window, and they do so with a couple of sheriffs now, and eco has to ensue. For BAAM, this will be a 2-round separation from them and their opponents, and what could be Bren's first map loss this tournament.
Could be, Crema. It's nervous moments here for Bren. We haven't seen too much of them. On split, have BAAM figured it out? Have they got the secret sauce? Wef here. Oh, already down to 40. They need to avoid that grenade, and they'll do exactly that. And they'll buy themselves a little bit of space with their own paint shells. But a lovely little set nano swarm there. Just delays the aggression for a moment while Wef collects a heal.
For now. Follow-up. The damage being done by both members.
We need to see Xavi have another hero play here.
Yeah, he does. Just to build the confidence back. That's a good start from Derek, though.
And it could be a recoverable rifle here. Yes, the Phantom is in hand now for Derek. This lurk became a lot more dangerous now, and trading out for Pina's not too bad at all. 4 for 3 Bren might be able to do it on the eco. They want to collect these rifles. They know the danger inherent. They know that these could potentially be camped. Derek, down in ropes. Have they been identified by Dorf? Dorf is actually going to follow behind. The timing here could be so critical. But now everyone's just going to spill over onto B. Mwef needs to be good on the spray transfers here. Good on their timing as well. EJ's going to come around behind them. And EJ's not going to be able to connect. Mwef, that's one, that's two, that's three. And Dorf finds a fourth. And that's going to be a strike. No one will fall after the two initial loses. Or losses. Loses is not a word. From BAAM.
Nonetheless, a really, really effective round from this side. And we look over to Bren, kind of longingly hoping for something to work on their attack. What worries me is NTK. Oh, Harry, he's brought out the big scary. A big scary boomstick in this case. And where he poised is it? Looks like it will be over to A. Luckily, it won't be needed against Bren so far, as Bren stacked up outside B, looking for more of a congregation and then an attack as a swarm than these elaborate splits through mid and wherever they dare attack.
Using Brain Freeze's Cosmic Divide here could allow for Heaven to be less of an issue, or something that can be considered later. Wef's got a well-poised lineup here with the Boombot, and that might well identify the presence of old Josh. Derek's going to be forced to reveal their own presence to shoot it down. But they still don't know exactly who's here. They expect it to be just Derek, potentially, but they seem to think that it's not a lurk this time. It may be Derek's wall, but it could be all of Bren. If this Trailblazer comes out, surely more reinforcements. Josh is moving into the smoke now. Mwef is so poised for this. Oh, but EJ on the refrag, that's good. Vulnerable, given over to everybody. They were sucked in by the gravity well. Down comes the Cosmic Divide on top of all of this. Can anything be done in this crossfire? Zabby has to deal with so much right now, but Pina at the back gets one after another, after another. Yes, I like Pina Coladas and killing folks in the rain.
I love making love on splits. And if you have half a brain, because right now EJ's is splattered on the wall behind him. That was an incredible round from Pina there. Way to take the kill lead as well. Bren, they call for another timeout. This is something that both Bren and Paper Rex do really damn well. We saw Louvre do it well in the Group A, which is their timeouts. They really like breaking the momentum of games and making their opponents kind of worry a little bit about what's to come next. They've done so again here. Now for BAAM, as they move into what could be their 6th on the bounce, setting themselves up for a victory in this map. Bren have got limited money. It's down to Sheriffs once again, all off the back of Pina just destroying them. Oh, Harry, be still, my pulsating heart.
Those weak ribs won't last forever if we keep seeing games like this, Kremer.
You're absolutely right.
And, well, already this series, I believe, is a success for Big BAAM. Just with how close it's been in certain instances. And if they can keep this up, if they can win this map, not only would that be a blow for Bren, but for all of Filipino Valorant in this tournament. Because that would put Southville Esports in a very, very precarious position.
That I would now. Aggression, ready to be established, and for both, bit of a cross there. A bit ambitious. He does have the showstopper, so he could maybe extend and just try and nuke this opposition. Bear in mind that a lot of them are poised in mid right now. He only knows about one, though.
Will Mwef feel it, is the question. I think there could be some avoidance of a boombot right here. Mail is at least clear. And not too much more than that will be identified, except for, of course, the presence of a sheriff. This is the light buy from the side of Bren, and the lurker has been dispatched. Move does not want to deal with any more of Derek's stuff. To use a much tamer word than someone in the server might do so. Josh catches a headshot, and now you are in trouble.
NTK, he's itching to show this off. He's had it for 2 or 3 rounds now. He hasn't fired a single bullet out of it.
It's a fresh op, unused. Could sell that for full price on eBay. Oh, that's going to be an attempt at a no-scope, and they're just going to be chased on down. Now that op is worth so much less. However, the wall here is actually taking them away from being able to loot it. Wef. How are they going to catch this aggression? Oh, they're going to catch headshots. Lovely stuff from Brain Freeze. And somehow they've done it with the eco. The plant comes on through. And Malphia now needs to make a decision. Do I escape with the operator? I'm up against 2 rifles and a sheriff now. You know that Xavier wants to go and claim that gun. Up they go. I'm having that, mate. Bren. Okay. Some mojo, some fire, some juju.
How do they struggle to show that on their buy rounds? But the second they're down to sheriffs, okay. Yeah, I won't leave all game here.
The second they're afraid to die.
Yeah, it's like they get a second wind. That's really, really strong stuff. And for Dorf, this is now where you end up power spiking a bit. BAAM, these last couple of rounds, a lot of the victories have come off aim. For instance, that 4K from Pina. Now we hit the ability spike. Yeah, Xavier's going to get the showstopper, but as is Mouth, as is Dorf this round, and already with 2 ults available for either side, we may see some very spontaneous usage of this utility.
Alright, doubling down on the operator for NTK. They only got 1 shot off, remember, before they got punched in the back of the head. And it seems like they might get some guests here already crossed over at A main opening. But NTK is choosing a new position. Remember, with the Marshal from here, they scored so many fatalities on a previous attack of Bren's. But everyone's just going to cross over for now. They want to control Heaven. And that means it's going to fall to Dorf to try and get some preferable trades.
Aggression. Thrown by Dorf.
Now what, Dorf? That's 1. Okay, 1 for 1 is all right. Especially with Mwef here ready to try and take some counter-aggression. And now, they need to destroy these Seekers. They reveal that so many players right now are in screens, and EJ's going to put up the wall to try and stop any further advancements before moving over to try and get themselves a plant. Josh is so close to this. Look how why is Derek running through there with a knife? What's going on, Kremer?
That's a big blunder. That was very winnable.
Josh wants it to not be. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. There is no resurrection. And the inexorable march of time here will march Mo forward unto dawn. Josh, oh, gets a beautiful timing there, just on the fake tap. Well executed, but why did Derek run that with a knife?
That's an extremely effective round from Bren, but it wasn't without lack of stumbles because
That's so weird, dude.
Running with your knife out when you know players are there, I assumed the smoke from the Viper meant that they couldn't comm that EJ's wall had been broken. So when they moved through it, it just took them by surprise. Bit of a whiff, let's be honest, from Mof there. Still a little bit of a whiff, but that's only to make up for the mistake on Josh's behalf there, and he does win the 1v1 to redeem himself. So it's, while a messy round, is still won by Bren, as they really fight tooth and nail to keep it level here.
They refuse to be intimidated by some of Vietnam's best. Wef here. Partnering up with good old well, that's some anti-synergy. They've blocked their own boombot. Now they have no idea what's happening in mid.
Worrisome. Just have to judge though. I've grown impartial to this guy.
I've grown fond of the judge.
Yeah. I've cared to dabble in myself sometimes. How fun it is.
All right, spike retrieved now. Now going to be able to chase out. Oh, they know now. The Pina was having a bit of a foray out there. Are they contemplating it, Kremer? Yes, they are. What can Mof do? Judge in hand. Up against 3. The blind should be coming through soon. Or maybe even the Trailblazer. There is the blind. They don't even look at it. Oh. It's easy for 2. Lovely stuff from Mof. And now, 2 versus 3. And 2 are already positioned on B site here. Josh makes some noise. The same for Brain Freeze. They instantly walk through the smoke and they're punished for doing so. They felt the sting of time. And it brought their heels forward, but it just marched them unto death.
What an opening from from BAAM there. I mean, for me, that was all on the Sage. Both, he did great. That judge is something to watch out for, something to behold. And that's another round that BAAM have won with their guns. Look how much utility they have to use. They've got 4 ults ready, and they're not using them, Harry. Brain Freeze, he's going to be 1 away from his own Cosmic Divide, but they still haven't used the ults.
We'll only use them if we need them. That's the rule so far. Josh putting out an early bird here. They say the early bird gets the worm, but it seems like at the moment Bren are more likely to feed for worms than BAAM are. Once again, in bid for mid control. Do we have the operator still on BAAM? No, we don't, but we have seen, interestingly, an ultimate here, and NTK can actually catch Josh. Oh, they're knives to the knees, but they work just fine, and that refreshes the ultimate here for NTK. Once again, Bren, they've lost a lot of their firepower here when it comes to taking these sites. Things are starting to look a little bit more shaky for the Filipino side.
Yeah, ever so slightly worrisome. Nonetheless, they did do a lot of damage to the Jet. They will have to back off to get healed. And it means that for now, Dorf is very alone on the Sage site, which is the place that's
He's got Timmy. I'm not alone while I've got Timothy by my side.
He had Timmy.
However, I will leave Timmy alone for now. Here comes the showstopper from Xavier. They're going to look to try and cut off any of... Oh, what a beautiful dodge there from Dorf. And now they find themselves surrounded on all sides. Surely you can't walk that, Xavi. And they tend to agree with this. They're just going to try and hold heaven for now, knowing that it's so important to try and maintain some manner of control. They will be chased out of this area. And what can be done at the back of sight? Can Derek find themselves a little bit of safety? They're just going to hide themselves in the Viper's Pit for now and pray that they won't get found. Dorf is so close. Da-dum. Da-dum. Return to the smoke to refuel its integrity unless Derek wants an advantage. They find Dorf. They take their time, but they eventually give it over. Now they've got themselves a weapon upgrade. The smoke is about to dissipate right here, and it's ran out for now. Pina, a beautiful flick there from Bren. And it was a little bit messy, but it's also a little bit of a win.
That was a really messy round from BAAM there, and a bit of a shaky retake. For NTK, unable to catch out Brain Freeze in the smoke, means that he can't commit to the flank. Brain, he would have seen Derek kind of carrying behind the screen, hoping he isn't killed. But nonetheless, it works out for Bren. They make it 10. And this is a hell of a way to finish our games for today, Harry. Our closest match yet, and they seem inseparable, these two sides, as BAAM go into this with an ult advantage, but not with a firepower advantage.
We expected this one to be one of our quickest games of the day, but BAAM refused to die. However, Savvy's going to try and push the issue right here. How much can Dorf get done from the back? Plenty, it would seem. Already they've grabbed Savvy. They get more. That's going to be 3 for Dorf. And while they are going to fall, they've already done their job. Where's the spike? It's on EJ right now. But a plant would be so dangerous. Derek is holding the cross at least to make sure that any type of advancement from screens will be cut off. And actually, that wall just makes it even safer to resurrect Dorf. EJ needs to try and trade this one out. Up top, though, it's also free for Pina. Meth picks up another, and Derek's up high. There's no way that they can stop this defuse. Their location is going to be reported back, and so Meth will hold it. That's match point there for BAAM, and we are on the precipice, Kremer, of Bren losing their first map in this tournament.
It's looking so close right now. When Pina, bear in mind, he still has his divide. He still has that Cosmic Divide ready to be used. Brain Freeze hasn't committed theirs yet because they want to play it in a reactive fashion rather than a proactive fashion. In this case, Josh does still have the Seekers. We're going to see both get that Showstopper in just a moment as well. We have a quick tech pause come out from BAAM here. Just while I try to fix their mic, something they seem to have had a recurring problem with throughout this series. Harry, this could go either way. This is looking so close.
Josh. Only a sheriff. It's not a huge issue. Like, if anything, Bren have been a little bit better when just running the eco. But still, it's a little bit less firepower behind Bren. And, well, I guess one of the good things here for Bren, they no longer have to worry about the economy as much, because if you lose, you're done, mate.
That's true.
But they do have to worry about the carry forward of guns. Derek is looking to be checked right here already. Both were so keen to punish that. Do they walk this wall? Surely not. Actually, they're moving with NTK. Who's only got a classic in hand right now? Does NTK have a secondary weapon? No, NTK's only got the classic. So there is a pistol on both sides.
Here.
And it seems like seeding away heaven here is the tactic the BAAM want to go with.
I don't quite know what the thought process was for bringing the classic onto NTK, considering he doesn't have knives and won't do for a while.
I mean, we're going to walk them. They've got 3.9k.
Yeah, why? it's a question, isn't it? Nonetheless, though, split coming to Wade, all of a sudden, Loaf, now one of the only players with firepower now, is in a lot of trouble.
All right, Dorf got 3k last time. Can they repeat this success again? They might catch themselves a Seeker, and the near sight stops them from being able to spam down Josh. That's a rifle upgrade. And there's the defense. I think that might be a touch late, Boo.
That's the thought that counts.
Here's a you tried sticker, the Cosmic Divide here to potentially make sure the Brain Freeze is unsure if they want to actually commit to this. 2 rifles for the retake. This is still very doable for BAAM. And Mofia, what can they manage? Wef has been such a big factor. There's a pop flash. They wait for this to drop again. Pina moved on through, but they're just going into the Viper's pit. Even though it isn't a literal Viper's pit, more of a figurative one this time around. Bren.
Well, delve into metaphors, go on. Yeah, it's still a Viper's pit.
Yes, my GCSE English teacher is very proud of me. Thank you very much.
I bet my GCSE English teacher is currently seething. They were really old, so they're probably turning in their grave right now, but nonetheless.
Oh, yeah, they would not have been happy with me saying loses.
No, that would have been it. Yeah, it's just out. You'd have been expelled.
Expelled instantly.
Yeah. BAAM,
No
this is
GCSE for you.
For BAAM, this will be tough. No op for use. They do have the ult advantage nonetheless, but they really aren't doing well in terms of momentum.
I mean, there's no point in saving these ults now. All Dorf needs to do is stay alive for a retake. If they die early... Oh, no. That is a lurk that's been punished. Derek, the master lurker. You thought you could outlurk me. I invented lurking. I'm the snake in the grass, baby. And this relieves mid. Now Dorf might have to hold this alone. When will the smoke dissipate? And will Dorf be aware of it is the question. Can't be replaced. Are they all turning away? Dorf could get so much done here. Dorf's got the timing. Dorf's got the timing. They found one. They don't know about the Astra, though. Brain Freeze picks up yet another. And B-Site is freely given over. You won't be able to use either of those ults from the grave. Both Mwef and Dorf are going to feel the regret sear through them. And NTK has to do it alone to guarantee BAAM the win here. If not, it's overtime. They're up against the Viper's pit. They're up against 4. They can't even win the first duel. Brain Freeze locks them out. And we're going to overtime, Kremer.
That round was all Derek. Able to get that first kill. Perfect. The fact that 2 more players push into him, and he kills them both. And what a round from him there. And more importantly, he takes his team to overtime. The confidence, the momentum that go in favour of Bren right now. Bear in mind that in the rounds leading up to this, they also get out the 7. They won 5 of them. Really, really good position to be in if you're Bren. And if you look over to BAAM, I mean... this sort of rifle setup with no ults is kind of how they've been playing this anyway. I've really not liked BAAM's ult usage throughout this. We haven't really seen it used in a game-changing way. A good example would be Pina with that sort of missed, that or like late divide to try and help his teammate back sight. You know, the Killjoy ults, a lot of them have been killed. It's been a shaky performance in terms of ult management.
Where were you, SEA esports fans, when the avatars of Vietnam and the Philippines clashed? And they slammed against each other as if it was Evangelion itself. Derek playing the lurk once more. They want to catch multiple people on the entry. They get the first. They get the second. Derek refuses to let go of the trigger. Spray and pray, baby. And only 2 remain now. Mouth. Or Moaf. They mess with me. But Dorf is still alive. And Dorf's been able to achieve a lot. The spike itself is going up in heaven. I don't know how I feel about this, Kremer. I would have liked for it to have been handed off to Dorf.
The timing.
Brain Freeze has put themselves in a position to be a little bit more safe while using this astral form. I suppose it's good, conscientious movement from them. They're not too worried here. Brain freeze.
Where BAM
They
going?
could end it here. They could end it here. Oh, that's a bit of a choke, but no, never mind. Lovely adjustments. Brain freeze may mess up the first, but they do not mess up the second and third. A pair of headshots delivered, and brain freeze delivers match point to Bren.
BAM cleared sight. What are they doing going into CT?
I don't know, dude. Maybe they were thinking they could try and catch out someone in a 2 versus 1. They were worried about going up against a 4 versus 2 retake when they didn't have control of Heaven, but they did have control of Heaven. I don't know. The pressure might be getting to BAAM a touch.
It's entirely likely that it is. We're now left with a very hungry Bren who are looking to keep this clean sheet in this tournament. Peter, back off the angle. About to be caught out.
Of this!
Oh, Harry, there's the opening.
Bunny movement. West takes down one, but they are traded out themselves. Now what can Moth do? With only a tiny touch of health, EJ's easily able to get rid of them. And now NTK and Dorf, once again, are going to be called to action. NTK drops down from the high ground. They move low to try and lay down multiple. 1 versus 3. That is the demand placed at NTK's door. The resurrection here. Can they get any more of this? Yes, that's 3. Can they get 4? NTK! What a performance!
Oh
they
my
carry
God.
us on even further. Vietnam's gift to esports.
What on earth was that by NTK? He just tears through them. Oh my God!
I just witnessed a war crime. That's the bottom frag at Kremer.
He shot a medic. that really was incredible.
Brenner shaking. That's a timeout. What just happened to us, guys? What did we just fumble?
That I bet that timeout is for the ASEAN tribunal that NTK is about to face. Because
Geneva suggestions, baby.
that was a hell of a round from NTK. I mean, we talk about momentum, we talk about how influential it is. Nothing like this. NTK, what a way to take your team to double OT. My worry, though, can they repeat it?
Well, it's not been a loud game for NTK. They had a good martial round, thrown up a couple frags here and there, and 4 of their 15 were in that last round. So is it replicable? That's the question. It's going to be laid down at the door of BAAM. Bren have had some time to contemplate that during our timeout. We're going to be playing on the defense now. Derek managed to get plenty out of their ropes lurk before, and then BAAM kind of had some weird champ strategies afterwards.
We're waiting for some aggression from BAAM here, and I mean, last round it was off the back of trying to extend to A, but they were kind of picked up one at a time. In this case, we're going to see them hold out in a very, very spread out default. The main body of the attack outside B here, maybe looking to peel into some mid control, but nonetheless, going up against Derek, that's going to be a scary prospect.
Derek has been the menace of mid most of the way through the defense of Bren. And now running out of fuel, Derek is going to be a little bit more exposed without sightline control. They got to worry here that maybe they'd be caught by this star. It's actually just going to be a recall instead. I'm surprised they didn't go for the combination of the gravity well and the nade.
This default still being held by BAAM. Sure, there's a heavy player concentration outside A, but look where the spike is. They've got to go for a big rotation before they can attack, and it's all going to burn down time. It's going to only be about 40, maybe even 30 seconds left before they commit to the attack, at which point EJ and Xavi, they've got a lot of utility to burn here.
Oh, Xavi's identified one for Wall there to slow them down. Will they spill onto site or go to take Heaven? That is the question. EJ's already grabbed one. And now Xavi has to win out this door, which they will. NTK laid into the ground. The Clutchmeister is gone. NTK. Without you, what can they do? They have to deal with Derek. It's the same angle again. I get the weirdest feeling of deja vu, Kremer. The spike killer. The spike claimer. Bren once again win their defensive round, but can they convert it?
What on earth was that by Bren there? And I mean, to be honest, for Bren, that wasn't too difficult a retake. I guess you call it a retake, but too difficult a defense. BAAM, they made a lot of noise with their spike outside B. That rotation, it's just so long that by the time the spike joins the main foray of the attack, a lot of them have already taken their contact with, say, EJ, who's able to pick up one, with, say, Xavi, who's able to take the second, and they end up in a 5v3 before the remaining two players who have just arrived can actually adjust.
Pressure is mounting, Kremer. Every single round that goes past. This team has only been together for a month, but being on boot camp together, Bren can definitely feed off of that energy. NTK, a touch of mercy. Doesn't throw out the first bullet just yet, and then seeds away the high ground.
For now, haven't seen any aggression from NTK. The shoulder peek, just holding from backside, and for Bren, they've just gone quiet completely. They're hoping that the fake from Derek will draw away these players. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be blood that will draw them away, if anything.
Smell of blood in the water. Oh, it's starting to happen, Kremer. They're starting to panic. Derek. They've dragged over a third. Now there is 4 versus 2. Make it 4 versus 1. Xavi takes a touch of damage from the turret, but now Dorf, what can you do for me? 1 kill will have to do. It has to be enough. And Derek is just evacuated B. He'll be able to rotate around here, potentially for free. The spike's going to be planted. 3v3 on the site at the moment, but can anyone take advantage of this time? The Seekers have moved on forward, and that confirms the presence of everyone in screens. So the question is for Derek, do you go around the back? Do you try and crack open this can of worms, or do you play from the high ground? High ground is the choice, and high ground seems to be the answer. Only Pina stands between BAAM and defeat, and Pina is able to get 1, get 2! Pina, hello there! Could you get yourself 3? The answer's no against the double peak. EJ and Derek hold it down, and Bren, by the skin of their teeth, will remain undefeated.
Oh, Harry, for a moment I saw the stars aligning there completely from Pina. Bear in mind, he was having a great series up until that point. For Bren, sure, that's a victory, but it doesn't feel like it. For Bren,
this worries him tomorrow for Paper Rex, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, they are going to be, I imagine they're going to be watching this demo again and again and again, because I guarantee you Paper Rex are. BAAM. Heartbreaking defeat. Heartbreaking. I would have loved to see more of them, because that was a solid map for them.
I mean, but this scoreline here for BAAM, it has definitely put them in a place where if they beat South Built tomorrow, they can claim that 4th seed. They can make it to our playoffs.
Absolutely right. And I think that for tomorrow, bear in mind that's the final day of this group, we're really going to see this group finalise. For reference, Bren and Paper Rex are guaranteed to go through. What they're fighting for now is where they come. Bear in mind that rank 1 of Group A plays against rank 4 of Group B. And so because of that, Bren, if they come first, they get to play against Sharper. They come second, it's against Boom. And that sort of battle, Sharper or Boom, can be quite influential. Bear in mind that both teams, fairly scary. I know I would want to play against Sharper, but not by much. And I don't think anyone is going to actively go, I want to play against Boom. So this is really, round difference matters here. So they can't take their foot off the gas for a moment in this tournament. Nonetheless, though, we really need to look at BAAM, who are going to be battling out with not only Southbit and Beast, but with Bleed, so they can avoid playing against Louvre.
It's going to be an all-out battle. Every single match, every single round, every single map matters, Kremer, and you guys in the audience will not want to miss a single second of it. Make sure to follow if you're on Twitch, subscribe if you're on YouTube, and we will be back at the same time tomorrow for the final round of group stages.